Welcome to your punishment, everyone. Um, this is Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. This game may look familiar if you were here on New Year's Eve. This is a Planet Coaster. The difference, however, is that this is not just Planet Coaster. This is specifically a map called Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. So, what is Mr. Bones' Wild Ride? It is a 10-hour roller coaster ride in Planet Coaster that somebody made as a riff on the meme Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. If you don't know Mr. Bones' Wild Ride, I just look it up. It's genuinely hilarious that you get a Mr. Bones' Wild Ride and you're stuck there for 10 hours. It's a very classic SimCity meme. The reason why I'm doing this today is because you all lost. Every single one of you lost, okay? I'm going to certify your loss. By showing you what happens when you by showing you why you all lost. Okay. In the Discord, I mentioned that I couldn't stream yesterday or Monday because we were dealing with a small mouse problem. Not my wife and I, my wife's mom, my mother-in-law. We came over to help, and I said, "Well, the mice is slowly beating me." It took me. I thought it would take a day. It took 2 or 3 days of hunting the little shit down, and there was actually 2 of them. And so I made a poll, and I said who would win in the end, and I asked all of you to vote on who you thought who would win. All of you voted the mouse. Not a single one of you believed in me. Not a single one of you. This is all your fault. I'm here to tell you I'm definitely a human streamer, and I won. That's right, I won. If I didn't win, I wouldn't be here. I beat the mouse. I beat the mouse. When you hunt down mice, there's something very unspeakable about what you have to do, but just know that if I didn't do it, they would have eaten all the rice, okay? The little shit, the one mouse ate through an entire small bag of rice. You know how much rice you gotta eat, man? I can barely eat that much rice in one single go, but they ate an entire small bag of rice, the size of a small personal bag of Lay's ketchup chips, which is not at all enough for a single person. I know the bag says family size and personal size. Family size is individual size. You can't change my mind. So, that's why we're here. I gave you all a little preview of what was going to happen by showing you quite possibly the best code I've ever written in my entire life. So again, as a recap, this is the best code I've ever written in my entire life, where it's a TypeScript enum with called hand state, and it's got the idle states. And there's some duplicate keys. I fixed that. So the first U is now U1, the second M, and the first M is now M1. And then the enum is just the word "cum dumpster," but just separated per character. And this is what I was building. Yeah, that's right. It's a keyboard. It's a keyboard that reacts actually specifically to when I type. So if I type, for instance, anything, it'll just show up here. Which is very nice, because if you look very carefully and you track the letters that it types... Here, we'll start at C, okay? C, U, M, D, U, M, P, S, T, E, R. If you look very closely, the hands spell out cum dumpster. I'm punishing all of you today. All of you are going on Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. But I thought, well, I still gotta do something. I want to have fun too, right? Girls just want to have fun. Or streamers. I don't know. Like, somebody wants to have fun. Blag! So I thought, well, if I'm going to be doing the Mr. Bones Wild Ride, what should we be doing? And I thought to myself, well, wait, I have the perfect thing to do. Play the music. DJ? DJ? Welcome to today's stream, where we play a game not called Planet Coaster, called Dracula. Let me just read the description of this game on Steam for a moment. Dracula is a typing game where you type the horror novel Dracula by Bram Stoker. It's the entire game. The entire game is a typing game about typing the entire novel of Dracula. I looked online. Dracula by Bram Stoker is going to take about 9 hours to finish, which puts us about 1 hour before the ride finishes. So hopefully I stalled for long enough for us to actually get into this. You might be wondering, what happened to the game? The game crashed. What? Now you might be wondering, why are we playing Dracula of all games? Because I was thinking about history, chat. Every day in our lives, history is made. Every time I leave Every time I disappear from stream and I don't sit in my secret labs, Shara, please sponsor me. Something happens. History is made. And we always think that history is this old thing that doesn't matter anymore, but no, that's not true. Humanity is defined by the history that we absorb, by the history that we come from. History is just a facet of our lives. History is the seed from which we are born. History is what makes us. Not the history of the winner, not the history of the loser, but the history of the world. The truth. This is Dracula by Bram Stoker. And your punishment is I'm going to read this entire book to you while you ride Mr. Bones' wild ride for the next 10 hours. I'm not kidding you, this is going to be for the next 10 hours. This is either heaven or hell for you. It depends on if you like my voice. If you find my voice to be particularly mellifluous, then you'll enjoy this. By the way, I've never read Dracula, so I have no clue. How these papers have been placed in sequence. Oh god, that's way too loud, sorry. Book club is real, Pog! Sorry, if you were falling asleep. I woke you up. Will be made manifest in the reading of them. All needless matters. Oh shit, sorry. Just give me a second. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the alarm on my phone. Yes, it's very annoying. Have been eliminated so that a history almost at variance with the possibilities. Alright, listen, this is gonna be impossible. Possibilities of later day belief may stand forth as simple fact. There is throughout no statement of past things wherein memory may err, for all the records chosen are exactly contemporary, given from the standpoints and within the range of knowledge of those who made them. Let me boost up the volume of the song because it's quite low now. I'm realizing now that this is actually not that easy to do. I'm realizing maybe typing correctly is going to be the hardest part of this entire process, while I'm also reading as well. Chapter 1. Yeah, I had to type the Jonathan Arkery's journal. Kept in shorthand. I can't tell if the volume's good. The 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Who writes a book like this and uses 2 dashes and says 3rd of May, Bistritz, -- left Munich? Who does this? That's not even a real punctuation! What happened to the M dash, dude? Why two M dashes? At 8:35 p.m. on the 1st of May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. You're kidding me. If I misspell a word, it undoes the entire word, okay? Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest. Who the fuck spells Budapest like this? What happened to the Grand Budapest Hotel? Who the fuck spells Budapest like this? Budapest seems a wonderful place. From the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. By the way, I forgot to mention this at the start. I'm so sorry. All these songs come from a YouTube channel called Helder, Helder. That's a compilation of different songs to fit certain moods. Mostly dark academia, but also things like depression and sadness, as you can probably tell. The impression I had was that we were leaving the West. The West is and entering the East. Yes, this is just the wait. What is? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mind fart. I forgot that we were in. This is like, with the wall and stuff. I thought, or like, not the wall, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not really a good time. I was thinking like west to east. I was like, wait, Bram Stoker was a weeaboo? The most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. This is just exposing how bad I am at typing. I will say this: typing as a skill, as an art, is perhaps not my strong suit. It's more about the efficacy of what you say, right? I need a beer. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Typing as a skill, as an art, it's definitely useful in many ways, but I don't really think about the accuracy of typing, right? So the accuracy of typing is sort of secondary to typing, I feel like, because the art of typing and the skill of it is primarily in how good you are at communicating. The speed of which is only really necessary for transcription, right? I've never actually been in a situation where needing to type very quickly has been useful in any particular way, unless I've been trying to capture notes on the fly, of which, if only if you're a student or if you're in a courtroom writing transcriptions, is that very useful. Otherwise, for the most part, you're primarily just typing quickly to save yourself time. Not to say that's not important, but I tend to find that I have all the time in the world that I have and that I need necessarily to some degree, but the hard part is I don't have the mental capacity to understand things. I'm stupid. We left in pretty good time and came after nightfall to Klausenberg. That's a great name for a place, actually. I can imagine if the North Pole wasn't where Santa was, Klausenberg could be it. Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royale. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good, but thirsty. If anybody comes over to my place and says, that chicken roast you made was so delightful, but I do believe the chicken was quite thirsty, I'd be like, get the fuck out of my house, dude. Like, you just insulted me, man. But at the same time, it's like, oh, dude, like, you messed up pretty bad. Like, how dry was your chicken that somebody believes that it came back to life only to ask for a cup of water? That is a beautiful line. And this is why we explore old writing, right? And everybody says, oh, why not some new writing? Why not some new writing, streamer? Because the new stuff, not to say that it's any worse, but there's still value in the old stuff, just in the words that they use, just in the context, just in the ways that they say things, the way that they go about communicating these ideas. It's a way that doesn't really exist anymore, right? And you see this in particular with the way that news is, right? There's a lot less flourish to things because a lot of the world's writing and modernity is about conciseness. It's about precision. It's about factuality. It's not about it's about brevity. It's not about flourish anymore, because flourish is seen as sort of getting in the way of the point. It's not really used as much of an art form except for in books, whereas before, a lot of the time I felt like it was everywhere. A lot of things that you would read was all full of flourish. You would read like a piece of news and it would say like the mellifluous tongue of like some person, and it's like, dude, like, it's just a report on what somebody said at the ballroom. But we don't have that anymore, right? Not to say that that's necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes it's nice to go back to that time period when that, in many ways, was the goal of writing, was to capture that beauty of language and that complexity in trying to communicate as little ideas as in as much words as possible, as I'm doing right now. Memoir, get recipe for Mina. This is a fascinating writing style too, because again, this is just Dracula written by Bram Stoker, right? The way it's written really does feel like a personal journal, at least insofar as right now. Now, I don't know how much of this structure will stay. I imagine it will probably disappear at some point, just because how much more can you stick with the personal journal angle? But at least for now, it's pretty good. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika Hendel. And that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathians. You know how I said just a moment ago that the accuracy of typing isn't important unless you transcribe? I was wrong. I see the error of my ways, and I see why accuracy in typing is so important, because here I stand on the precipice between you and an actually good book. Between you and words that are not just there to fill space. I stand here to regurgitate it, and like vomit, it comes out of my throat, all stinky and green. So beautiful. So what a way with words do I have? And yet, even then, it's even worse, because if I mistype, it goes even slower. This is the worst thing I've done. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should be able to get on without it. Having had some time at my disposal when in London, I had visited the British Museum and made search among the books and maps in the library regarding Transylvania. Wow, we really are going to Transylvania. Deleting and rewriting words takes time. Who could have thought? You know what's funny? This game actually saves you time by forcibly deleting the entire word. So even if I get close to, let's say I get to let's say I do Transylvania, okay? And you get to the final letter and you press S instead of A, goodbye Transylvania. The entire thing is gone. It gets bulldozed and replaced by a series of high-rise condos. It had struck me that some foreknowledge of the country could hardly fail to have some importance in dealing with a nobleman of that country. I find that the district he named is in the extreme east of the country. You know how I said before too that I'm making like an audiobook? It won't be like this. I swear to God, it won't be staggered. It'll have like a nice smooth reading through line. It'll sound great. The problem right now is that I can only emote insofar as the words that I know, because it's my first time reading this. I can also only emote insofar as I know because of my typing speed. The more mistakes I make, the less that I can emote. Also, I'm sorry, I have to go help my mom really quick. She wants me to check something. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I had to move a flower. Sorry. Just on the borders of 3 states. 3 states. Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina. How old is this book? In the midst of the Carpathian Mountains. What's interesting about these books too is that as you read them, a lot of these names don't exist anymore. Like sometimes you'll read an old book and they mention, I think it's like the something republic, and it's like, okay, that hasn't existed since like the 60s or the 50s or the 40s. Like the entire thing was broken up, and now there's a lot of different smaller places. And it's funny because depending on how your education goes, right, you can read those books, know about the names of those places, but you'll never know about their current name unless you're good at geography. Which is to say, if you're going to take an interest in geography when you're younger, and you actually learn about the history of the places, and you learn about what they are today, there's a very good chance that your snapshot will just be from the 1940s or the 1920s. And you won't even know until somebody tells you when would you asks you when you were born, because it hasn't existed in over 80 years. One of the wildest and least known portions of Europe. I was not able to light on any map or work giving the exact locality of the castle Dracula, as there are no maps of this country as yet to compare with our own ordnance. Survey maps. Yeah, that is something that I've thought about too. Sorry, this is also just a bit of like an analysis and an interesting relation of the world as it was before to the world of today. GPS and satellite data changed the world forever. Genuinely. It revolutionized many different things. The least of which that we know where everybody lives. Before, you were lucky. Like, you were lucky if your map was somewhat good. Like, for the most part, the way that people did maps was they would choose a scale and they would try to draw it down. They'd have to manually account for the projection of things, and it was a lot of like effort to actually try and get to the point where the maps could at least somewhat represent reality. Nowadays, you get a lot of satellite data that is very much, in many ways, given away for free by places, and there's very little censorship of this geographical data, right? I think still today the only bit of censorship that's still there, I think, is within North Korea. I think that's the only place that still doesn't allow you to see deep within certain spaces. And I wouldn't be surprised if certain government buildings aren't allowed to be seen on Google Maps. Like, you probably can't see Area 51 from Google Maps or something, right? Nor can any satellite necessarily look at it, but, you know, I'm assuming it's like that. But again, just to see that difference between times of having to go do a survey and there's no known map, so you have no clue what you're walking into, it doesn't happen anymore. I sort of think about, you know, this idea of, was it Francis Drake, Nathan Drake, all those explorers who are going out there. Or Shackleton going up to the Great Arctic, right? Trying to find some new, beautiful, unknown thing. These stories about seeing something unknown, something that's been hidden away from our eyes, it almost doesn't happen anymore. It's not in the lands unknown, but in the lands that we know, that we simply can't see inside, that all this beauty and all this wonder is, all this fascination, all this mystery resides. But I found that Bistritz, the post town named by Count Dracula, is a fairly well-known place. I shall enter here some of my notes, as they may refresh my memory when I talk over my travels with Mina. That's a very, very bold statement to make. And it's funny, because in this paragraph that I've read in a very disjointed way, with many breaks in between, and with many various tangents, you get a really interesting hint about this character's personality. One, he really loves Mina. And that his love is shown in a very different way, right? Because this entire journal that he's writing is for himself. And he's very matter-of-fact. He doesn't really find, at least from this first impression, he doesn't really seem to find the joy in spinning his words and spinning his thoughts and putting words down to paper. He's very much straight to the point of what he's doing and what he's thinking about. But he allows himself the space to sort of wander in his very factual, almost work journal when it comes to whoever his partner is, right? Whoever Mina is. Whoever that person is has such a hold on him that whenever he decides to stray away from just talking about the work at hand and a recap of his day, he flourishes just a tiny bit, not very much. He's still very, very dry and plain for Mina. And he thinks about her. And he has this hope that he can come back to her by the end of all of this. In the population of Transylvania, there are 4 distinct nationalities. Saxons in the south. I haven't heard Saxons in a very long time. And I always think about the man Sax. What's his name? Sax Man, the sex man from TF2. And mixed with them the Wallachs, who are the descendants of the Dacians, Magyars in the west, and Zelkis in the east and north. I am going among the latter, who claim to be descended from Attila and the Hun. Wait, actually, is that what they believe? Like, what? Which is also interesting to think about, because technically we're all a part of, like, we all come from Genghis Khan, right? We all come from a very small group of humans. But Attila and the Huns, really? Is that possible? This may be so. For when the Magyars conquered... Oh, so we're about to get the history lesson. The country in the 11th century, they found the Huns settled in it. I read that every known superstition in the world is gathered into the horseshoe of the Carpathians. Is that true? That every bit of superstition, that every bit of myth comes from this shared base of the Carpathian culture. Because what about, say, Greek mythology, for instance, or stuff like that? Doesn't that come from its own line almost, or is it really inspired? Is it a bit like Beowulf, where it's like the language itself, the genesis of writing, and the hero's journey and stuff? It's so fundamental to everything that we know of today that you can't divorce it. And so it is just, everything is just a derivative of these initial works, because these initial works have explored everything, right? Same with Shakespeare, same with, any major old writer is that sort of the case. I'm not really sure. Riot, welcome to your punishment chat. You've contributed, I forgot about you contributed 4,000 Canadian Tire dollars to total to the fill the cum jar challenge. I want you all to know that challenge is not going to get done. So you should save your points. I just did it for fun, but now I regret it. As if it were the center of some sort of imaginative whirlpool. You ride because you're waiting for the Nikki contest. You're out of luck. I'm only announcing it on Friday to give everyone ample time, but the mod does know in advance because she has access to the channel. If so, my stay may be very, very interesting. Memoir! I must ask the Count all about them. I said Beowulf is like the genesis of the hero's journey. Is Dracula by Bram Stoker the genesis of this trope of a person writing in their journal and then saying, note XYZ for later, or like, note must do this, or note I shit my pants? Like, is this where it comes from, or is this a writing device? Is this a literary device that was used beforehand? Or does it simply emulate how people used to write journals, right? Nowadays, I think journaling is a bit of a dead end. The closest we have to today's journaling is very much your Twitter, or your Shitter, your Blue Sky, your Tumblr, or even your own personal blog site if you're very technically inclined, right? Or if you go to NeoCities. In my mind, that to me says that intrinsically, the way that we journal and talk about our lives today is vastly different, because the medium itself has a sort of changed, right? Not necessarily evolved, but again, it's going back to that talk of modernity, right? That idea of modernity being about conciseness, about brevity, about getting a point across, and with very little flourish. I wonder how much that has affected the writing that we see today in people's personal lives, in their blogs and the journals. Because maybe this is what journal writing was before. And even now, in this day and age, the very little that I've heard of actual journal writing within a book has primarily been from people who are either from an older time when they did that stuff, so people like me, or if you go to therapy, when they ask you to journal your thoughts out so that you can get a grasp and begin to have a dialogue with yourself about what your thoughts are. Because it's something that you rarely, if ever, do, is you examine yourself, right? I'm curious to see how much of this is a snapshot in history versus just a literary device that's being memed upon. Or maybe it's the dead way around, that the meme is born from the reality and from modernity's almost cynical look at that olden time, in very much the same way that I said before at the very beginning, how we view old things as being dusty and cobwebbed, when that's not necessarily the case, but as a meme, as a joke, as a way of denigration almost. It's put journaling into this light, and it's why every single one with the trope of journaling ends up being something like, notes, I shit my pants or something. I did not, why did the image change? The image changed, the image changed. I didn't know that the image could change. The image changed to a milk jug. Sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. Two wolves inside of me. There was a dog howling all nights under my window, which may have had something to do with it. Or it may have been the paprika! It may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe and was still thirsty. Memoir. Stay away from the paprika. It will give me queer dreams. Towards morning, I slept and was awakened by the continuous knocking at my door, so I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then. Sorry. The reason why I'm laughing is because it's strange how these words have evolved, right? Because back then, and again, queer always meant weird, and in a way, when it was first used to describe gay people, right? It was in a way that original meaning also kind of meant in a very strange way. It was like they were making fun of gay people, and then they took back the term, right? And now it's actually a good thing to have. And you see this happen a lot with various words, right? And you see it happen more and more with even words that are very, very dangerous to say now. And so it was just very much the juxtaposition and that grab, the fact that history pulled me by my collar and pulled me back into this time. That's the thing that made me laugh. Not because I find the word queer or even being gay funny. It's just something about the juxtaposition between the here and the now and the then and the before that makes me go, wow, this book really is old. And then there was just something about the dog howling after I said the two wolves inside of me that was just almost just peak comedy. I had for breakfast more paprika and a sort of porridge of maize flour which they said was mamalaga. There's no way you put the comma before the ending quotes. I know there's different systems of when you decide where to put the comma. I'm gonna say it right now. Oxford comma is correct, and that comma is wrong. And eggplant stuffed with force meat, a very excellent force meat, which they call implatata. And a period before the ending quotation. That is disgusting. Ugh. Maybe modernity is good. Memoir. Get recipe for this also. And thus implying for Mina. I had to hurry breakfast for the train started a little before 8. Or rather, it ought to have done so. For after rushing to the station at 7:30, I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour before we began to move. It seems to me that the further east you go, the more unpunctual are the trains. I see the word China and I'm kind of afraid. What ought they to be in China? What does that even mean? I had to drink my French vanilla as a reaction to whatever that sentence was. What does that mean? What ought they be? What ought they to be in China? Next, I come across something that befuddles me, that bewilders me. I will ask aloud, what ought they to be in China? That's a very interesting phrase, right? And again, we're seeing pieces of this. Old books do have this interesting conundrum, I would say. It's a difficulty, truly, in trying to consume them as a piece of media because you're very much aware of the time that they come from. And you're very much aware of the history that they carry with them. It's in the back of your mind anytime you read an H.P. Lovecraft book and you see the ways that he talks about people and you see his viewpoints come across in his books, for instance. It's very hard to sort of look at that and still enjoy it necessarily. You have to divorce yourself from it in a way because the writing itself is actually very, very nice. And not to say that all old writing has these topics. A lot of the old writing that you read in life doesn't really touch on this. I don't think any, or maybe very little Shakespeare things even have this sort of language in it that, talks down on something. It's a very, very raunchy thing, but it's not a very offensive thing, I don't believe. Except if you're from a particular place. But let's assume that those places are, probably just fine. But books like this, where they very much throw ahead the language, the old words that we use, it throws you for a loop. And in a way, it's harder to consume because of two things, right? One is because there's a modern context to those words that makes it a little bit more uncomfortable, and you sort of see the subtext around this time and things that were acceptable are no longer, right? In this case, what ought they to be in China is a very strange phrase. It's not really bad, but and the word queer, like it's never been a bad word. Well, it was used as a bad word at some point, but then like it wasn't a bad word originally. Now it's not a bad word, right? I'm just talking about the word, not the concept. Yeah. But it's knowing the context of these words and then realizing that, oh wait, these things come from a certain period of time, that makes you sort of second guess and make sure that you have to double check and make sure that what you're reading is correct, and that it's not tainted by your understanding of the history. Because this sentence by itself is fine, but it's sort of tainted by the history in my mind of what thoughts on people from China were. I mean, in a lot of the world, Chinese people were sort of seen as not great for society. I can say this because I'm very much. I grew up not necessarily in this time, but I grew up with a lot of those sentiments as well. Not that I was a victim of those sentiments. You know what I mean? But also, there's another thing about this that makes these old books hard to read is that when you see these olden contexts being brought to life through the words, it pulls you out of the story. It's like somebody yanking you by the throat and saying, "Look, you're back in 18 something. You're back in 1865." And it's like, whoa! Like it shifts your mind because everything else that you read would fit in today's writing. It's sort of why I love old books still, because again, if a book is good and it's timeless and it stands the test of time and it becomes a classic in writing, then it's a classic for a reason. You can still read it and it's still just as enjoyable. But when you get pulled out of it and it forces you to analyze things all of a sudden, not because you want to analyze, but because it forces a clash and a conflict in your mind of what you know versus what it's trying to tell you, it's very jarring. It's very jarring. It's a very unpleasant experience because you were just in a moment and now you have to think about what ought they to be in China. What ought they to be in China? Anyone here from China? All day long we seemed to dawdle through a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we saw little towns. Little towns or castles on the top of steep hills, such as we see in old missiles. What? Oh, like missives, right? Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams which seemed, from the wide stony margin on each side of them, to be subject to great floods. It takes a lot of water and running strong to sweep the outside edge of a river clear. At every station there were groups of people, sometimes crowds, and in all sorts of attire. Some of them were just like the peasants at home, or those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and round hats and homemade trousers. But others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them, but they were very clumsy about the waist. What does that mean? Very clumsy about the what? What does that mean? They had all full white sleeves of some kind or other, and most of them had big belts with a lot of strips of something fluttering from them, like the dresses in a ballet, but of course there were petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slavics, okay? Who were more barbarian than the rest, alright? With their big cowboy hats, right? Baggy, dirty white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous, heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. That is a fascinating sentence because in this one paragraph, it's very, very explanatory. It's very, very... Is it expository? A suppository goes up your ass. Expository comes out of your mouth. there's a lot of language here. There's a lot of flourish. I will say the level of flourish is a little bit too much for my taste. But you definitely see the difference in sort of this writing versus a lot of the modern day novels. Not to say that not to say that the modern day sort of like quick bite novel or quick bite sort of fiction didn't exist before, but there was definitely a barrier that forced people to get really good at that stuff. And obviously the whole idea of like you could only really be an author if you were rich in the first place. But at the same time, we see this kind of language within A Song of Ice and Fire. So, it hasn't really gone away. But at least here we see it being used not just to describe nothing. It's not for no purpose other than to build a picture in your mind. Not to say that's not useful. It is useful, and it is good to draw a picture in someone's mind because it invites imagination. And it's a very easy tactic to invite imagination via a lot of very descriptive language because before you even notice, you're already in this mindset where you're imagining all these people, all these details, and you see them. You see them with your mind's eye, and you don't even notice that it's happening to you because the words that you're reading inject these images into your mind directly, right? It's in modern day parlance, it's a psyop. What's interesting though is that it also comes with a use. Its use here is for the contrast between the people who are here and the Slavics, right? The sort of like us versus them. There's a divide being drawn within the story at this point, and I wonder where it's going to go because divide around this time could mean anything, right? And it's not even about necessarily racism. It's just things are complicated in life, right? People don't get along for many different reasons. Not the least of which is sort of the history between people. Whether it's, history being made today or history being made many centuries ago. As I said before, we as humans, we're built from the history that we come from. It's indivisible from us. It is inseparable from us. It is a part of who we are. And so I wonder where this is going to go. Will it touch upon this sort of history that's maybe it's trying to tell us? Because I'm not sure about the history of these two groups. Or is it specifically just a fictional device that will lead to much ado about nothing? They wore high boots with their trousers tucked into them and had long black hair and heavy black mustaches. Where are we inside the roller coaster? Where are we inside the roller coaster? What's funny is that it's even more terrifying when you think that there are test dummies. Like, we are just a test dummy, and then you are surrounded by test dummies. By the way, I want to remind you all, this is a 10-hour roller coaster in Planet Coaster. The book is 10 hours. This is your punishment for betting against me. They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. That's an interesting word. Prepossessing. What does that mean? If I had to guess, prepossessing probably means that they have possessions of their own beforehand. You know what I mean? As a way to sort of view their status and their wealth. But let's confirm that. Prepossessing. That's a word that I haven't seen ever used. Attractive or appealing in appearance. I'm sorry. Did we just throw all the rules of language out the window? We have the word possessing, like possessing something, possessing some thing, some attribute, and presumably without any context, without any sort of meaning. Maybe it could mean maybe they own something, maybe they look poor, or you possess something, and so therefore you are wealthy with it and without, no matter what that thing is. And then to say, like a either in the sense of a predisposition, right, or in the sense of like a before the current time. How does that mean appealing or attractive? I hate English. On the stage, they would be set down at once as some old Oriental band of brigands. I didn't say that. The book said that. Brigands. They are, however, I am told, very harmless and rather wanting in natural self-assertion. It was on It was on the dark side of twilight when we got to Bistritz, which is a very interesting old place. Which, okay, that's a very interesting line. Which is a very interesting old... I'm sorry, just that, I could see myself writing that line for my book, for my audiobook. Not to say that I'm a good writer, but to say that this is the weakest line I've seen so far in the book. Which is a very interesting old place. It's just like, there's something so simple and comically amateur about that line. And yet it's interesting to see, a classical, now considered pro, using it. Because, again, it just sounds like a fan fiction line. Where it says so much about nothing. Being practically on the frontier. For the Borgo Pass leads from it into Bukovina. Bukovina. It has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. 50 years ago, a series of great fires took place, which made terrible havoc on 5 separate occasions. At the very beginning of the 17th century, it underwent a siege of 3 weeks and lost 13,000 people, and the casualties of war proper being assisted by famine and disease. Oh my god. Yeah, Dracula had directed me to go to the Golden Throne Hotel, which I found, to my great delight, to be thoroughly old-fashioned. For of course I wanted to see all I could of the ways of the country. That is a very, very interesting line. You get history about the place, you get history of what happened to them, and then during this paragraph, right at the very beginning, you get a hint of who Dracula is. We got a hint of who they were before. We knew that they were a nobleman, very rich as they were, very wealthy as they were, that they were able to name places after them. But not only that, we see the relationship of Dracula and the main character, who was Jonathan Harker. Jonathan Harker. And this almost, not subservience, what's the term? This almost employment of Harker by Dracula. Well, probably even subservience, really. I mean, a directed me to go to the Golden Crown Hotel. That's a fascinating relationship. Again, I've never read Dracula. I only know Dracula from the mythology of Dracula, of the vampire in Transylvania, sucking people's blood and terrorizing the lands. And I would want to say that 99% of my understanding of Dracula comes from Castlevania. So, I also imagine that he can turn into a giant demon, and he summons demons, and the only person who can beat him is a martial artist who has to wear a headband and use a whip, right? But it's always the mythology, even without being tainted or maybe augmented, I would say, by the game's mythology, the game's version of it, has always made that Dracula to be an opposing force to everybody else, to be a monster that must be beaten down, not as somebody who has power in the traditional power structures of the world, in human society. Subservient. So he's a sub. You are reading the journal of a sub. This is the life of a sub. I'm actually very curious to see how this goes now. And this is such a great intro, because again, it's a different type of reading, right? Before this book, I imagine most people had no clue about Dracula, because before this time, mythology and the ways that we know about it, the ways that this stuff spreads, is almost always through word of mouth, through oral tradition, right? Baba Yaga doesn't spread because of a book. No, Baba Yaga spreads because your mother tells you to go to bed, otherwise they'll grab you, and their mother said the same thing, and so on and so forth, right? Sometimes fathers too, we don't really know. But here, this book at the time must have been almost terrifying to read, because so much of it is based within a reality. How much of it was reality at the time, I don't know. But even then, I can imagine when this book came out, if I was able to read this book, I probably wouldn't know very much about the reality of the world in the first place. That it would feel just as real to me, that this is almost not really a novel, but more an account of a monster being born in our world, right? And yet, here, when we read it today in this modern context, we know the history and we know the mythology. And so we're seeing almost the genesis of it, but not necessarily the popular understanding of it, not even necessarily the fictionalized accounts of it through other bits of media like Castlevania and stuff, the series of games. But specifically, this one almost foundational retelling, or maybe underpinning, or maybe even, again, maybe even it is the seed of the mythology itself. And to see it in such a different context, it now makes me wonder which one was the cliche, right? Baba Yaga. Yeah, so I was trying to think of who is a good example that we all know about, and at least most of us have seen John Wick in the West, and otherwise you've heard of the real Baba Yaga. So I was like, yeah, it's close enough. But in my mind, the cliche was that Dracula was an evil vampire that you had to beat. And so when I read this and I see the cooperation between Harker and Dracula, it makes me go, wow, this is breaking the mold. This is writing its own thing. This is not sticking with the cliche. This is being its own thing. But then I remember this came before all of those. And so it makes me wonder, what was the cliche? Where did that come from? And is what we were reading, is what we know about from Castlevania, was that revolutionary at the time compared to the norm as it was back then, as we're seeing it now within this book? This is a very fascinating, again, this is why I like reading old books, because this surprises me and delights me and gets me curious. It makes me want to read more. It makes me want to experience the story, because it's an angle that I've never seen, because so much of media has him as the evil, not the cooperator, not the employer. It's fascinating. And honestly, I could even see this being a webtoon. I was evidently expected, for when I got near the door, I faced a cheery looking elderly woman in the usual peasant dress. White undergarments with long double apron, front and back, of colored stuff fitting almost too tight for modesty. When I came close, she bowed and said, "The Her Englishman." Now, I'm not going to give them accents because I have no clue what their accents are. "Yes," I said. "Jonathan Harker." She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man in white shirt sleeves. I feel like I'm an archaeologist or a linguist. Maybe, I mean, let's just say it. They're both the same thing. They're both unemployed, okay? Because the way that I'm reading this, the way that I'm understanding the story, and the way that I'm sort of unearthing the words, I feel like I'm doing live translation of the words from some arcane runic symbols into English. The way that I have to type it and slowly get more words from the bottom. It's strange. This is a very interesting way of reading it. True about the no jobs. So true, says the linguist in our chat. So true. Hey, you know what? If you want to be employed, you can just go on Twitch and start playing this as a game. Because hey, you can put your skills to use as you perform linguistic analysis on this book. Because again, it's because of the format, and it's very different from most books. Because most books require you to keep your focus. This forces you to keep your focus. In a way, I actually like this format for reading a lot more, because though it's staggered, and though it's painful because you don't really know the speed at which you move, it forces you to consume each word as they are, and then it forces you to consume the sentence as a whole, and then it forces you to consume the paragraph up to that point, and it forces you to see the context of these words within those three different views all at once, and then you naturally do Well, maybe not naturally, but then you do the textual analysis across the entire book thus far, right? It's a very, very interesting way of forcing that viewpoint, that understanding of the pieces of something that honestly, for me, at least personally, very often when I read something, very, very often I'll read and I'll sort of, the words will glaze over my eyes. My face, everything will be glazed. It's very hard for me to sort of go through a book and actually absorb the words that I'm reading and truly understand them in some way. Who had followed her to the door. So the elderly man's with her at the door. He went, but immediately returned with a letter. That was fast. My friend. I like the capitalization, very German. Welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow. Okay, I will say, I do miss this spelling of tomorrow, because to the morrow, like tomorrow is just two words. It's to the morrow. The morrow being the next, time. Like it's a very nice way of spelling it. And a lot of words are like this where they get condensed down into one single word, and I find it loses the flair and the meaning. It loses the beauty of the two words combined to form a greater meaning, and you almost forget that the sum is greater than the whole. Sorry, that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, because you don't even realize what the parts are. You just sort of see the one word as it is condensed down, and the beauty is lost on you without the necessary, historical context, and without the necessary, let's say, obsession with wanting to break down words into the constituent components that you have to do anyways if you're ESL like me. Today, exactly. Just like exactly like today, right? It's you lose that beauty of the human of the English language when things get condensed. I don't know if other languages necessarily do it, but in Vietnamese we do it too. In Vietnamese, it's actually kind of fucking crazy, because if you ever see someone type Vietnamese, I'm gonna say this right now: if you try to read Vietnamese, and you're trying to read like a text in Vietnamese, you don't even need to know Vietnamese. What you need is an online dictionary of like Vietnamese netizen typing texting standards, because the shorthands for some words, I don't understand who made them and why. The diligence will start for Bukovina. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula. This might be the best intro to a Dracula story I've ever read. And it's funny, again, that I say this, right? Because every Dracula story today is about Dracula being evil and us fighting Dracula. Whereas this, Dracula, is our friend. Genuinely, this is sort of the mainstay cliche of most webtoons, is this idea of the main villain actually becoming your friend at some point. And it's crazy to think about that. Again, maybe the things that we have in Castlevania, him being the evil monster to beat, was bucking the trend when it first came out. But when I read this now, back in this time and age, when the mythology has been so warped by our modern day fiction, I find it to be ever the more fascinating than whatever we have today. This is my Dark Academia era. The 4th of May. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count, directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me. But on making inquiries as to details, he seemed somewhat reticent, and pretended that he could not understand my German. I mean, I've heard from many German people that they don't understand other people's German, despite them speaking German, so it's like, I get it. This could not be true, because up to then he had understood it perfectly. At least, He answered my questions exactly as if he did. He and his wife, the old lady who had received me, looked at each other in a frightened sort of way. He mumbled out that the money had been sent in a letter, and that was all he knew. I love that sentence. I love this paragraph. It's so effective at really showing you the beginnings of the horror and the terror and the fear that people feel with the figure of Dracula, right? Like, this is where we're starting to really see who Dracula is and the effect that he has on people. That's more in line with, I think, the modern understanding, or probably the layman's modern understanding of the mythology, right? In the previous paragraph, he calls us a friend, and so we have this sort of relationship with him that feels good, that actually feels beneficial to us, but also that feels almost heartwarming and beautiful in its own way. I find friendship to be a very beautiful concept. A love with no with no like sexual romantic underpinnings, just a love, right? That's what friendship really is. And in this very next paragraph, we see that he seems to strike fear into everybody who even begins to think about him. And that says something. It says immediately that maybe the modern day retelling is actually just a derivative of this in more ways than we believe, and maybe this idea of him being the mortal enemy is actually going to show up in this book. We just haven't seen it yet. And maybe it's that slow burn as we slowly get introduced to how cruel and evil Dracula really is. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula and could tell me anything of his castle, both he and his wife crossed themselves, and saying that they knew nothing at all, simply refused to speak further. It was so near the time of starting that I had no time to ask anyone else, for it was all very mysterious and not by any means comforting. Wow. Just before I was leaving, the old lady came up to my room and said in a very hysterical way, I'm going to do a very stereotypical old lady voice, so just bear with me. Must you go? Oh, young hare, must you go? What is young hare? What hare? Her? A title or a form of address used of or to a German-speaking man, corresponding to Mr. Her. Oh, and also used before a rank or occupation. A German man. Wait, what? So, what? Wait, so you just called... Hey, actually, we do know... There's somebody in chat that we know that's a German. Okay, next time they show up, I'll just say, hello, hare. She was in such an excited state that she seemed to have lost her grip of what German she knew and mixed it all up with some other language which I did not know at all. I was just able to follow her by asking many questions. When I told her that I must go at once and that I was engaged on important business, she asked again. Do you know what day it is? I answered that it was the 4th of May. She shook her head as she said again, Oh, yes, I know that. I know that, but do you know what day it is? Now this is interesting. She's implying that it's not the time of year that's important. It is the significance of this day in this moment, almost like a festival or some cultural event, right? It's very specific to these lands of Transylvania that she's on about, or wherever we are. On my saying that I did not understand, she went on. There's this archaeology on YouTube who makes videos about linguistics on YouTube. Apparently now he sometimes does consulting / coaching for movies where they want to incorporate historical accents. So perhaps linguists with jobs aren't a myth after all. You know what's funny about that, actually? So there's this is one thing about older books that I find interesting. Okay, I don't think this book, I won't say suffers from it, but it comes up when you do Shakespeare. So when you do Shakespeare, when you actually perform it, basically every single school except for I think the theater academies, like the academies over in Britain, they teach you the modern day English version of it, where you pronounce it like modern day English. But there's research done, and we know that a lot of the words, the way that they were pronounced, was actually homonyms for slang in like old English. It's not medieval English, but like the old style of English at that time that was very raunchy and sexual. It's sort of why a lot of the meaning of Shakespeare is lost, right? A lot of Shakespeare was meant for both the lower classes, quote unquote, the hoi polloi, as well as nobility. He was very talented in that way. He was very skilled in that way. His way of writing, and that the words that he used could... Wait, is it Shakespeare? Who is it again? Sorry, I need to make sure that my names are correct, because I've been on a... Yeah, okay. Because the way that he wrote, it had all this beautiful flourish and meaning and all this flowery language that had a very different connotation for those above. And yet, if you were just listening in as a person, in the audience as like a normal person, it was this raunchy comedy about people having sex and talking about like eating titties and like sucking dick and stuff, right? But it's that double meaning that's so fascinating, that's sort of lost on us with modern day Shakespeare, because the English that we speak is not the same English. A lot of the pronunciations are gone, all that slang has died off, and yet it persists. It persists because so good was the writing that even without any of that, you have beautiful, beautiful stories that tell a timeless type of story that speaks to the human condition in many different ways, right? And it's funny that you mentioned the archaeologist thing, because I was thinking about this with this book, because there's another aspect about the older reading stuff where you could very much run into this problem with older books as well, right? We haven't run into this within Dracula, so we haven't really had to deal with this issue. But I imagine if it was any older, we may have had to deal with a lot of looking terms up, and even looking up how things were pronounced and the slang of the time to get an understanding of what it means. Because, again, some of these terms or phrases, they're starting to border on cryptic, right? Like, what, like that's one phrase. What ought it to be in China? What ought they to be in China? That's already starting to border on cryptic within the modern day parlance of English, within the modern day usage of it, within the ways that we speak and the ways that we choose our words and the way that we decide to combine them to form sentences, right? A lot of that meaning is sort of lost in us now. And I'm curious if we'll ever run into that, but it's a very fascinating topic. It's also a reason why I enjoy reading old stuff, but also why if you're reading old stuff, it's very hard to do, right? It's sort of... I don't fault people who don't read the old stuff, because again, there's a difficulty to it, right? It's very hard to read Beowulf. Incredibly hard. I'm still not fully finished either, and it's been years because I just kind of gave up at some point. And Shakespeare, I'm still learning more about this stuff from secondhand sources, because I didn't get like a full proper acting education. I didn't actually get to go and actually do these with like major good companies. It was mostly amateur / like very low quality places. So it's interesting to sort of see this stuff come to light. Anyways, what I'm saying is, yeah, as a linguist, you do have a job where you could potentially get to work with The Rock if he ever decides to do a modern day... Has The Rock ever done The Rock Shakespeare movie? Shakespeare on the Rocks. There's no way that he... Okay, good. I was very afraid that he already made like a Shakespeare, that he already acted in a Shakespeare movie. But when The Rock makes a Shakespeare retelling in modern day, you'll have a job done. It is the eve of... It is the eve of... Oh, sorry, this is the old lady. It is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not know that 2 nights... Oh, okay, maybe that's... I will say that's a weird spelling to me, but at the same time it makes sense because if today, tomorrow, and tonight is like that, then it says when the clock strikes midnight, all the evil things in the world will have full sway. Do you know where you are going and what you are going to? She was in such evident distress that I tried to comfort her, but without effect. Finally, she went down on her knees. Oh god, no. This is, I don't want to come, and implored me, okay, not to go. I was gonna say, is this gonna be like a sexual scene? Is this like a gum job scene? I don't want to read like, listen, I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't want to read sexual words. I find it cringe. I don't want to read, and then she went down on her knees and gobbled my cock, and then suckled on the tip of my penis with her tongue. Like, it just at least to wait a day or two before starting. It was all very ridiculous, but I did not feel comfortable. However, there was business to be done, and I could allow nothing to interfere with it. I therefore tried to raise her up and said, as gravely as I could, that I thanked her, but my duty was imperative, and that I must go. She then rose and dried her eyes, and taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it to me. I did not know what to do, for, as an English churchman, that's a funny sentence to say. I did not know what to do, for I, as an English churchman, I have been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous, and yet it seemed so ungracious to refuse an old lady meaning so well in such a state of mind. And I guess this is where we start to see the original, or maybe the pieces of the mythology involving crosses and stakes. She saw, I suppose, the doubt in my face, for she put the rosary round my neck and said, "For your mother's sake," and went out of the room. Hey chat, how are you? I actually really like this sentence. I like this sentence a lot. Also, welcome to the stream-wide punishment. This is the stream for the next 10 hours. I like this sentence a lot, this whole paragraph, because of one particular image that comes to mind. When you watch the Castlevania anime, when you watch the Castlevania anime, there's one scene in particular that harkens back to this idea of idolatry, this idea of religious worship for the sake of just worshipping something that isn't necessarily real. It's when the church and the entire town is invaded by, so some spoilers, is invaded by demons, and the Belmont, of whom I forget the name of, is there. I think his name. This was like season 1 or something, or season 2. This was Trevor. And when the demons go into the church and the priest says, this is, the hallowed ground of God. And then the demon says, God has forsaken this place. And then the priest dies. It reminds me of this moment, right? It's a very classical device that I sort of wonder where it came from, because it's sort of a common criticism of religion in general. And I wonder if this is also taking that criticism that existed beforehand, or if this is the genesis of that, right? Like how far back do we have to go to sort of see that trope being born effectively? What did I/chat do for this punishment? Well, now that you said me, I sort of wonder, is this a punishment for myself? I'm not really sure, but they did, okay, not that. They did this. When I did the poll about who won, me or the mouse, and all of you chose that the mouse won, this is just some might say this is an overreaction. I would say that you must stomp out dissidents within your Discord server before it's too late, right? I'm simply keeping the peace in my Discord server, all right? Letting you all know where I stand and where you sit. 7 votes. Yep. 0 votes for streamers. 7 votes. This is the highest poll turnout we've had thus far. That will never happen. That will never happen. You can't silence us, streamer. That will never happen. You can't silence us. I am writing up this part of the diary whilst I am waiting for the coach, which is of course late. It's also interesting that that he calls it a diary. I wonder when it's a journal versus a diary, and I wonder why diary became such a perceived feminine trait versus like a thing that masculine men do. When to me it has no bearing on who you are, but sort of like I've heard this concept very often, and I wonder if it's that same effect where like, you know, the more women are in something, the less masculine it's seen, and thus therefore the prestige of it goes down. I wonder if it's that same effect with this here. Not to say that it is, not to say that there's some deeper gender-based thing, but sort of just musing on this interesting way that these concepts almost disappear from certain circles of society, if that makes sense. And the crucifix, it's still around my neck. Whether it is the old lady's fear or the many ghostly traditions of this place, or the crucifix itself, I do not know. I don't know why I can't type the word crucifix. I think Jesus is in my fingertips and he's trying very hard. You know how people say Jesus take the wheel? Well, Jesus took over my hands and he doesn't want me to type crucifix because it hurts him. But I am not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. If this book should ever reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. Here comes the coach. What a great sentence. If this book should ever reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. And then so saying, you know, if I die, goodbye, my beloved. I will miss you so. And then in the very next sentence, oh, train's here, bye. It's just, there's something comical about this. I like the comedy in this so far, where there's something amusing about this character and how matter-of-fact he is, and how sort of to the point he is, and how little effort he puts into being so romantic, and how it always happens at the end of his work, right? He's a very work-first person. Media, it was always shown as the girls in a program would have one. That's what I'm thinking, right? But then it's like, was the media like a reflection of the changes in society at that time, or was the media the thing that pushed it? You know what I mean? Like, what was the source of it almost? But I do agree. I definitely agree that media definitely played a huge part in it, because again, exactly as you said, where a lot of the media is like, girls will diary, men will journal, girls will be on their bed writing a diary of like, I love Jake, the jock at school, and men will write a journal about, today I killed a pheasant. And I ate well tonight. I will tell my mother goodbye, for I have bird flu. Like it's just a very different vibe to it. There's no way I have to type this. My brother in Christ, this is the part of the book. Stars. 5th of May, the castle, Dracula's castle, the gray of the morning. By the way, I need to remind all of you, I type with 3 fingers, okay? I have 5 fingers, but 2 of the fingers, the pinky fingers, are useless. So I opt to type with 3 fingers, for the pinky is useless. And there's actually 2 things that are going to happen. 1, my wife is very thankfully donating a keyboard piano to us, so for the stream. So everyone say thank you to my wife. 2, to play the piano, you need your pinkies. And unlike my ring finger, it is not larger than my index finger. It's actually so deformed and so small that I wonder, will I ever be able to type anything at all? In fact, you can see it, because do you see those hands? Do you see those hands at the bottom of my screen? Those are my hands. These are my real hands that I programmed. I programmed this. This is a WebGL program to type the word cum dumpster with my real hands. Oh man, why did I learn to program? I learned to program to make shitposts. I'm not even kidding you. This is a real. Right now, it's running Electron. The keyboard at the bottom is a WebGL 3JS program. Well, just scene that I made, and then it's the hands typing the word "cum dumpster" in a sequence before resetting title. I wanted some more shaking animation to it, but I couldn't do it, and I wanted some more fire to it, but I was lazy. Because what I wanted to do was the more that I type and the more consistently that I type, the more it would like heat up, and then there would be like a multiplier. But I got lazy. But yeah, Pog, exactly. The piano keyboard will come soon. I just need to find a charger for it. The morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged. Whether with trees or hills, I know not, for it is so far off that big things and little are mixed. I am not sleepy, and as I am not to be called till I awake, naturally, I write till sleep comes. Naturally, I do nothing until sleep comes, because I will not be called until I... This is basically, he just said... You remember how he said there's no flourish in writing anymore? I announced in the stream announcements channel that I slept in. What Harker says, he announces that he will write until until sleep takes over him, for he will not have to do anything until he formally wakes up. There's something funny about how many words he uses to say that he's going to sleep in. There are many odd things to put down, and lest who reads them may fancy that I dined too well before I left Bistritz. Let me put down my dinner. Exactly. No, you'll have to do this. No, please don't. Stop talking about your fucking dinner. You've done this 4 times. You've done this 4 times. How many times do I need to read about this food? God damn it. Is this the book? Is this the book? Is this what Dracula is? I swear to God, Dracula. We have only... There have been 3 lines about Dracula. 3. There have been 3... Maybe... Okay. There have been... There's only been 1 total paragraph about Dracula. Everything else was about Germany and food. Everything else was about Germany, food, and religion. I don't understand. Who? I dined on what they called robber's steak. Bits of bacon, onion, and beef, seasoned with red... Wait, that sounds amazing. Red pepper. And strung on sticks. And roasted over the fire. Wait, that's just a skewer. That's not... Well, it's not a robber's steak. It's just a skewer. In the simple style of the London cat's meat. What the fuck? What? London cat's meat. Okay, so let me read this for you. Let me show you actually. Let me read this for you. There's a Reddit thread that is titled okay, there's a I searched up London cat's meat, exactly as you see typed there, okay? The first result is a Reddit thread in the in the r/London subreddit. The title is Pray. I'm not done. Pray tell, what is London cat's meat? Pray tell, what is London cat's meat? Full quote. I dined on what they called robber's steak. Again, it's a reference of... First result on Google is street stalls in London included watercress sellers, costermongers. What? Watercress sell... Dude, watercress... What do you mean? Who the fuck likes watercress? What? You're telling me there were dudes who made a living selling watercress? Nobody likes fucking watercress. What? Who eats watercress? Wait. Watercress sellers of the 1800s in England were the same class as costermonger, however, thought selling costermonger is a person who sells goods, especially fruits and vegetables from a hand cart in the street. Costermongers thought selling watercress was beneath them. So most watercress sellers were female and either young, old, or suffering with some infirmity. Wait, watercress was seen as a peasant herb? And so therefore, those who ate and traded and partook within the distribution of watercress was seen as lower human beings. Wow. That's amazing. The first customer of the day was usually the mechanic who dined on the cresses for breakfast. What the fuck is going on in London? What the fuck is going on in the 1800s in London, England? That your breakfast is watercress and you eat London cat's meat. What the fuck is going on? It feels British, man. What the fuck? If you think they sold cat meat, you're entirely wrong. Oh, when a cat meat seller sold was meat to cats. Oh, London cat's meat is meat that you sell to your cats. It was horse meat. What? It was horse meat that the seller acquired from horse slaughterers known as knackers. Wait, isn't knackers like massive titties? Isn't that what it means? Like you have a huge, or is it? Oh, knockers. Sorry, knockers is right? Huge knockers. Huge knockers on regular women archive. Something memorable. Tumblr.com/archive. There are so many titties. Holy shit. Okay, don't search up huge knockers. I'm gonna save this link for later. Don't ask. Brits have always been the crazy. You know, knackered is tired. That's it. Knackered is tired. Huge knockers is titties. Yes, that's what it is. Anyways, if you search huge knockers, the first result is a Tumblr blog called, my god, huge knockers on regular women. And I don't know why. Why is this the first result on Tumblr? Why is this the first result on Google? What? Lower form of knacker. A person who buys worn out or old livestock and slaughters them to sell the meat or hides. A person who buys discarded structures and dismounts them to sell the materials. A caller and harness maker employed chiefly by farmers. So why does knackered mean tired? I guess it makes sense if you think about it in terms of labor, right? Labor, blue collar labor, quote unquote, is always tiring, right? People always say like, oh, streaming is the hardest job, and like it is, but like also, you know, killing horses is also kind of hard too. Butchered, yeah, exactly. The wine was golden mediash, which produces a queer sting on the tongue, which is, however, not disagreeable. You know what's funny is that there's something interesting about the way that people never wanted to say weird before, right? Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Welcome to your punishment, everyone. Again, as a reminder, this is all your punishment because you all voted against me. You all voted for the mouse. We're gonna be here for 10 hours, maybe even maybe 11 hours. How far are we inside the roller coaster? Chat, this is a 10-hour roller coaster ride. We're only about 1 hour in. We're getting close to the hand, though. Oh, we're so close to the hand. I think another couple hours, and we should be able to reach the hand. Why is time going so fucking fast? Why did it just immediately became day time? Did the mouse win? How dare you? No. But also yes. We found a second mouse. We found many mice, but we found another mouse after I left. So, maybe. The mouse lost allegedly. I like how you said allegedly, because it feels like there's something, you know what I mean? Like it feels like cope. It feels like, yeah, exactly, Chad. It feels like cope, pure copium. The modern day idea of disingenuity and discrediting somebody is saying that you're huffing copium. Mice never lose, they always come back. So true. So true. They actually never stop. Alright, only a couple of glasses of this. And nothing else. Of the golden meat. Okay, so now we're done dinner. What happens after dinner? When I got on the coach, the driver had not taken his seat, and I saw him talking with the landlady. They were evidently talking of me, for every now and then they looked at me and some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door, which they call by a name meaning ward bearer. Oh, that is a great name. Wait, that's actually really interesting. That they called them by the name meaning ward bearer, as in they come bearing word, basically a messenger. That's a very I do like that. So, what is this game? So, this is a game. This is, it's less of a. This isn't a game. This is what happens when you go to a bookstore, and you want to buy Dracula by Bram Stoker, but the bookstore has gone the way of modern day gaming and has implemented microtransactions. So you pay per word, basically. It's a pay as you read model. Right? Like, you know how Amazon Kindle right now, you can rent books digitally? It downloads to your device, and then your device automatically deletes it after a certain time. And then they encrypt it with a key that's only available from the server. That sure, you can actually pull down and hack yourself, but like, most people can't do that. Now imagine if they didn't do that, and Amazon realized that they could make more money off of you by going even further, by writing a custom stream protocol built on top of not TCP, but UDP, okay? Custom stream protocol that streamed over every single word that you wrote to you, letter by letter, as you read the book. And it had the AWS style pricing of 5 cents per CPU time. That's what this game is. Came and listened and then looked at me, most of them pityingly. I could hear a lot of words often repeated. Queer words. For there were many nationalities in the crowd. POV, this is what I think very often when I stream. There's a lot of you from everywhere, and it's very interesting to see the ways that all you all write. Because I don't know what the fuck all of you say. So I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag and looked them out. That's a funny sentence. That feels like something that you would write to make fun of the nerd character in like a bullying sequence, right? I could hear a lot of words often repeated, queer words, for there were many nationalities in the crowd. So I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag and looked them out. I must say, they were not cheaping, cheering to me, for amongst them were Ordog, Satan, Pokol, Hell, Stragoika, Witch, Vrolok, and Vilkosklak, both of which mean the same thing, one being Slavic and the other Serbian, for something that is either werewolf or vampire. Memoir, I must ask the Count about these superstitions. Now that's funny. Chats and their queer words. Gauge. Now this is a very interesting thing that we're seeing, right? Again, harking back to that idea of we're reading this book from a modern day lens, and thus an understanding of the mythology before it was born. When you were reading this book at the time in the 1800s in London, okay, as you were eating your watercress salad in the morning, and having some London cat's meat in the afternoon with your cat, you wouldn't know about Dracula. Dracula would be just a mythology that you might have heard offhand, but you didn't really know anything about. And so the word Dracula has no connotation with the vampire. And so when you read this, you just sort of think, oh, Count Dracula, they must be such a good friend, and they must be so knowledgeable that they'll tell us about things. But us reading back into this story now from this modern day context, we know that, oh my god, wait, like, my brother in Christ, no. They're talking about Dracula because he is the spawn of Satan. He is a vampire. He's gonna eat you, man. Don't go. That's why they're talking behind this door. And it's context that back in the 1800s, you would only think about by the end of the book. You'd have to go back and read the book twice to really understand that point. Once you know about Dracula and who they are as a vampire, by the end of the book, presumably, right? Versus today, when we can sort of foresee this immediately and go, "Oh man, you're not gonna have a good time, Harker." Nosferatu. How about Yasferatu? You know, sometimes I wish all of you were more famous and like skilled in the sense of, I wish some of you were directors. Like, you know how recently there was the Nosferatu movie? I wish that you wrote the Nosferatu movie, because I want you to write like a Gen Z Zoomer Gen Alpha spin-off of Nosferatu. Yes, for a Tua on that thing. Dash dash Satan, dash dash hell, dash dash witch. Interesting names for Unix command line options. It's actually it's actually the command line options that you have to use when you use the Windows installer from the terminal. Like, because there's two installers. There's like there's the attended one where you have to click through the buttons, and then there's the unattended one that sysadmins use. And the way that you use it is you plug in the USB and you have to type wininstall.exe dash dash Satan dash dash hell. It's actually it's a very well known thing. It's just we don't really talk about it. You know, this is a sanctified stream, okay? Nosferatu. Oh God. What happened to us? What happened to us as a society, right? What happened to us as a society that this has become language? Like, look at the language that we had before, okay? Look at the language that we had a long time ago in a distant time. What ought they to be in China? And now Nosferatua, yes for a tour on the thing. The mice won, that's why. The internet happens. I want to go back to 1800 London. When we started, the crowd round the indoor, which had by this time swelled to a considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers towards me. Wow, that's actually very intense. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what they meant. He would not answer at first, but on learning that I was English, he explained that it was a charm or guard against the evil eye. I do find it kind of funny that you can make a cross with your fingers and that's enough to summon God. You know what I mean? Like, imagine being God and just every day you're being summoned to a new place. And you're just always busy, right? Somebody starts to like wash their hands, and you know how you do the washing hands motion where you rub your hands in between each other and to like get the soap in there, and somebody accidentally makes the cross. All of a sudden there's like a blinding white light in your washroom, and you hear angels like singing, and there's eyeballs everywhere because like the canonical angel is a being with a bunch of eyeballs. And then God says, "Fuck! Again?" Hate when that happens. This was not very pleasant for me. Just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man. By the way, it's also funny that he was only told the truth when they said that he was English. This implies one of 2 possibilities, right? One is that they look at the Englishman and they go, "You idiot," or they look at the Englishman and they go, "Oh, well, we have to save you, right? Because you are the main character because you're English." But everyone seemed so kind-hearted and so sorrowful and so sympathetic that I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse of which I had of the inn yard and its crowd of picturesque figures, all crossing themselves as they stood around the wide archway. With its background, oh god, this is very hard to type. Again, I'm typing with 3 fingers. It's kind of hard to get going. With its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees in green tubs clustered in the center of the yard. Then our driver, whose wide linen drawers covered the whole front of the box seat. What? Linen drawer? What? Why do I have a Nordic keyboard? I'm very glad someone noticed this. So I googled. So I went to my usual website to get like a stock image of a keyboard, and I was like, oh, good. There's a stock image in nice high quality that isn't like a weird pose. Because a lot of stock images that are like amateur, they tend to do like a posed photo set of sorts, where they take like a cool angle on the keyboard. But when you want assets to like do stuff, you want one that's just covered in like a very nice background for you to crop it, right? So this was the only one. So I took the photo, and then it's funny because again, this whole thing is programmed within Electron. Like, this is actually an Electron program running right now. Is the keyboard typing that spells cum dumpster, right? So as I was making it, I was like, why is there a Z beside my T? I was like, oh shoot, this isn't a QWERTY keyboard. This is not an English keyboard. This is an entirely different keyboard. But I've never seen a QWERTZ keyboard, so I didn't know what this was. So I just kind of left it. The thing is, though, is that it does still work, because at least compared to an English keyboard, you can spell cum dumpster with the exact same motion, and so the effect is still there. It's just a little funny if you look very closely that you realize, wait, this is a Nordic keyboard. Look at that small shift. Little, I'm not comparing or anything, but when you look at a Canadian and an American keyboard, the size of our shift key is massive compared to your tiny pinky-sized Nordic shift. That keyboard is taking 3 gigabytes of your RAM right now. Let me check, actually. How much RAM is it taking? Let's see. It is, let's see, details, performance. Okay, let's go to, what's it called? Electron. It is. It is. Gotza, they call them. Right, his addresser cracked his big whip over his 4 small horses, which ran abreast. We set off on our journey. Now, what's funny is that the only reason why I chose Electron is because... You want a technical breakdown? Let's just do a technical breakdown, okay? Let's just have small break from typing, okay? Because we're going on a journey. Let's pretend like we're RPing as hardcore. POV, you're hardcore. You're on a carriage journey to Dracula's domain. But first you have to get past Mr. Bones' wild ride, right? The funny part, the only reason why I chose Electron to program the keyboard is because I needed background reading of keyboard input state. You can kind of do it via the Bluetooth API by programming something specifically to pull in like the keyboard values from your OS to your browser, but you still need focus on it to even consume it, because browsers don't just let you write a keylogger. So there's a lot of security around it. Electron, thankfully, has the ability to run a node server in where you can bypass a lot of the security offerings that browsers give you. In effect, I opened up a loophole on my machine using a very good library called Node Global Key Listener in order to listen to my keys, pass in the key that I type over to my web browser running within Electron over the IPC bridge or whatever it's called, to then use that to determine when I should type CUMDUMPSTER. That's the only reason why I did it, was because browsers didn't let me keylog myself. Hi, me. Would you prefer as a short thing because it's Twitch and no one uses full names? Hahaha, XD. Very true. Why are we all in such a rush? Hello, chat. How are you? You know, just call me anything. People are calling me Licky or Lick. People just call me Lucky or Lick or Lee or Licker. I don't give a fuck. I don't care anymore. Everyone's calling me terrible names. I don't have any choice in the matter. Never mind, that's a German keyboard. Lick. The small shift is also sometimes present on English keyboard. You also have the small shift. Very nice for the angle mode. What? How the message for using blocked terms? Wait, why is it blocked? Oh, no, yeah, sorry. I was trying to do this thing. I was actually trying this out a long time ago. You can't So I found this out, so don't try this. You can't block suffixes. You have no idea how you did that. And it's because a long time ago, I tried to block prefixes and suffixes because I thought the chat block was a lot more advanced. Like I thought it was like a regex. So I was trying to make it so that everyone spoke in current tense because I thought that was funny, and with no adjectives. But it didn't work. How do I change that? How do I change that? Manage moderation settings. Block terms and phrases. Okay, don't do that term. Don't do that term. By the way, I blocked the term graphic designer. I don't know why I blocked graphic designer. I actually have no clue. My keyboard doesn't have a caps lock key. Wait, what? What do you mean? Tell the message for using private block is graphic designer. Graphic designer. Oh, there's a loophole. Graphics designer. Time to block it. Time to block graphics designer. Thank you for testing this out, graphics designer. Graphic design. POV. You're POV. You're a graphic designer, and you're showing up inside my chats, and you wonder why you can't talk about your job like it's taboo. Graphics designer. How dare you use the ever rare but ever present O spelling of designer of designer. Thank you all. Ah, you use the dash. Graphic designer. Graphics designer. Graphics designers. Graphic design. Alright, try it now. Everyone pretend like you're a graphic designer. Tell me about your job. Design a graphic. Picture maker. I give up. You won. You all won. What are we doing? Oh yeah. So yeah, that's why I made the keyboard with an Electron. It was all just I just had to. I wish there was another way. I know that there's like a Bluetooth keyboard API which does work on focus, but you have to actually program it for your Bluetooth device, like or like you have to actually program the protocol for your hardware device, because there's no generic keyboard control as far as I know, and so you have to write your own thing to like translate the events coming in from your keyboard. It's like the hardware API or something, but I was like, I'm not gonna do that for like a 5-minute bit. Well, it's gonna be a 10-hour bit, but love how you've been here for like 3 minutes and we're already attempting to 1984 an entire profession. 1984 an entire profession. That's a great phrase. That is an amazing phrase. Thank you. Thank you. That is English. That is amazing English. Nothing happened. There is no war in the game crash. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. This is why you don't upset Comrade Corey. This is why you don't upset Comrade Corey. Oh, I love English. Some days I wake up and I go, oh man, Dracula again? I hate English. And other days I read 1984 an entire profession and I go, I love English. You mean lick? Honestly, whatever you guys call me, we'll just see what picks up traction, right? Eventually, one of these names will be the name that everyone uses, and from then on, that's what we use. Is the music off? No. I soon lost sight and recollection of ghostly fears and the beauty of the scene as we drove along, although had I known the language, or rather, languages which my fellow passengers were speaking, I might not have been able to throw them off so easily. Before us lay a green, sloping land full of forest and woods, with here and there steep hills crowned with clumps of trees or with farmhouses, the blank gable end to the road. You mean lick? Stick did stick. It did stick, right? So lick is probably gonna lick too. But Comrade Corey is genuinely funny. I think, like, lick is good. It's, like, kind of funny in its own way. But Comrade Corey, in the context of me trying to 1984 all graphics designers from my chat, that's hilarious. Lick it did lick. Want to find a picture of your friends? You can't. Haha. Next time, hit your targets. Next time, gotta find someone. This is now a 1984 chat. All graphics designers are going to the gulag. There was everywhere a bewildering mass of fruit blossom. Apple, plum, pear, cherry. And as we drove by, I could see the green grass under the trees spangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst these green hills of what they call here the middle, ran the road, losing itself as it swept round the grassy curve, or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine woods, which here and there ran down the hillsides like tongues of flame. That is a beautiful turn of phrase. I actually really enjoy that imagery, tongues of flame. By the way, this is why I will never program on stream. But oh yeah, sorry, I'm gonna bring back programming on the stream. We're going to program on the stream soon. But we get distracted so often by these weird side tangents and these topics that we have no clue what's going on. This is a representation of programming on stream. The amount of effort and thinking and focus that you need to do to read a book is the same thing. And then somebody says, stick did stick, and I go on a tangent about how, like, yes, you did define my identity, and therefore I am your perception, and parasociality is simply the reality of your subjective experience becoming truth in a subjective world trying to seek objectivity. So, you need to bite the bait. What on earth is this? This is a game. It's okay, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said half an hour ago. The parasocial rant, classic. This is a game, or it's not really a game. It's like, what was the analogy again? Imagine if Amazon made Kindle like AWS, where you paid per CPU time for it to stream over the words of the book that you're reading. And the book that you want to read is Dracula by Bram Stoker. This is a game about typing the Dracula Bram Stoker book, but you can't read ahead. You have to type everything out by yourself. So it's like, I'm Bram Stoker. We're Bram Stoker, and we're typing the book out. Or we're Jeff Bezos churning Kindle into a streaming service where they literally stream the words to your device at 5 cents per CPU time hour. Changing name every month. No, every 2 months. Twitch only allows you to change the name every 60 days. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over it with a feverish haste. So it's a scribe simulator? Scribe simulator. Actually, wait a minute. Let me write that down. That's a pretty good idea for a game. Hold up. Wait a minute. Think about this. New game concept. New game concept, okay? POV, you are a transcriber in a courtroom. Holy shit, chat. We have a new game. Courtroom transcription. Have I already done this? Transcription. Transcribe. I'm doing a global search on my notes. This will take 10 seconds. Oh, I made this a karaoke game. AI transcription of the song? Wait, no, not AI. It was just caption. I didn't write AI. Courtroom transcription game. Transcriber or a translating media between two warring factions, both would work. Holy fuck, that's even better. Okay, wait. So I think 2 separate games. I want the courtroom one to be about how difficult it is to transcribe in a tense situation, right? So about here, okay, switch the window view. We need a new view. Wait, shit, I need a is the huge Knocker's Tumblr page gone? It is. Okay, good. So I need to do Obsidian. Oh, it got it perfectly. Nice, good. Automatic. Window title must match. Okay, cool. Is there? Did I? I didn't leak anything. Okay, good. It works so well. The keyboard actually works so well. So this one, the courtroom one, I think could be a lot. I think it's different from the warring one. This one I want to be about the difficulty transcribing a courtroom procession while all the shit, while Judge Judy level events happen in the courtroom with a sprinkling of Dr. Phil and what's that show where it's like you are not the father. Where's that from again? The Maury Show. The Maury Show. So with the sprinkling of Dr. Phil and the Maury Show level antics, right? So it's more about, can you keep the focus and can you start to understand things and can you capture every single event as it happens and can you describe accurately the ways that things are going down, right? As it's happening within the courtroom, that's sort of dynamic. Then I need to hide this because I can't show you the rest of the most. Then we do the mediator. The warlord mediator typing game. Okay, so this so what an amazing name. What an amazing name. The warlord mediator typing game. And then the courtroom transcriber typing game. Okay, so the warlord mediator typing game is exactly as you said, mediating between two warring factions and warlords, trying your best to get the point across without offending the other person. Okay, so this is hard because you need to hard because they both hate each other and say the worst things about each other in their native tongues, but you have to package it up in a nicer way and still capture the main point of it. You know what I mean? So there's two different. So the courtroom one is about focus and trying to cut through all the noise to get an accurate retelling of what's going on. The warlord mediator one is about trying your best to understand what they're trying to say and trying to say it in a way that respectfully gets it across. Oh, taking care not to stumble over any possible cultural no-nos, e.g., like references to the number of death for an Asian warlord. You know what I mean? Like that's interesting to me because then it's like, oh no, like you have to think about these things and you have to somehow get the message across within a reasonable time before negotiations break down. And then maybe it's like taking some liberties here and there to make up meaning and words in order to try and help the negotiation along, even if it wasn't actually said. I like that. Maybe not typing game, maybe like Orwell, where you select the words themselves and rearrange them on a palette. That might be easier to do because otherwise we have to involve an LLM, and I won't do that. Did you know you can use the stenography they use for courtroom transcription on your Wait, what? Really? Post it in Discord because I'm curious about it. I won't use it, but I'm curious about it. The final level of the courtroom should just have police squad level naming policies. What is... I've never heard of police squad, but now I want to know. Police squad. Oh my god. Wait, no, I've seen this. Yeah, we should. Wait, that would be amazing actually. Where let's say vibes for the game should be similar to police squad. I think that would... Okay, that's an amazing way of doing it. I think I like that. Vibes for the game should be like the police squad. Steno. Steno. Oh, I'm actually excited about this one. Okay, these are good game ideas. These are very good game... Okay, I'll save these ideas for later. We need to get back to Dracula. You see why I can't program on stream, or like I try to program on stream and it's hard? It takes the game crash. It takes a significant amount of effort to sort of like keep focus and not be distracted. Not to say that it's like a distracting thing to do, but I recognize that it's difficult for me to keep a good thought on something without forgetting about what I've done, and then going back to what I was doing from before, and then being able to actually like build progress without losing all that built-in context and knowledge in my head. Right? I simply don't have the mental capacity for it anymore. Time for you to hop off for now. No worries, chat. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for giving us the idea of a courtroom transcription and a warlord mediation game. You are going to be credited for both of them, actually. Let me just credit them now. Red Schnipper Panda. Is it Schnipper? It is Schnipper. Sniper. Mr. Red. Thank you for the ideas. You are now named. You are explicitly named because you gave the ideas. You tried to learn the stenography thing before you broke your ortho keyboard. What is a ortho? Oh, like orthographic, or orthogonal, or what's that called again? Orthopedic. You have an ortho split keyboard. I do too. My keyboard is actually not like the one you see on screen. Mine's actually nice. You have a billion more ideas than you could ever realize. Well, if you ever want someone to make it, you know what this is? I realize what my stream is. Like, one time I got into an Uber, right? One time I got into an Uber and I was coming back from like a work meeting thing because I had to go, right? And it was like 5 hours after work, so it was very late. And then the guy who was driving the car, he's like, "Hey, what do you do for work?" And I was like, "I'm a programmer." And he stopped the car. Like, I'm not kidding. He stopped the car on the side of the road, put in his emergency lights. It wasn't even like a small road. It was like a main road. He just stopped the car, pulled out a bunch of papers from his like a glove compartment. I thought he was gonna shoot me. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought he was going to shoot me because I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm dead." And he pulls out a bunch of papers and he's like, "Good, I need an engineer." and then he starts explaining to me about his biochemical plant that he wants to build. And I'm like, wrong engineer, man. But anyways, well, the point I'm trying to get at is that my stream is like that. My stream is like that, where it's like I stream and then you all come in and you know that I can program and you know that I can write, and then you give me your ideas and you psyop me. You psyop me, chat. All you psyop me into building the games that you want to see, that you've had ideas for, because you can't program, but I can. You psyop me into doing this for you. It's genius. It's actually, that should be the concept of my stream from now on. Is a continuous psyop to get me to make the things that you want to play. I think that's actually genius, right? It's like a shittier AI. It's like a shitty LLM that can't code very well, takes like 10 times as long, and costs no money. Hello, chat. How are you? You were reading what I was writing. Yes, we're writing some Dracula, some beautiful Dracula by Bram Stoker as punishment, because all of you bet against me with the mouse. All of you said the mouse won, and it didn't. I won. The car stopped, and Eatley was like, "Oh god, here comes the 1984. Your keyboard was split as well. It's not as easy as to stand on a normal stack keyboard since you need to press several keys with one finger and also need more. Wait, what, really? I don't know if I want to use it then, because I'd rather just like type normally, you know what I mean? Versus like doing like chords and the combos. You need a snow clearing engineer after being away from home. You have so much snow to clear from the roofs and the yard and the road. So you posted photos of your place, like for the Christmas time, and I still haven't had the time to like fully check it out fully. But how much snow did you get, right? Because here in Canada, well, at least within my area of Canada, not that much snow yet. It's slowly traveling down from the northern side. We're very much empty at the moment, which is kind of sad. I'm curious how much snow all of you have gotten so far, because right now, nothing. We have nothing. The land is dry. It's a little chilly, but that's about it. Corey, can you make me a game where you exactly, yeah, you just all psyop me. Hey, you know what, if you do need a snow clearing engineer, I do have an easy way to clear snow. It's fire. If you put your house on fire, the snow will disappear that same night, along with your house. So far the snow is deep, around 80 centimeters deep in the yard. 80 centimeters to inches. That's 31 inches. Wow. Holy shit, that's a lot of inches. That's a lot of snow, actually. Jesus. Well, good luck. I can see why you need a snow engineer now, because I can barely shovel. I want to say that my limit for enjoying shoveling is like 30 centimeters at best. 20 to 30 centimeters at best. Because at that point, you're really struggling. And then you go to 80 centimeters, and it's like you don't really shovel anymore. You dig. You slowly dig into the floor as you're trying to break up the ice that forms underneath the snow. Which, that's a whole different problem, right? Like, you really are engineering at that point. Because it's a bit like building the foundations of a building in clay and trying to get past the slate and the stone to get down to, and then past the clay to get down to the bedrock. So, good luck. Not that much snow here either. You wish that we had that much snow. I really do wish so too, yeah. But maybe not 80 centimeters. That is a bit much. You get a tractor for the road and the yard, but the roof is hand cleared, and some parts of the yard need to be done by hand. Yeah. Actually, I wonder if you... I'm assuming the slanted roofs don't really work, right? Because then it's like, it just kind of builds up. Or is your place more of like a flat roof? Because I always assumed that like a slanted roof would work. Although, actually, you could actually... So a fire is a real tactic. Not like a real fire, but like... I've seen what many people do is they heat up their rooftop. So they heat up the rooftop from the inside, and then it melts off the layer, and then it naturally avalanches off the side. Not to say that you should do that, because I think you will go on fire, but it is a possibility. If you want to try it, and you have like an attic that you can reach, and you won't die of smoke inhalation, but... A lot of inches. That's a lot of inches, and I don't know if I would want to do that. No, roof works because snow melts on the roof and then freeze the roof. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck, and stay safe. Don't slip off, because that's scary. A lot of ifs there. You know, I when people say I recall or I think or maybe or if or so, they're effectively, I'm trying to build like a legal moat, right? Because lawyers can't pass the legal moat. It's filled with legalese crocodiles that spin fancy words at you and say phrases that basically alleviate me of all guilt and responsibility for the harm done to your personage. That's why I say so many complex words, much ado about nothing, to protect me from the ever-present possibility that some of you will take my advice seriously and will actually put your house on fire. And then the roof snow deep built up. Ice roof. Yeah, even like the ground snow, right? Like, because as much as I love snow, I do hate that the bottom freezes over. It's frustrating too, because when you get to the ice part, your only solution is to either salt it or quite literally dig it out. And it gets frustrating because the ice portion of it is the hard part. The snow portion I'm fine with to a degree in terms of like the weight of fresh snow is pretty light, but then as it gets more packed in, it gets heavier. This is a very like snowy region talk, all right? Like this is the most Canadian thing that you'll ever hear me talk about besides ketchup chips and then bags of chips, right? There's a level of complexity to clearing snow that I never enjoyed, and I always wondered, why don't we just keep the snow there? Because realistically, if you only need one spot to leave the house from, right? To me, I think you should just leave the snow there to melt over time and to slowly build up, because it's not like anything can live in the snow to kill you. We don't have dune worms like that can live in snow. The problem is that here, within my city, you get fined by the city if you don't clear things. Even if you have a small passageway for like mail or something, they will fine you for not keeping a clear access to see your home or something. And I don't really know why, because it's like if a fire truck can get through, it's fine. But yeah, it's if I had the option, I would be surrounded by a mountain of snow and like green grass. It sounds dumb. It's kind of dumb. There's a lot of ordinances in the city where it's like, you need to keep your yard clear, your lawn clear. You need to keep your space clear. You need to make sure that like people can get through. You need to make sure that there's things that you can see. Like it's It's annoying. There's some reasons for it, like it's a safe haven for pests if your grass is very very high, and so they don't want like an explosion of rats. And fire trucks have to get through. But if you have that, I'm like, I don't really know if you need the rest of it. So, plus I do think it's funny to live in an ice castle, just a way for the government to just steal more money. Now we are a true communist Corey 1984 chat. The graphics designers are gone. They're in the gulag. The government is stealing art to like train AI. This is an amazing. I just want you all to know this is the first stream of 2025. Like, this sets the tone for 2025. This sets the tone. This sets the tone for the rest of the year. It's Communist Corey, 1984. Graphic designers in the gulag, art being stolen to train AI and to steal more money. I'm going to be banned. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, right. We were slowly making our way to Dracula's castle. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgopund. So this is a very interesting sentence, because the way that the sentence is sort of said is, it implies that this journal is written in future tense, which is weird because it's not really, but maybe I'm reading it wrong, right? When he says, I could not understand then what the haste meant, I can't tell if it's just a fancy way of saying, or like a very flourishing, oh shoot, the book is not on screen, sorry. It's just a very flourishing way of saying, oh, the game crashed. It's a very flourishing way of saying, oh, like, I don't understand at this moment right now what it means. Or if it's actually looking back into the past from a future perspective, like it's hard to like tell. If someone from the government comes to where you live and demands money for something like that, he would disappear. Okay, I want you all to know, I do not legally condone Luigi. I morally do. Legally, I don't. Morally, I do. But legally, no. Reminds me of the road in Japan with 60-foot snow wall, snow canyon in Toyama. Yes, I've seen a video of that. Exactly that. Because I'm like, it looks beautiful. It's kind of fun. And if you crash your car, right? It's a pretty soft landing for the most part. Like, you're not gonna die. And it's like, where are you gonna put the snow anyways? Like, there's no space for the snow. Just leave it on the side. It's gonna melt by the time summer comes back. There's no need to deal with the snow. You ever tried to put the speed cameras 3 times on the road next to you where you live, and 3 times they got blown up? Okay, maybe don't admit that, because this is all legally binding words. But you didn't say that you blew it up. Okay, just don't say anything anymore about it, just in case. Was not me. Was not me. Nice recovery. You filled your legal moat with legalese alligators and the crocodiles. The lawyers cannot get you anymore. It was on the road to where you live. Right, it was on the road to where you live, but it wasn't you. Right, even though it's on the road to where you live, it wasn't you. I get it. Your legalese, your legal crocodiles, they're really good. Somebody did it. Stare. Snow can be super hard. Yeah, like snow can be hard, right? But like, at the same time, well, actually no, you're right. It can be hard. But then if you think about it, it looks like a nice canyon, which I do enjoy. Like I do like the like canyon look of it. And it's like, it's snow. It's gonna melt anyways. It's just water, dude. And like, you have water on the side of the road now. And everyone knows that Japanese water comes from mountains and springs. So clearly it's gonna be nice and safe. I wouldn't trust Canadian snow, right? That shit's full of like chemicals and shit. But Japanese snow, wow, nice crystal clear mountain water. Ooh, delicious and fresh. The cameras were already exploded when I was there. Maybe your closest neighbor that lives 40 minutes away by car. Sus. Let's not speculate on who your Luigi is. Everybody's got a Luigi somewhere in your community, right? They're just out there doing their thing. Let's not speculate too much on it. Let's not linger too much on the prospect of finding yet another Luigi out in the world. I was told That this road is in summertime. Excellent. Like imagine, like you're the FBI agent watching this, and you're like, we have evidence, and then you go back to my stream after and then you leave to go get your boss, and and then you come back with your boss, and you both watch my stream again, and I'm just reading more Dracula. And your boss goes, I thought you said we had evidence. And then you have to go, well, no, but sir, he was just talking about blowing up bombs. And it's like, he's reading Dracula. That's my cover. That's what happens when you're not Mario, the main character. You're right. Think about it. Why was Luigi not in Super Mario 64? When was Super Mario 64 released? When did Luigi strike? When did Luigi Super Mario 64 released on June 23rd. I was really hoping it released on the same day. I was hoping it would be like a weird connection. Anyways, I was told that this road is in summertime excellent, but that it had not yet been put in order after the winter snows. In this respect, it is different from the general run of roads in the Carpathians, for it is an old tradition that they are not to be kept in too good order. How I love that that's a tradition, to like not keep the roads in too good of an order, as if to say, like, we want to have roads, but we really don't want to have too many roads. You also haven't seen the police in your area where you live for 20 years. Wait, really? Oh yeah, that's true, because you do live in like a very, very remote place, right? Like, it's like very, very north. I mean, it makes sense, honestly. Like, a lot of those services are kind of hard to like have, so. Like, outside of like metropolitan areas, especially here in like Canada, if you're in rural Canada and you have to deal with like a coyote, you have to have your own hunting gun. Because by the time, like, it takes the police an hour to get to you. So it's like by the time you call the ambulance, it's a bit too late. So you kind of have to deal with the coyotes yourself. What is this game, and how do you finish it? Something Amazon Kindle, something streaming word per word to your Kindle, something. This is a game where you type the entire Dracula by Bram Stoker and you just read it, and you beat the game by typing the entire book. By typing the entire book. What ought they to be in China? So since the further east he goes, the more unpunctual the trains seem to be. Is he saying, I wonder how unpunctual they are in China then? Well, so I wasn't sure about that, because there's two ways you can look at it, right? What ought they to be in China could mean that, but it could also mean the opposite, because there's this idea of like Chinese rail workers, and like a lot of the railroads were built by Chinese immigrants, right? So I don't know which way it's taking it. Is it sort of the quality of it, in the sense of like, is it that they built it here and so therefore they must have known how to build it back at home, or is it taking it the way that you said it? Because around this time, China wasn't doing too hot around this time, right? So it's like, there weren't any trains very much at all, to some degree, and it's like it wasn't really solid very much. Like infrastructure wasn't really good in China at this time. So it's like, does it mean that it's actually slower over there? Because it's so slow here. I can't imagine what it's like over in like China, right? It's hard to know what that sentence meant when it was typed here. But it could go either way. I think it really depends on your perspective. It's like a cup half full, a cup half empty, except there's like a Chinese dude in the side there. Of old, the hospodars would not repair them, lest the Turk, as a reminder, I'm Asian, should think that I need to keep saying that, like he's like I just need to keep saying that because like somebody's gonna call me preparing to bring in foreign troops, and so hasten the war, which was always really at loading point. Okay, this is getting very political. Let's move on. I think that's the Ottoman Empire. When did it fall? Google. Hey Google, when did the Ottoman Empire fall? Oh, 1922, and this book is written in the 1800s. Okay, well now we have context for what they're trying to say. Now we have context. You prefer full cups. Beyond the green, swelling hills of the Mittel land rose mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, with the afternoon sun falling full upon them and bringing out all the glorious colors of this beautiful range, deep blue and purple in the shadows of the peaks, green and brown where grass and rock mingled, and an endless perspective of jagged rock and pointed crags, till these were themselves lost in the distance where the snowy peaks rose grandly. The way that he described this reminded me a lot of how Bob Ross described the trees that he painted and the trees that he wanted you to paint, and it was very beautiful. Actually, it was very nice. Imagine you only got a half cup of soda from McDonald's, and everyone was okay with that. That's it. That is an amazing. Wow. You've just given the best argument for cynicism I've ever heard in my entire life. Not against cynicism, for cynicism. That should be the manifesto of the cynics. Wait a minute. We have to write this down. We have to write this down. We'll do manifesto of the cynics. Imagine you only got half a cup of soda from the... Okay, it's too late. I already typed the, so let's just say the McDonald's. And everyone was okay with that. That is the manifesto of the cynics. Beautiful. This is art. This is poetry. This is actual poetry. This is... Can we have some more clapping, please? Can you please clap on your end as well, so it doesn't sound so lonely on the stream, please? Just clap as well to add more volume. It's like how wolves howl, like two wolves howl at the same time. It sounds like five wolves. Just like clapping too. This is art. Good job, chat. Chat, you have ascended the English language. You found a new way to look at the world. You make me sad. You make me sad. The game crashed. Everybody's already okay with half a pack of chips. This very well might be your future. So what's funny is that you're so true though, right? Because I go to McDonald's and the dollar menu is now like $2 and $3. You used to be able to get a double cheeseburger for $1, and then it was $1.25, and people said, well, at least it's not 50 cents. And then they came for the 50 cents, and it's like, well, at least it's not another $1. And then they made it $2, and you're like, well, at least it's not another quarter. And then now it's like $2.25 for a double cheeseburger, and you're like, society is ruined, and like everything is fallen. Capitalism was a mistake, and the capitalistic experiment has failed. And then here within my chat, we have just seen the manifesto of the cynics. Imagine you have a cup of soda from McDonald's, and you're just okay with it, and it's not, you know what I mean? It just doesn't. Instead of clapping, you said clap out loud. You can confirm you did say clap out loud. Clap. Everyone, please say clap out loud. Please type the word clap without the emoji, please. Get pregnant. Sorry. Clap, clap, clap. Get pregnant. Sorry. I like how you said that. I like how you typed that. You couldn't help yourself from typing the phrase "get pregnant" in response to someone typing "clap," and then you had to immediately. It was like half a second later. You just typed "sorry" because you knew the moment that you hit enter, like you just knew, like you knew what you said, and you were ashamed of yourself. Don't be ashamed of yourself. What's the manifesto of those who want to breed, huh? It's not sorry. Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountains, through which, as the sun began to sink, we saw now and again the white gleam of falling water. One of my companions touched my arm as we swept round the base of a hill. It's not tracking my fingers. There we go, sorry. And opens... So sometimes, so the mouse tracking, so the keyboard tracking thing, it's actually funny. It needs to get focused every couple seconds. Opens up the lofty... I need to fix it. Snow-covered peak of a mountain, which seemed as we wound on our serpentine way to be right before us. Look! Eastern Check! What? Eastern Check? God's seat! And he crossed himself reverently. I do find it interesting that like many different belief systems have this idea of a sanctified ground, right? God's seat is also very similar, and like the way that it's because of this like mountain growing from the ground up, and we call it God's seat. It's very reminiscent even of like the martial arts sort of like belief of a dragon's den, right? Where you can collect as much like ki as possible, and you know, and you see this motif repeated over and over and over. There's something majestical about seeing a big rock in the distance, so big that you have to look up at it, because you know all around us there are smaller rocks. Hell, we walk on rocks, and then you see a rock that defies all expectations, that towers into the sky, and you go, ah. Eastern Check. You want a rock. I want a rock too. As we wound on our endless way and the sun sank lower and lower behind us, the shadows of the evening began to creep round us. It is now nighttime. Again, very complicated way of saying it's nighttime. It's interesting too, right? Because like a lot of writing is designed, like the reason why we describe these things in such great lengths and with such flowery language is to build a beautiful image in our mind. But it's fascinating to me to sort of see this in contrast with a lot of the very dry writing of modernity, where it's very brief and to the point. Because on the one hand, I feel conflicted. I know it'd be easier to say it is now nighttime, but on the other hand, it's so beautiful to say the shadows of the evening began to creep around us. It feels that much more impactful that nighttime is here, because the shadows begin to creep on us, as if we could barely even see it, as if we barely even noticed. It was just such a slow, gradual transition that it surprised us almost. I like that feeling, that sort of like slow passage of time that's trying to say something that you're vaguely aware of, but that you can't even perceive because of how gradual it is, compared to just saying it's nighttime now. It's very nice. Diva ass clap emoji. It's 3 claps as well. I'm very glad that you all found the ass emojis. There's a ton of ass emojis, so please go enjoy yourselves. This was emphasized, I'm sorry, who the fuck spells emphasized with an S and not a Z, by the fact that the snowy mountaintop still held the sunset and seemed to glow out with a delicate, cool pink. Here and there we passed Czechs and Slovaks, all in picturesque attire, but I noticed that goiter was painfully prevalent. Isn't goiter... Goiter? Isn't that... Goiter is an enlarged thyroid gland. Your thyroid is the butterfly-shaped gland at the base of your neck. Gordon. Goiter, yeah, slay. Goiter, Joel, yeah, slay. Gordon. PUV, you go into the doctor's office and they say you have, and you say, doctor, I think you have, doctor, I think I have goiter, and then they say, no, Gordon, you have goiter, slay. Sorry, that was stupid. The game crashed. Okay, the game crashed again. The game does not like me going back in and out of focus. The game really doesn't like that. Uh oh. By the roadside were many crosses, and as we swept by, my companions all crossed themselves. It's crazy to think that back then people died of like the most easily defeatable illnesses, right? Because goiter is caused by something that I know is actually very simple. It's why we don't have goiter very often nowadays, because we just don't like it was a fairly easy solution. Same thing with like malnutrition and scurvy and stuff. We don't really get this anymore unless you drink Mountain Dew every day, right? Like it's back then, like if like, because you know how I'm sick now and I'm like I still feel sick and I'm still coughing, right? If I was in 1800s London, I might have died. Like you might have seen in your newspaper, because there'd be no internet, right? Famous performer in public square dies of goiter. I could be a streamer in the olden days by going to a town square and just speaking very loudly. Rip Bozo. Now I know how you all feel about Communist Cory. Here and there was a peasant, man or woman, kneeling before a shrine, Communist Cory, who did not even turn around as we approached, but seemed in the self-surrender of devotion. I love that phrase too. Self-surrender of devotion. That meditative state that you enter when you give your all to some higher order. To have neither eyes nor ears for the other world, or even not even for a higher order, but even almost the waves thrashing inside of you. That silence that you enter just to hear, you know, the rolling waves that are deep within your soul. There were many things new to me. For instance, hayricks in the trees. What the fuck is a hayrick? And here and there, very beautiful masses of weeping birch. Their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again, we passed a later wagon, the ordinary peasant's cart. Okay, with its long snake-like vertebra, calculated to suit the inequalities of the road. I will say this: when we invented horses, we left behind the wagon and the cart, and I feel like that was a mistake. When we invented cars, we left behind the horses, and I feel like that was a mistake. Because back then, everybody had a wagon. Remember when we played the Oregon Trail game and my family died a horrific death? Okay? Specifically, we died in our wagon. And we don't have it anymore. People simply don't have carts anymore. You don't have a cart or a wagon. You don't have a wheelbarrow. You can't even walk around town with a cart or a wagon or a wheelbarrow without people looking at you funny. And I feel like that was a mistake. The public perception of a wheelbarrow or a wagon or a cart has gone downhill when I think that was ultimately the best kind of purse you could possibly have. Because why wear it around your shoulder? Can't die stylishly in a wagon, Sag. Oh, the masculine urge to have a wagon and to retire to the wagon when my life is spent from my wretched body at the end of a long journey to the supermarket. Did I mention that I'm sick? Real. Oh man. Died. On this were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants. The Czechs with their white and the Slavics with their colored Sheepskins. That's a very interesting comma. To put the comma before the sheepskins, but after the colored. Like, it's like with the colored sheepskins. Because it's like, I would just put the adjective into one go. You know what I mean? Because you're describing the sheepskins. Don't die on us. No guarantees. The latter carrying lance fashion. The latter carrying lance fashion their long staves. With axe at end. What? I need to read this. On this was sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants. The Czechs with their white, and the Slavics with their colored sheepskins. With their colored. I see. So it's like colored, and then you say sheepskins, right? It's like they're colored. Basically, they're not using. He's not using. Sorry. So whoever the author is, I know. Wait, who is Bram Stoker? Bram Stoker. Bram Stoker is not using colored as an adjective. They're using an adjective and a noun at the same time, right? Kind of like what people used to say back in like the 1960s America, but we don't say that anymore. You know what I mean? And then they're explaining, no, not the people, the sheepskins. The latter carrying lance fashion. The latter carrying lance fashion. Their long staves. Oh, I see. The latter carrying lance fashion, their long staves with axe at end. In the fashion of a lance. I thought, because I was like, what is lance fashion? But like lance fashion in the fashion of a medieval lance, like knights would. Don't die in stream, you'll get banned. So true. Yeah, like the white is also a noun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was the combination of a typically adjective word with the comma and then a effectively always noun that confused me, because it's they're both acting as nouns and only one of them has their role flipped and the other one has their role in a normal place, and then there's a comma which sort of like breaks your mind a little bit. That's a very interesting sentence, the way to say it, right? It's a very fascinating way of like phrasing this. The order of the words here is fascinating too, because the latter carrying lance fashion their long staves. I forget what the pattern is called, but like the inversing of it to say the verb before the subject. It's specifically with the archaic way of saying like couched, right? And saying lance fashion further confuses you, and then the whole sentence feels like word slop until you really break it down piece by piece, and it's sort of like strange to see. Again, it's not that it's a bad sentence, it's just it's a very structurally complex sentence that is written in a form that you don't really see nowadays, because again, the modern style of writing is not just brevity in number of words or choice of words. And actually, this is a great example of this kind of complexity that we used to see back then in older writing. There is a complexity within the writing back then compared to the modern, compared to the condensed brevity of modern writing that also is shown within the structural within the structure of sentences and the ways that words are used too. There's a lot of play with the various forms of words, and in many ways a lot of it feels invented too, the ways that you can sort of like change the form of a word into something else with just the context of it. It's fascinating. You don't really see that very much within like I want to say like much more pop novels, or just like very easily consumable sort of like Amazon bestseller shelf stuff, right? Like you usually only see this stuff in like stuff like a Song of Ice and Fire, or I don't know, or even like, you know, Lord of the Rings and the stuff where it's like much more involved, much more heavyweight, if that makes sense. I don't know if that necessarily much more classic, but definitely much more heavyweight compared to something like, I don't know, Cat in Underpants. I don't know. As the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness. The gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though in the valleys, which ran deep between the spurs of the hills, as we ascended through the pass, the dark firs stood out here and there against the background of late-lying snow. I do enjoy that. I actually enjoy that phrase a lot. I might use that more. The late-lying snow in front of my house I have to fucking shovel every day. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed... Sorry, that was my Montreal, so it's like... Calvaire... Here... It was this. That was my moment. That was my one moment. I just got pissed. He's so pissed. He's actually so bad. Sometimes, as a road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in the darkness to be closing down upon us, great masses of grayness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered earlier in the evening. And remember, those thoughts that he had were a result of the translations that he made from the ward bearers outside of his door, right? That fear and uncertainty of things unknown, hearing the words Satan and hell and witches and stuff. Like it's those thoughts specifically that he's referring to, which is interesting. Effectively, in the last hour that I've been basically going off on tangents, only about maybe like half an hour has passed, really, within real time, or in this book. Wait, sudden Canadian. Did someone say Canada? When the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds which, amongst the Carpathians, seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. Sometimes the hills were so steep that, despite the driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get down and walk up them, as we do at home, but the driver would not hear of it. Okay, I will say maybe cars weren't a mistake because I forgot that horses get tired. Because cars, you can just keep pushing. As long as you feel, they'll keep on going. But horses, they'll give up at some point because, like, you can't push a horse forever, right? No, he said. You must not walk here. The dogs are too fierce. And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, for he looked around to catch the approving smile of the rest. So the driver here is just... I love how the driver is reading the fear on Harker's face, and it's playing into it by effectively regurgitating all these horror stories of the night. And you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep. The only stop he would make was a moment's pause to light his lamps. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement amongst the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. The way I'm reading this, honestly, really does sound like someone's first time reading in public. Or rather, have you ever taught people have you ever taught a child how to read? It's one of the most infuriating things to do. I hate teaching children how to read because they're so goddamn slow. And they go over and over and they read the way that I read because I have to read like this because of the way that the game forces you to type. And they go, when it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement Excitamonte, no excitement. They can read. Wait, first time reader. Is there an emote for that? 7TV. Let's go to 70. First time reader. Nope, there is no first time reader. There's a first time reader. Can somebody make a first time reader emote, please? Thank you. Would be greatly appreciated. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip and with wild cries of encouragement. Urged them on to further exertions. What got them so spooked here? Then through the darkness, I could see a sort of patch of gray light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in the hills. Huh. There's a lot of variations of first time chatter. Yeah, but no first time reader, right? We could be the first ever. To be fair, I think I might be one of the few channels on Twitch that actually reads to you all, right? I haven't seen another channel actually read to you books, and we've actually read a fair amount of books during last year's Halloween. During 2023 Halloween, we even read the Lovecraft books. We read The Color or something. The Color of the Sky. Like we read a fair amount of books on this channel, so maybe we can be the ones to pioneer first time reader. And the picture should just be of like chat. It should just be like a representation of chat. You know what? I know exactly what to do for first time reader. Leave it to me, chat. There we go. We now have a first time reader emote. So representative of the chat experience here. Wait, what? Was that on the previous Halloween? It was. a long time ago. And we will read the other HP Lovecraft books soon. This year, actually, it becomes public domain. So, it's safe to read for this year. This Halloween is going to be a lot of fun. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea. I had to hold on. The road grew more level, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side and frown down upon us. We were entering on the Borgo Pass. I love that imagery. The mountains frown upon us, that it curves over us and almost like claws around us, keeps us in. I love that imagery, actually. God. I will say when people get very creative with their imagery, I enjoy it a lot because there's so many different ways that you could have done that visualization that would have felt almost plain, right? Like the way that the walls start to slowly sink in on us, curve in on us. But to say that they frown down upon us, it's that feeling that comes with frowning. It's the implication and that relationship with sadness that frowning typically has, and then using that as a way to describe how the mountains look to us, applying that emotion to it. That reaction to an emotion, the exertion of it, the representation of it on a human face, beautiful. Penultimate Halloween, got it. You're right. Because this Halloween we're gonna try to summon demons, and it may actually be the last Halloween stream ever because we might die. One by one, several of the passengers offered me gifts, which they pressed upon me with an earnestness which would take no denial. These were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, with a kindly word and a blessing, and that strange mixture of fear-meaning movements, again, beautiful phrase, which I had seen outside the hotel at Bistritz. The sign of the cross and the guard against the evil eye. Again, beautiful imagery. Fear meaning movements. Could have said anything else. Could have said something like, "Oh, they they acted in like a strange way, or they were jittery or something." But no, fear meaning movements is a beautiful phrase to say because it's brevity, but it's also so complex when expanded that it doesn't feel brief. It has that hint of modern brevity. It has that hint of, condensed factual information telling, sort of like a journalistic account of something. But with all the complexity, when you fully open it up, and all the imagery and all that symbolism that comes with it, it's so nice. Again, a lot of the ways that these things are phrased is so fascinating to me because it's so simple yet effective at giving such a larger picture of something. The mountains frowning, the fear meaning movements. I really like this a lot. By the way, I'm gonna link. There's a pinned message within the channel. I forgot to put this up. Sorry. I just saw in my list in Obsidian. This is what I had to do. It's where the songs are from. Just go to that YouTube channel. All the songs are from Helder. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side the passengers, craning over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly. I can't type the word P, and I don't know why. The darkness. It was evident that something very exciting was either happening or expected. But though I asked each passenger, no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the pass opening out on the eastern side. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. It seemed as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres. Oh, and that now we had got into the thunderous one. If I will say that sentence could have just been made. This sentence would have been amazing if it would just cut off here. Drop a period here, and just let the imagery flow. There is, but I prefer writing that invites you to think. Right? This is a preference thing. It's a stylistic preference thing. This preference, the way that's written right now, is much more explanatory, expository. Right? Again, suppositories go up the ass. Expository comes out the mouth. All right. And it's not that it's bad, but if it ended there, and if the entire sentence was just, it seemed as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres, I think that would have been beautiful, a lot more beautiful, and it would have been fun to sort of invite the reader to sort of, with the context of what we just read up here, imagine what that's like. There's no need to reiterate it because we already got all of it up here. Same way for you. Exactly. Like this, there's something beautiful about just having that phrase as it is and ending it there, and just being invited to think about that, and just letting yourself get lost in the imagination and filling in the blanks yourself. Right? And a lot of the best reading to me is when there's blanks, right? It's why I enjoy games like Signalis and Mouthwashing so much. Not because they're horror games, but because there was so much empty space for you to fill in the blanks with. And it was a guided sense of it, right? Because this isn't just a fill your own, like, this isn't just like being handed a blank page to fill. It's almost like a Mad Lib style game where you're given the context of it and you choose the word that best fits, right? All these different types of art, all these different types of media, all this art, when it gives you this empty space, it's guided by all this context. And so when you figure it out, it's as if you're peering into the mind of the person who made it, as if you're finally getting to see what they wanted you to see, and you figured out their puzzle, right? It's why I really enjoyed these types of things.
Very nice. But I wish, again, that sentence could have been a lot more fun, I think. I was now myself looking out for the conveyance which was to take me to the Count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness. But all was dark. The only light was the flickering rays of our own lamps, in which the steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could see now the sandy road lying white before us, but there was on it no sign of a vehicle. The passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do when the driver, looking at his watch, this just makes me want to read the book. You know what I mean? Like, doing this frustrates me. This is a truly, genuinely frustrating experience that isn't at all reminiscent. Because, like, when you write something, when you're trying to put down on paper the words in your mind, and you're trying to bring to life the thoughts in your head, and you're trying to translate those ephemeral, abstract, almost ghostly, ethereal things in your mind that you see, that you feel, and try to put them down on paper into words in a language, it's so different from trying to write back the words that you see in front of your eyes. This is frustrating. To write something, to try and, get the point across of what I'm trying to say, to try and bring to life the things that I feel within my heart, that is fun. To do this is torture. It just makes me want to read the book, but faster. I feel like I'm going crazy. Said to the others, is this a punishment for you? Is this a punishment for you, chat, for this? Or is it a punishment for me? I don't know. I was already thinking what I'd best do, when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear. It was spoken so quietly and in so low a tone. I thought, you motherfucker. I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he said, in German, worse than my own. I could probably read this in actual German. Let me Google Translate this, okay? Google Translate. What's funny is that because the hands work globally, you see the hands moving at the same time. It's a little funny to see because it's like you see the hands typing, but you don't hear the noises. There is no. Okay, there is no carriage here. The her is not expected after all. Let's listen to what this sounds like in German. I'm not even going to try. There is no carriage here. The hare is not expected after all. He will now come on to Bukovina and return tomorrow or the next day. Better the next day. Yeah, reading out loud is already hard. Yeah, I mean, I find there's two things that I want to say. I'll say the first thing before I forget, and then I'll answer I'll say what I think about that. The first thing is, I really like this passage because what he says is, then turning to me, he said in German, worse than my own, okay? The way that the sentence is written is like the shittiest English I've ever read in my fucking life, okay? Because this English is so god-awful that it reminded me immediately of somebody trying to speak English as if it's their second language. Which is because, again, the audience of this book, written by Bram Stoker, English speakers, he can't just have a passage written in German. This is not Deadlock, where, Yamato's biography is written in Japanese. Instead, he does effectively the bad German, but translated over into English using the same sort of like artifacts that you see from somebody learning the language for the first time and trying to apply it in reality. But with English, it's actually a very well done representation of what it's like to speak poorly. It's actually very good. And I don't see many games or many bits of writing try this, other than in almost a stereotypical way of like them trying to say within the language of the book. Like, often what you see is an attempt to communicate this when they're trying to speak English, but then they speak their own language perfectly, right? Here, it's German translated to English, but with all the same sort of second, third, whatever, like non-primary language, still learning the language artifacts. Very, very good piece of writing. As for the reading out loud thing, I find reading out loud to be enjoyable, and I find it to be roughly the same for me, whether it's reading in my head or out loud. I just find it slower. I can read faster in my mind than I can read out loud, but when I read out loud, for me, the comprehension is sort of the same. So for me, and I already talk too much as it is, so for me, the difficulty is not really in the reading out loud part. It's more so that I'm reading out loud, and every time I make a mistake in the game, the writing, it deletes the word, so my brain stops. I feel like I'm learning language for the first time again. Like as if all this time I never really knew how to speak or how to write. As if all this time language was just a dream made up, right? It was just a torture device, right? Maybe the Tower of Babel was a good thing or like a bad thing. Maybe we should have destroyed the tower ourselves and not waited for the god, right? I get now why God smote the Tower of Babel. I understand. Whilst he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves. I like that. Universal crossing themselves. A kalesh. A what? Kalesh. Oh, it's French. Oh, god damn it. What? Hermes.com. The Woman's Universe. What? The fuck? Hermes.com/ca/en/product/Calèche Eau de Toilette. Calèche Eau de Toilette, composed by perfumer Guy Robert in 1961, Calèche was Hermès' first fragrance for women, a highly feminine, woody, chyper floral. Its name refers to the horse-drawn carriages that are emblematic of the house. Yeah, because Calèche is a horse-drawn carriage. Calèche is a novel that dazzles with the beauty of its raw materials, from the joyfulness of citrus fruit to the modernity of aldehyde. No, what the fuck? What? Where am I getting? First, Huge Knockers takes me to a Tumblr called somethingmemorable.tumblr.com with the I as a 1. And the Tumblr is called Huge Knockers on Regular Woman. And then Google takes me to Hermes.com. I feel like we're just... these websites have never been touched. I might be the first ever page visit to the Calèche Eau de Toilette website in the last 5 years on Hermes.com. And their one sysadmin is like, holy shit, guys, we might sell some eau de toilette. With 4 horses, drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach. I could see from the flash of our lamps, as the rays fell on them, that the horses were coal black and splendid animals. They were driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and a great black hat which seemed to hide his face from us. Language was a mistake. I agree. I could only see the gleam of a pair of very bright eyes which seemed red in the lamplight. As he turned to us, he said to the driver, "Driver, you are early tonight, my friend." My friend? The man stammered in reply. It's, I swear to God, it's like writing code. I feel like I'm typing braces for fucking code and entering in command line arguments. Why do they make me type the colon and the double dashes. Why? Even up here, they made us type the stars. Like, I don't give a fuck about the stars. I'm not reading that shit. Why do I have to type it? Look. Star, star, star. Why? Why? True, we should just use numbers to talk. You know what? You've just explained the entire purpose of an LLM. You just explained the entire hard part of an LLM. Actual and factual. Language birth abstract thinking, and abstract thinking birth rarefication. Rarefication births wars and vice. We must return to monkey. Holy shit, you're right. You know what? I get it, right? What's funny is that you just retold the story of the Tower of Babel. I'm not even kidding you. Like a large part of the Tower of Babel was the utopia of speaking a single language of true understanding. Sort of like, if you imagine us successfully building the Tower of Babel being the end game of like Webster's dictionary becomes the ultimate dictionary and becomes the only dictionary in the entire world, versus today when we have Webster's and whatever the other dictionary brands are, right? You've just basically retold that, but in a different light, and you sort of given the reason as to why God smote it down. So I commend you for that. Monkey. I'm glad that you all found the monkey emotes. Nah, it happens when there's only one language too. We need to unga bunga. At the moment the word is spoken, we go downhill. The English hare was in a hurry, to which the stranger replied, "That is why, I suppose, you wish them to go on to Bukovina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I know too much, and my horses are swift." As he spoke, he smiled, and the lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth, as white as ivory. This might be Count Dracula. One of my companions whispered to another the line from Burger's Lenore. What? Burger's Lenore. Honestly, if I didn't know that Burger was an author of some kind or like a poet, if you told me Burger's Lenore, I'd be like, is that like a new Wendy's dish? Den die Toten reiten schnell. Den die Toten reiten schnell. Oh no, sudden German. The Germanification of this stream continues. For the dead travel fast. I love this. Again, going back to... do we know how far we are in this majestic game? Yes, actually. So, here. We're 72% through Chapter 1. We're still in the tutorial because... Hey, Google! How many chapters are in Bram Stoker's Dracula? There are 27 chapters in Bram Stoker's... 27? Chat, this is a 10-hour book. I have to do this. We've only been going for 3 hours. I have to do this for another 7 hours. I don't know if we can finish the book by today. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if it's possible. With my typing speed and how often we go off into tangents, this is gonna be painful. Look, just thank you for the Roman. Thank you for putting it into Roman numerals. I appreciate it. Just imagine that this is not. Imagine that this is not a real reading of the book, but more so a textual analysis. This is an attempt at building better media literacy for you and I. Okay. And to continue that theme, this whole sentence here, this whole paragraph, right? Very red lips and sharp-looking teeth. Again, I wonder what the mythology was of Count Dracula back in the 1800s. Because did they know? Did most readers reading this book know about the idea of Dracula being a vampire? Because there's Vlad the Impaler, which sort of spawns the idea of Dracula. But that's different. It's completely divorced from this concept, right? So What do you do? And how does this look? I'm sorry, you wasted your money for the moan. I disabled the moan because I figured someone would have tried to moan. You know what? You want the moan? Here. You have one opportunity to do moan. You have one shot to do moan. Go. Do moan now. Everyone moan. Everyone moan. Everyone moan now. Everyone moan. Wait. Request queue. Review recent requests. Open browser. Enable. How come moan doesn't work? How come the moan doesn't work? Hey, grab into the moan. Refund. Grab into the moan. How come the moan doesn't work? Twitch.tv/dashboard. You have no points left. All of you have been wasting your points. I've refunded your points as best as I can. Let me just try to activate moan. I will manually moan. If it doesn't work, I'll just moan for you, okay? I will manually activate moan. I don't think it's working. Oh. Oh, here we go. Hey, oh, it worked. It's just a moan. I'll just leave it on. I'll just leave it on. It's funny. What a fantastic timing when I do the blowfish moan and it activates. The strange driver evidently heard the words, for he looked up with a gleaming smile. Wow, you redeemed 20k more than you had. Nice, because I refunded you. The passenger turned his face away, at the same time putting out his two fingers and crossing himself. I realize now what crossing him what they meant by crossing themselves. I thought, like crossed arms, but no, it's that thing that you do where you do the cross motion on your chest, and then you like and then you say amen. Tax return. Tax return. You're right. It was a tax return. And Sati is playing. Yes, exactly. I forget what his full name is, but yeah, Sappy's a gymnopedy. Is that what it's not how it's pronounced, right? Gymnopedy. Gymnopedy. How the fuck do you? Now you see why my wife gave me the piano, because she's tired of me being an uneducated barbarian. She wants me to get on her level because she plays this very perfectly and she knows all the names, and she hears me trying to say it and she's like, oh, disgusting. Let me refund. Which one of you tried to do mathematically perfect waste? You know what? You don't get a refund. Yeah, something like it. Like, we'll learn together, okay? Help this. We'll learn the piano together, everyone. Okay? Give me the heir's luggage. Said the driver. Give me the heir's luggage. And with exceeding alacrity, my bags were handed out and put in the calash. Then I descended from the side of the coach as the calash was close alongside, the driver helping me with a hand which caught my arm in a grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Great timing. Actually solid timing, because combined with the bag, there's something comedic about the fact that he's grabbing the bag and then we start moaning. Without a word, he shook his reins. The horses turned and we swept into the darkness of the pass. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses of the coach by the light of the lamps, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Honestly, this would freak me out, right? Because it's like, you've just gotten off the carriage, you go on to another carriage, and they don't say bye to you, they pray to you. Again, very beautiful imagery here, because it's so simple and effective at communicating exactly the mistake that Harker has made, right? In any other normal situation, This would be almost sad or solemn, or perhaps even a non-event. But here, they know. It's as if they know that my life is over, that my life is forfeit. Then the driver cracked his whip and called to his horses, and off they swept on their way to Bukovina. As they sank into the darkness, I felt a strange chill, and a lonely feeling came over me. But a cloak was thrown over my shoulders, and a rug across my knees, and the driver said in excellent German, you know, I think about how that one chatter said the Germanification of the stream continues, and it's only getting better over time because we've gone from a time of like poor German to now excellent German. Soon we will reach, I think by the end of chapter 1 we'll reach perfect German, and then from then on we Google translate everything to German and we just read it from there. Okay. The night is chill, mein Herr, and my master the Count bade me take all care of you. There's a flask of Slivovitz, the plum brandy of the country. I also like how this was written because they had to somehow explain what Slivovitz was. But it's not like I don't think the driver is the one saying this. I think the author just wanted to explain really quickly. This is the plum brandy. Like, you know how when you read manga and it's translated, and then at the bottom it says like TN for translated notes. This is the same thing basically, but like in the middle of the paragraph, in the middle of the translated paragraph, there's a TN, the translator's note. It's a very bold move. It's a very bold move for 1830s. Underneath the seat, if you should require it. I did not take any. It was a comfort to know it was there all the same. I felt a little strangely, and not a little frightened. I think had there been any alternative, I should have taken it. Instead of prosecuting that unknown night journey. That's an interesting use of prosecuting, because we very rarely use prosecuting now outside of legal context. I almost always I've ever seen the word prosecuting within a legal context. It just, a lot of words, and the writing here really shows this, a lot of words fall out of favor in context of like regular English. A lot of them just sort of like go the way of some specialized contextual niche use, when in reality it's all English all the same. And this almost inspires me in my own writing to remember that it's English all the same, and we can just use the English however we want, and we should feel free to use the words however we wish, because language is for us to mold. It's not for us to be molded by. It is a tool to communicate our ideas. It's not shackles to bind us to. And I'm going to take this lesson with me. I feel that deeply now. Footnote, but stomach note. Feet note. What's that? People feet. When the fuck did I add that? Prosecution. This amazing stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad some of you are enjoying the right. You know what? It's funny to me that you're all listening to me still read, because on some level I'm not really reading. I'm just going on to more and more tangents, and you're forced to hear me read at like a second grade level because of the way that you have to like type it. Okay. This is the worst possible. Like, imagine you go to a book club and someone spends an hour talking about how they want to make a game about a courtroom transcription system and warlords, right? It doesn't make any sense. People feet. Okay, don't be surprised. You have all of these. Feet jam. Feet? Gloit feet. Okay, but Gloit feet is funny though. Makama feet. Okay, but that one's really good. Albedo feet. Albedo's really good. 2B feet, or the 2B is Bridget feet, amazing feet. Okay, Vey feet, okay. I just got the Vey feet just because it was there. Okay, but I'm always here for the tangent. See, I need to know where my audience is, because there's an audience of people who really enjoy the actually hearing me read, and then there's a segment of the audience that's like, please just talk more. There's been 7 people for most of the stream. All the people who voted came to be punished. It is written.
This is a valid. This is a punishment in a society that values intellectualism, right? You're forced to go to school. You have to say you gotta say I have a unique personality. You can say that I'm weird. It's okay. You're. It's fine to call people weird if you mean that they're really weird. Then we made a complete turn and went. The carriage went at a hard pace straight along, and we made a complete turn and went along another straight road. I love how very. I love how it's very. It's describing how winding this path is. You love math, tangents and all. No one is weird. You're right. No one is weird. Everyone is just unique. This is just a glorified Just Chatting stream. You're not wrong. Like realistically, I mean, for the first stream back, I kind of figured that this would be a good first stream because when I play games, it's hard to like interact with you all, right? It's hard to talk about these things, but we still need something to sort of mull over, right? Sometimes in Just Chatting, we go and we check out, love hotels or like, well, we haven't. Soon we'll check out hotels, but that's for tomorrow, okay? So, but last time we did those like bars where people dress up at the hostess bars, right? But then this time, we do reading. Okay, tomorrow we'll be doing hotels. We'll just check out a bunch of hotels. It's a thing I wanted to do for like a while, and maybe we'll. But, anyways, what I'm trying to get at is that I do enjoy this format, at least for the first stream back for 2025, because again, hard to interact when we're playing games. When I'm fighting for my life in a game, it's very hard to have a conversation. It's also very hard because my mindset is in the game and not necessarily talking. Whereas with something like this, it's easier to sort of like bounce between unrelated topics in my mind without feeling like I'm being taken out of it, right? Notwithstanding the fact that the game itself is also very good at pulling you out of the reading itself with the way that it handles your mistakes, but it's interesting. It's a nice form. It's a nicer format. Don't lie, the streamer is pretty weird. We're going to a love hotel. Blush. Love is in the air. We're gonna see a lot of love hotels. Sorry. Some water. Oops. Uh-oh. What did I do? Uh-oh. What did I do? It seemed to me that we were simply going over and over the same ground again, and so I took note of some salient points, and found that this was so. I would have liked to have asked the driver what this all meant, but I really feared to do so, for I thought that, placed as I was, any protest would have had no effect in case there had been an intention to delay. I really enjoy that turn of phrase too. However, as I was curious to know how time was passing, I struck a match, and by its flame looked at my watch. I won't lie to you, I thought he was gonna strike the flame and then look at how slowly the flame goes out to tell time. Like his matches were good for 30 seconds or something. But looking at his watch, to me, the 1800s feels like a very long time ago. The 1800s in my mind reminds me of cavemen. Even though at that time we had technology. We almost had cars by then. Almost. We were fairly close. You think the love in the air is just smoke from the kitchen. What about hate hotels? There are those rage rooms where you go in with a baseball bat and you smash things. We could check those out too, but they're not as fun to check out because love hotels have this weird thing where, as far as I know, they have weird menus. They have like menu items that you can order for both costumes as well as food. And surely Japan has put those online. So surely there must be love hotels in Japan that have an online menu that we can peruse ourselves from over here. Presumably. Maybe. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences were still a thing in the 1800s. That is a beautiful way of saying what I tried to say. You know what? +2, we have all of you are geniuses, actually. All of you so far have come up with some amazing things, okay? Between the Cynic's Manifesto and the effects of the Industrial Revolution in the 1800s, all of you have done a fantastic job rewording what I've said into something much greater, much better. Yes, the Industrial Revolution and Scotland was still a thing in the 1800s. You are so correct. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me a sort of shock, for I suppose the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent experiences. Experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. I will say typing with 3 fingers is hard. This is giving me more motivation to learn to type with my pinkies. Let's just try it. Then a dog began to howl it's not working. In a farmhouse far down the road. A long agonized wailing. As if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another, and another, till, borne on the wind which now sighed softly through the pass, a wild howling began, which seemed to come from all over the country, as far as the imagination could grasp it through the gloom of the night. Wait, what? I type with three fingers? Yes. So I don't use my pinkies. I don't know why. I've never used them. So that's it's gonna be a problem when we go to learn piano, right? Because you need to use your pinkies there. But when I type, I never use my pinkies. I only use my thumb. I only use my index, my middle, and my ring. And I just go all over the place. So if you look at my hands type, so right now, look, I want you to look at. Do you see the keyboard? Those are my real hands. Okay. When I type, my pinkies are in the air the entire time. Like they just go up. You know how like people drink a tea in like a fancy way, and they drink tea with their pinky out. I do that. Unironically, I do that with like a small tea. With a mug, I hold the whole thing. With a small teacup, I hold my pinky out. But that's how I type. Is I hold my pinky out like I'm drinking tea. Holy. Holy, what a reaction. we need a hand cam. Well, what about beer? What about beer bottles? I shove those up my ass. I shove those up my ass. Sorry. Sorry. The joke was just waiting to be made. Instructions unclear moment. Oh god, same. At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear. But the driver spoke to them soothingly. And they quieted down, but shivered and sweated as though after a runaway from sudden fright. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side of us began a louder and a sharper howling. That of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way, for I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, whilst they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use all his great strength to keep them from bolting. Now, there's a lot of things about this. One, I'm sorry, I have no clue what your message said, and I can't uncensor that. Two, the sentences are very, very long in this. Like, I'm surprised that the sentences are so long here, because usually, and you know, this is something that I've noticed a lot, is that when you're learning how to write, your teacher is very often, oh, it's the clip. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There's like no links. Maybe I should just, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just allow links. How do I change it? I'll do this as I talk. Okay, so the when you learn how to write, a lot of the time they harp on not not using they they get okay fuck it okay no, post the link now. Okay, sorry, I was multitasking. A lot of the time when you learn writing, they tell you they tell you to keep your sentences sort of short and concise and to get the meaning across and to just finish it, right? They tell you to build paragraphs versus sentences. Okay, I guess the option didn't work. I actually don't know why it's not working. How do I do this? Oh, it worked. Oh, perfect. Here though, it's different. Here we see what happens, and in a lot of books you see this actually. The rules of writing are meant to be broken, right? A lot of these sentences are very long. Like if you look at this sentence, it starts here, then a dog. Oh wait, no, maybe this one. The sound was taken up by another dog, the howling, and then it keeps on going about the howling, keeps on going, keeps going. It ends at night. It's like a 4-sentence long sentence by itself. And the next one as well, it goes even further, 4 or 5 sentences. And this one as well, going all the way down. This one is actually crazy long. This one goes da 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 da. This one goes, it's like 6 to 7 sentences, right? And it's fascinating always seeing this because I always sort of wonder why the device came about. And on the one hand, I understand why teachers sort of harp on you about keeping your sentences short, right? Because you have to learn the rules before you can break them. But at the same time, I wonder if there's a better way to teach it, right? It's sort of why I enjoyed creative writing classes, because in creative writing classes there are no rules. Like the rules were very, very minor. The only thing that they asked of me, at least the ones that I took, which was like a larger thing. The only rule that they had for me at the time was just write something that speaks to you and like have a meaning to it. Other than that, you were free to write whatever you want in whatever style. And I think learning how to break the rules that way is a lot more fun. It's more engaging, but also I think it's more accurate to what you want to learn, because you're not just learning to follow a checklist of rules. You're learning specifically that language is a tool to be molded by us, right? Again, harking back to the point of like, I've now learned and I will internalize this idea of having fun with language, having fun with these elements and not really abiding by rules and just trying to break out of the mold of what we see today in terms of the type of writing that we see that's been written before, right? Something that speaks to you, schizo, essaying. Another thing too that I really enjoy about this, earlier on in the story they mentioned something about werewolves, right? The ward bearers outside the door said Satan, hell, witch, werewolves, and the vampires, right? I wonder if werewolves are a thing here, because maybe this deals with both of those mythologies. And I wonder how they even became correlated, this idea of vampires and werewolves. Because you see it very often, actually. Let me refer back to Twilight. Probably the most well-known example of a werewolf-vampire story. But even in other types of media, I mean, it was there in Skyrim, too. Yeah, exactly. It's just like Twilight. And I wonder how far back this goes. Is this the genesis of that, effectively? We have werewolves IRL. Wait, like actual wolves? Or do you mean the thing they're called furries? +2. That was a very, very, very solid joke. And that's a joke that can only be done over typing live, because you have to type the first part, I have to read it, and then I read the second part, and it's that's the only way that it works, is in a live chat. +2. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses so far became quiet that the driver was able to descend and to stand before them. He petted and soothed them and whispered something in their ears, as I have heard of horse tamers doing, and with extraordinary effect. For under his caresses, they became quite manageable. This is awful. Again, not the book, but my typing. Though they still trembled. I want you all to know
We're still on chapter 1. We're only 84% of the way through. The longer this goes, the worse the typing gets, and the slower we go. And again, I type with 3 fingers. Okay? I'm going as fast as I possibly can with 3 fingers. Alright? It's only gonna get worse. It's 24. We are not doing a 24-hour stream. I have to come back tomorrow and the day after. Well, I don't have to. I'm not being forced to. There's no forcing. But I want to come back tomorrow with more energy. Not to say that I'm low energy. I actually only slept 4 hours, so I am actually pretty tired. This is my low energy state. So you can imagine what tomorrow's going to be like when I play a game that I've been looking forward to. Beyond sit up. Type with your hands and feet. Wait, you might be on something. Okay, think about this. Okay, all right. Think about this. Imagine you have 2 keyboards. Okay, one for your hands. You have a 4-way split keyboard. Okay, and you have the 2 keyboards on top and 2 keyboards on your feet. Imagine how fast you could type. I bet you somebody's trained that. Okay, imagine POV. You go to a typing competition. It's like the nationals. It's the internationals. It's you versus like some other place. Okay, and you take the stand and you look at your opponent and they have their shoes off and they have another keyboard on the floor and then you call over the like ref and you ask them, is that against the rules? And they say no. They're actually making it harder for themselves, and they beat you because they type faster, 4 times the speed, like an organ. I don't like with the pedals. Oh man, you know so you know all the streams of American Truck Simulator. All those times I had the foot cam with like the socks. The reason why I had those streams was practice. It was practice to eventually type with my feet. Next time we play this game, because there's no way that we're going to be able to finish this game or book or just something all in one to go. Next time we do this, I'm going to bind the space on my keyboard to the foot pedal. I'm going to bind the space and the enter button to the foot pedal. So right foot space, left foot enter. And then the clutch will be, I don't know, the clutch will be the Z. Foot cam for real. Pump up the beat. I like feet. I love my foot mod so much. My foot mod command is so funny to me. Because you just type any word that involves the word feet and it just says pump up the beat. I like feet. Oh, man. Yeah, okay, we'll do a foot cam soon. Actually, we are going to be doing a drive through Texas this week as well with an American Truck Simulator. So be ready because we're going to drive around all of some of America again. We're going to be doing some more tours with an American Truck Simulator. I think in Friday. What day is it today? No, Saturday. I think it's Saturday. No, Friday. It has to be Friday. No, Saturday. Yes, Saturday. The driver again took his seat and shaking his reins, started off at a great pace. This time, they're going to the far side of the pass. He suddenly turned down a narrow roadway, which ran sharply to the right. You know what? Next time you see this keyboard, instead of the hands and the fingers, it'll be 2 feet. That's what I'm gonna do. I need to write this down as a comment in my code. Just give me a second. To do. Replace hand images with feet images. Perfect. To really sell or even better. I can't tell you what the idea is because you're going to love it next time you see it. Soon we were hemmed in with trees, which in places arched right over the roadway to be passed as through a tunnel. And again, great frowning rocks guarded us boldly on either side. Though we were in shelter, we could hear the rising wind, for it moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees crashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine, powdery snow began to fall. I guess we're really far up now. Wow, I didn't even realize how far we went. Honestly, the way that the book has so far, I was about to say game, but like this is not, it's not the game story. This is just Bram Stoker's. The way that the book so far has told us about the passage of time and the journey that we've taken, I can imagine the entire journey from start to finish, going up the train, going into the carriage, and winding up this like mountain. It's been solid so far. So that soon we and all around us were covered with a white blanket. The keen wind still carried the howling of the dogs, though this grew fainter as we went on our way. The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing round on us from every side. And we only hear it as dogs, but again, when a werewolf howls, it sounds just like a dog. So it could be anything. I grew dreadfully afraid, and the horses shared my fear. The driver, however, was not in the least disturbed. Disturbed. He kept turning his head to the left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. I don't want to hide the keyboard as well. I think we keep the keyboard at all times. Okay, I guess you can't. By the way, how far are we within the Mr. Bones' Wild Ride? And yes, this is live. This is like a real live view of the game. Where are we? Chat, we haven't even gone underground yet. So we're only halfway through this ride. The underground section starts at about 6 or 7 hours. So we have about 2 more hours before we go underground in this game. 2 to 3 more hours before we go underground. And I think we missed the hand. I'm sorry. Oh, but look! There's Mr. Bones in the distance. We're slowly making it to Mr. Bones, and we may see him within the hour. It's looking pretty good. How are you all enjoying your punishment? By the way, will you now? This is again. Will you know now not to vote against me? Because this is what happens when you vote against me, Chad. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw... No. What punishment? Thanks. Thanks, Daddy. I saw a faint flickering blue flame. The driver saw it at the same moment. He at once checked the horses and, jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. Punish us harder, please. I did not know what to do. The less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly appeared again. And without a word took his seat, and we resumed our journey. You know what? I will say, Daddy, punch us harder, please. I will say that this is more of a punishment for me, right? Like, because I'm the one who has to suffer the typing. You get a strange show, almost. It doesn't spank? Oh, wait. You're right. Wait, you fooled me. I got spanked. Nice. Okay, you want +2? +2? You got me. +2. You got me good. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dreaming of the instant, for it seemed to be repeated endlessly. And now looking back, it is like a sort of awful nightmare. But why didn't it spank me, streamer? Because you didn't present yourself. You need to bend over and present yourself for the spanking. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us, I could watch the driver's motions. That is a beautiful way of saying it's really bright here. He went rapidly to where the blue flame arose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illumine the place around it at all. I like that. Illumine? That's a very interesting way of saying it. Illumine is Nice. Compared to Illuminate. You have to be spankable. No. Look, you successfully presented yourself to be spanked. I'm proud of you, Chad. I'm very proud of you. I'm also curious what this blue light really is, right? Because blue flame, insofar as we know, blue flame is not necessarily good to have. I think it's like some metal burning. No, is it not? Or iron or something? Or I forget the metal. Or maybe it's it's also the temperature of the gas, right? Something like that. It's either the temperature, because there's, depending on the heat of it, you get a different color of the flame, or it's the source of the flame and what's burning, which also creates a different color. But I don't know which one it is, and I'm curious about what that means, because there's also this other element of Dracula, which I don't really know if it's actually there. I only know it from Castlevania. But at least in Castlevania, Dracula, and I know it's stupid to say, it's stupid to compare Castlevania, the game, to Dracula by Bram Stoker. I know, but it's my only point of reference, okay? I feel like alchemy is a part of the Dracula mythology, and this idea of like blood and like using, you know, alchemy to create things. And I wonder if that's the angle that it's going for. And I wonder if it was never a Castlevania thing, and if it was actually an invention of like this book or even something before it. Daddy, I am oiled. And gathering a few stones, formed them into some device. You know, what's funny about the oil up thing, if we never, like, if, again, the only reason why we found that phrase was because of this video.
Hi.
It was because I wanted to know who Baby Drak and Livy Dunn were, that we went to Instagram to find them, and then somebody just commented on their post, oil up. Like that. If we never got that video, we would have never had those moments, and we would have never had that phrase. Sulfur, copper, and lead all produce blue flames. Thank you. So it's lead poisoning. It's lead poisoning. Wrong message. What? Wait, what? Once there appeared a strange optical effect. When he stood between me... Okay, wait, sorry. The keyboard thing is like... It's freezing up on me. I think it's bugged. Wait, no. It's gonna... Between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it. For I could see... Jesus, it's a bit too loud. Its ghostly flicker all the same. This startled me. But as the effect was only momentary, I took it that my eyes deceived me, straining through the darkness. Then, for a time, there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were following in a moving circle. What is that emote? Pew pew, I've never seen that emote. Is that Shroud? That's a solid emote. At last, there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet gone, and during his absence, the horses began to tremble worse than ever, and to snort and scream with fright. Where did the driver go? And it makes sense, honestly, that the horses are afraid their one handler is gone, so. Do you know the oral up redeem? Nope, stuck at 1.5k points. Well, you're gonna enjoy it. Again, all the redeems are redeemable here. I cannot see any cause for it. For the howling of the wolves had ceased altogether. Huh. But just then the moon, sailing through the black clouds, appeared behind the jagged crest of a beetling, pine-clad rock, and by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves with white teeth and lolling red tongues. Oh no, we're going to be eaten. With long, sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. At first, while I was going through this, right, this whole paragraph, lolling, Nice choice. You spent all your points on the moaning. Was it worth it? Oh, it's worth it. Here, you want some moaning? Here, I'll show you. Can I do it? Yes, I can. Ah! But yeah, as we were going through the sentence, I was very surprised by. Sorry, I was curious. Sorry, I was curious to see if this was going to go for a more fantastical angle, right? Because the way that it started almost felt like there was a mysticism to the relationship between the driver and the horses, and the horses were described as like, you know, almost similar to the idea of like the of Shadowfang or whatever it's called from Oblivion, right? Like the nightly demonic steed of some, you know, demonic being of some sort, right? And then, you know, I was surprised by the wolves appearing. It doesn't seem like the mysticism or fantasy goes very far, other than who Dracula might be. But it does also pose this question, right? If there's werewolves, then there's a fantasy element to that. And if there's Dracula, then there's a bit of a fantasy element to that as well. But how far does it go? Like, I'm curious about this. Shadowmere, that's his name. Exactly. I'm curious to see if the fantasy is like, if it's like, does Dracula have powers, or is it more that sort of classic Vlad the Impaler mythology where he's so murderous and so vile that he drinks the blood of the blood of his enemies, right, and has their bodies impaled everywhere. I'm curious to see exactly where this goes, because it feels like there's a fantastical element to it, especially with the way that it draws attention to the driver's sharp fangs of a teeth, right? But I'm curious how far it's going to take it. They were 100 times more terrible in the grim silence which held them than even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. Oh man, that is a beautiful phrase. It's very reminiscent of the idea of you don't really know what life is about until you feel it fading away or something. All at once the wolves began to howl as though the moonlight had some peculiar effect on them. Werewolves? The horses jumped about and reared, and looked helplessly round with eyes that rolled in a way painful to see. But the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. That's why I don't use perforce, and that's why I use git. Haha, programming joke. I called to the coachman to come, for it seemed to me that our only chance was to try to break out through the ring and to aid his approach. I shouted and beat the side of the caleche, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from that side, so as to give him a chance of reaching the trap. We're in dire straits here. How he came there, I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command. Oh, so good. And looking towards the sound, saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back and back further still. Just then a heavy cloud passed across the face of the moon, so that we were again in darkness. And again, that fantasy element, right? It seems like it's coming to fruition here. He comes out of nowhere, comes back to the caleche, and is able to almost wave away the wolves to command darkness itself, right? And you know, the wolves feeling like a symbolism for the encroaching darkness around them, for the uncertainty of the world that Harker is stepping into. He can wave it away, and it's fascinating because if you think about that symbolism, right? And we assume that this is Count Dracula, which I think it is. He's an agent of Count Dracula. He's like the driver of him, right? And he's probably a vampire given the focus on the fangs. Then it paints this picture of Dracula wanting to work with Harker and wanting to keep him alive for some reason and wanting to take care of him, right? In a weird way, like, you know how in Castlevania Dracula's wife is Lisa and then Alucard is like their like child. Jonathan is Lisa, and Dracula is gonna dominate him. When I could see again, the driver was climbing into the Kalesh, and the wolves had disappeared. When I could see again, the driver was climbing to the Kalesh, and wolves said this was all so strange and uncanny that the dreadful fear came upon me, and then I was afraid to speak or move. And this also reminds me, actually, this whole passage here reminds me a lot of the Darren Shan novels. I forget, I think that's literally his, like, I think that's actually the author's name, is it? Darren Shan? Darren Shan. Darren O'Shaughnessy, Cirque du Freak, Vampire's assistant, right? Or no, not the movie. The saga of Darren. Wait, there's no fucking way. Wait, so the author Darren O'Shaughnessy. So Darren Shan is like a series of novels about a kid who stumbles upon the world of vampires, the world of the creatures of the night, and has to become a vampire in order to survive. And the reason why this passage reminds me of that is that it feels a lot like the same elements are coming to play here, which is interesting because again, it's this idea of like one came before, one came after, and I wonder how much of this was inspired by it. But it's fascinating to see the similarities in Harker's response as well as Darren Shan's response. But also, what the fuck? He's a genius. The author is a genius. Darren Shan wrote a series of novels that has a self-insert about him becoming a vampire. Like, that's amazing. I'm gonna become every game that I make, I'm gonna be like Hideo Kojima, okay? You know how in MGS, one of the Metal Gear Solids, you could save him or recruit him? I'm gonna do that same thing, okay? I'm gonna be so narcissistic and so egotistical. Not to say that that's necessarily a bad thing, right? If you're an author, you kind of have to be on some level if you want to publish your like works, right? You have to love yourself and what you do enough to be able to put it out there in the public in some form. But I want to do that now because I want to feed my narcissism and really build on this idea of me being a selfish streamer. The time seemed interminable, also a great word that isn't used anymore. Actually, interminable really feels like it's only ever used in a medical sense, but the reverse, where you're going to die, like you're terminal. As we set on our way, now in almost complete darkness, the rolling clouds obscured the moon. Oh, that's beautiful. We kept on ascending, with occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main always ascending. With occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main always ascending. Right, so always ascending as our goal. We're always going up this mountain to go somewhere. Very interesting choice of words there. In the main always ascending. That's, yeah. I guess nowadays most people would just say on average we're going up or something, which doesn't feel as cool. Suddenly, I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling up the horses in the courtyard of a vast ruined castle. Okay, I'm very glad that the idea of Dracula's castle still exists, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements showed a jagged line against the moonlit sky. Oh my god, chat. We are done chapter 1. By the way, there are 27 chapters in this entire book. So we're at two we're how many percentage points is that? Yeah, 26 to go. Yeah, we're like 10% of the way through. We're like 5% of the way through. We're 5% of the way through. Jesus Christ, this is gonna take forever. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's journal. Continued. The 5th of May. I must have been asleep. Oops. Been asleep. For certainly, if I had been fully awake, I must have noticed the approach of such a remarkable place. In the gloom, the courtyard looked of considerable size, and as several dark ways led from it under great round arches, it perhaps seemed bigger than it really is. I have not yet been able to see it by daylight. And I wonder if he ever will, right? Presumably, as a vampire with the power to command darkness, you wouldn't want to have any daylight coming into your home, and you might die, actually. 26 times 4. Well, or times however many words there are. Oh, right, 26 times 4, you're right, as the percentage. I get what you mean. Sorry, this is a language stream. Can we, don't make me 1984 the mathematicians too, okay? Listen, first they came for the graphic designers, and I said nothing. Then they came for the mathematicians, and then I said nothing. Then they came for me, the linguist, and there was no one left to speak for me. When the Kalesh stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. What does alight mean? I thought that would have meant something else. Alight. No, not the IT company. Fuck you. Chicago. Descend from a train. Okay, cool. I thought alight was more about lighting up things, like putting things on fire or turning things on. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength. His hand actually seemed like a steel of ice that could have crushed mine if he had what? This is turned into an erotic. This is turned into a gay erotic novel. When the Kalesh stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength. His hand, it actually seemed like a steel vice that could have crushed mine if he had chosen. And then someone plays moaning right there, right? So you go, could have crushed mine if he had chosen. And then you just start moaning. I need to go to the washroom. BRB. My bad, chat. Nudes were sent to me. I got some noodles. My apologies, chat. I had to taste test something. Something had to grace my mouth. Oh, my sincere condolences, chatters. My thrussy was used and thrust into my thrussy was a pair of slippery, slimy, long, breaded appendages, down which my throat had slithered into my stomach. Yeah, sorry, I had to taste that. I had to help taste test something really quick. So far, it's been 4 hours, so 104 hours to go left because 26 times 4. Oh my god. This has turned a 9-hour book. Again, when I googled, it said the entire book could be finished in 9 hours, okay? Which, I believe it if you consider that you can read in your mind quietly in the corner of your room under like a reading nook, or maybe under the, or like inside the closet or under the like stairs, like just somewhere, you know what I mean? Quiet piece. But here I am, subjecting myself to clownery, to buffoonery, live in front of everyone, trying to get through this book. I think we stop at the end of chapter 2. We stop at the end of chapter 2 and we call it. Okay? I thought this was going to be a full 10-hour thing. I don't even think we're going to make it through even a portion of this book. I think we have to pick this up again at some point. Let's see how long this book goes. Okay? Let's just... Dear God. Then he took out my traps and placed them on the ground beside me as I stood close to a great door, old and studded with large iron nails, and set in a projecting doorway of massive stone. I could see even in the dim light that the stone was massively carved, but that the carving had been much worn by time and weather. As I stood, the driver jumped again into his seat and shook the reins. The horses started forward, and trap and all disappeared down one of the dark openings. I'm curious to see if that driver will ever come back. He's a bit of an enigmatic figure, but it also implies that there is more than one vampire, right? Because if Count Dracula is sort of the main vampire, and the implications that the driver themselves was a vampire too by their fangs, and we know for sure that there's at least two of them, and probably even just a full society of them, because they must have come from somewhere. So I'm curious to see how many of these characters come to life, and how deep this goes into vampire society. Because you can either go as far as, say, Darren Shan, or even further within, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, or even, or similarly within, Skyrim with the DLC. Or you can go as simple as there's just one vampire, right? It's a bit like Castlevania, the games, where you get hints of Count Orlok and stuff, but for the most part, you only ever see one or two vampires until Portrait of Dawn, mostly. I stood in silence where I was, for I did not know what to do. Of bell or knocker, there was no sign. I'll show you some huge knockers through these frowning walls. And dark window. Is that why they're called huge knockers? Wait, is that why they're called huge knockers? Because you can't help but like want to touch them and like squeeze them? You know what I mean? Like, because like knocker is a door knocker, so you slam against it. But then like knocker is like you can play with it, and then as you walk around, they like knock against you. Like, is that why? There's no way, right? Is it because of it's because of the slapping noise? It's the meat slapping noise. It's like this. It was not likely that my voice could penetrate. The time I waited seemed endless, and I felt doubt and fears crowding upon me. Sorry, I have to also type a text out. I mean, this is just a a slow stream of me typing in multiple different ways and you typing to me. This is the true typing experience, right? Like people always say, "Oh, I'll make a typing game like typing in Other Dead." And Cryptmaster got pretty damn close, right? But like the reality of it is that typing is just this. There's no fun. There's no pleasure to be had in the mechanic. No, it's just torture. It's just work. This is worse. You know what I mean? I would rather program in COBOL than do this. I would rather build a full Electron app to handle finance than do this. I would rather type a dissertation on the intricacies of all legal law out in the entire world and all precedent ever since the 1400s compared to this. This is torture. Why did I do this to myself? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Wow, what an amazing sentence. What sort of place had I come to? What an amazing time for the sentence. What sort of place had I come to, and among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? It's as if Bram Stoker is speaking to me right now through this book. You know, projecting his thoughts forward. I've actually had a thought about that. So you know that movie, you know that alien movie where it's like she learns the language of the aliens and that gives her mastery over time because their language encodes time as like another dimension to like move through. Books are kind of that way anyways. What I found interesting about that movie is similar to what this book is and what happened there, okay? Books written by somebody is a record of that time. And I talked about this a bit before as well with sort of like the various words and phrases that I use that I no longer use, like what could it be in China and stuff like that. But when you read a book and when you go through these things, somebody is speaking to you. the author, Bram Stoker, is speaking directly to us right now with his own words. And to have that moment happen after that weird tangent, because I wasn't even thinking about the sentence, was so beautiful in demonstrating that, right? Just almost as an accidental contextual thing, but also realistically, we are also reading his thoughts at this moment when he was writing these words down. It's fascinating. TLDR, you just wanted to use Electron aware. I was forced to at gunpoint, okay? Look, you're telling me browser vendors can't agree on how to connect to a keyboard on your fucking computer? My brother in Christ, it's not that hard. You already allow me to type in the text inputs. Why don't you allow me to hook into it out of focus too? Just let me handle focus states. But no, browser vendors are all like security and keyloggers, and do you really want them to steal your password? I don't give a shit about my accounts. You can steal my Twitch accounts. You're freeing me from this hell. Why won't you just let me listen to a keyboard in the background without having to pull it and use the event queue as this, without having to shift focus to it? That way I can run a multi-window application just like Chrome OS promised. And you know what Chrome OS, you know what happened to it? It fucking died. Because Google didn't believe in their dream the way that I believe in it. Do you know why? Do you know why it failed? Because they couldn't handle background input focus, for the love of God. And now they're making Carbon. Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? That is a very fascinating analogy. This is a fascinating analogy in the context. What sort of place had I come to? And among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? You know how I said that books and in many ways a lot of writing is the author speaking to us through time? This feels like a personal rant. You know what I mean? Like, you know how I go on tangents about Electron? This feels like the author going on a tangent about that one time he had to buy his 5th house, but then he had to explain why he's buying his 5th house to some foreigner new to the country. Which could be anybody in the 1800s. Like, everybody was a foreigner, okay? You don't know. Solicitors, Chrome OS was just an Electron wrapper. You have... If I ever get hired at Google, I'm gonna find the team lead of Chrome OS, okay? If I ever get hired at Google, I'm gonna find the team lead of Chrome OS. I'm gonna send them an anonymous email. And all it's going to say is subject, the truth. Content, the body of it is just going to say Chrome OS was just an Electron wrapper. And I'm going to be served a letter of termination that same night. Because they would trace it back. Because there's no such thing as anonymity within an internal web server. I will then go homeless and destitute. And these streams will be no longer. All because of what you said, Chad. How dare you compare Electron to that piece of shit trash Chrome OS? Solicitor's clerk. Mina would not like that. Solicitor. But just before leaving London, I got word that my examination was successful. And I am now a full-blown solicitor. Oh, I began to rub my eyes and pinch myself to see if I were awake. It all seemed like a horrible nightmare to me. And I expected that I should suddenly awake and find myself at home with the dawn struggling in through the windows, as I had now and again felt in the morning after a day of overwork. There's something funny, there's something truly comical about this, right? This is just a personal rant. You know how people have those signs in front of their home that says no solicitors allowed? This is just a personal rant by Bram Stoker about how he hates people showing up at his door without calling first, okay? What sort of place had I come to? And among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk? Mina would not like that. Solicitor. Just before leaving London, I got word that my examination was successful, and I'm now a full-blown solicitor. It all seemed like a horrible nightmare to me, and I expected I should suddenly awake and find myself at home with the dawn struggling in through the windows, as I had now and again felt in the morning after a day of overwork. As if he can't believe that he's one of those assholes that shows up at somebody's door to try to sell you a timeshare on a property in London, and you're a foreigner. This really does feel like a rant from Bram Stoker, and not at all something that Harker would be concerned about. But this also does actually point a bit to Harker's personality, in that Harker seems like a very not prideful person. I don't know what the term is, but he definitely cares about his status. He cares about his status in the world, and he cares about his presentation in the world. I don't think he cares about the reality of what he does. But specifically, I think he cares about the perception of what he does, based on this line. Mina would not like that. Right? Not that his morals say being a solicitor is immoral. Though it's not really an immoral thing to show up at someone's door. I'm going to be honest with you. If you think it's immoral for someone to show up at your door and knock on your door, I wouldn't want to be your Uber Eats driver. Let's just say that, okay? But again, there is something funny about this, because though it sounds like a rant, it really does show that he's very, very conceited almost, but not to the point of badness. Like he just cares a lot about how he's perceived in the world, to a level that feels like it's starting to border on being conceited, as well as caring about status and almost egotistical, but not really, and only for roles that he feels are demeaning and degrading and beneath him. Right? It's for those specific roles. But it also makes me sort of wonder, what is he doing here? I don't think we ever got any confirmation of what Jonathan was doing at Dracula's castle. I actually don't even know what he's going to do. Like, I don't think it ever said why Dracula wanted him to go hang out with him. It was just a letter from Dracula saying, "My friend," with a capital F because he's German, and then just going to hang out at his estate, basically just coming for a sleepover, which that doesn't really explain much. And so it's like, what's happening? And also, what do you mean an examination to be a solicitor? Because I'm like, you guys used to take tests to go up to doors. Like, I know we don't have any social skills, right? We have no social skills, and we have no confidence, and we have huge anxiety about going up to someone's door. But there's no way you have to go to school for that. But my flush answered the pinching test. The what? Right, the pinching yourself. Sorry, I was like, what is the pinching test? And my eyes were not to be deceived. I am a solicitor. I was indeed awake and among the Carpathians. Who the fuck are the Carpathians? What is his obsession with the Carpathians? The Carpathian Mountains people, covering the Ukrainian part of this mountain system east of Central Europe. It borders Poland and Romania. Three Ukrainian sub-ethnic groups live here: Hutsuls, Boykos, and Lemkos. A kind of isolation in the mountains contributed to preserving their cultural identity. That's how far it is? I thought he was closer to like the Appalachian Mountains or something, like America. I don't know. All I could do now was to be patient and to wait the coming of the morning. Oh, but you know what? He's from London. Just as I had come to this conclusion, I heard a heavy step approaching behind the great door, and saw through the chinks the gleam of a coming light. I keep forgetting that, like, the UK is on an island all the way to the right side, not to the left side, on a traditional map, right? Or like on a map that I've seen very often. Like they're closer to Europe than they are to America and Canada. Which, again, thinking about the history of Canada makes you wonder why we came here. You know what I mean? Then there was the sound of rattling chains and the clanking of massive bolts drawn back. Well, not we. I didn't. My family's from Asia. The key was churned with the loud grating noise of long disuse. Actually, which is even further than the Great Britain. And the great door swung back. Oui, mes amis. Calvaire stood within stood a tall old man, clean shaven, save for a long white mustache. Oh, he has like an evil mustache. Nice. And clad in black from head to foot. Wait a minute. The long white... Is this why Dracula within Castlevania has white hair? Or Alucard or something? Because he also has that same look of like a evil mustache. Was everything... Is there no originality in the world left? Is there no such thing as an original idea anymore in the realm of gaming? Gamers! Gamers! Without a single speck of color about him anywhere. He held in his hand an antique silver lamp in which the flame burned without chimney or globe of any kind. Again, this reference to alchemy, to magic of sorts. I wonder how far it goes here. Because now this lamp is a little bit special, the way that it works. Curious about this. Throwing long quivering shadows as it flickered in the draught of the open door. I will say, the only context that I've ever seen the word quivering used in everyday parlance is your lips and vagina. That's the only two times I've ever seen quivering used in a real sentence. So to see quivering shadows is such a breath of fresh air. Because vagina. The old man motioned me in with his right hand with a courtly gesture, saying in excellent English. Okay, what is the difference? What is it? Okay, because once you get to good English, it's hard to discern excellent. But when it's really excellent, when it's like perfect, then you know. But with a strange intonation, I can do this. I can do a strange intonation. Welcome to my house. Enter freely and of your own will. He made no motion of stepping to meet me, but stood like a statue, as though his gesture of welcome had fixed him into stone, like a gargoyle, like gargoyles, quivering shadows. That's not strange intonation, it's strange stress. Oh, listen. Oh, wow. Oh, now all the linguists are coming out, eh? The moment I play a reading game, the moment I read a book, all the linguists are like, "Oh, buddy, that's stress, not intonation." Well, listen, buddy. I don't even. The instant, however, that I had stepped over the threshold, you know what? You linguists are all the same. You believe that language carries the secrets of the world. No, it's feeling. That's why in that sentence, I didn't need to say a word to say that I was stressed and sad and angry. All I needed was to make the noise, You speakers and your funny words. All I need are noises, moans and grunts. He moved impulsively forward. Wait, I can do it. And holding out his hand, grasped mine with a strength which made me wince, an effect which was not lessened by the fact that it seemed as cold as ice, more like the hand of a dead than a living man. Again, he said, and I wonder if this effect works well with this reading. Okay, let's just, now we elevate. Okay, first we got to this point at a baseline. We got to this point with baseline reading. This is like your average stream. Now we elevate the art of reading live on stream with special effects. I hate hearing myself. Oh god. Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safe, and leave something of the happiness you bring. The strength of the handshake was so much akin to that which, you know what? This needs more. We need more effects. We need more effects. We can go further. You guys want to go further? Anyone do you want to go further? Low. Hello. Okay. And we do this. Here we go. Okay. So and then we do this. And we do this. And we do this. You guys ready? All right. Let's try this out. Okay. Let's try this out, chat. Let's go. All right. Let's see how it goes. Okay. So now we've got the full. Okay. So now let's see if this can. Let's see if this. The strange thing happened was something that which I had noticed in the driver, whose face I not seen. That for a moment I doubted were not the same person. All right, let's try this out. Okay, let's try this out. To make out So I realized that I set it up wrong, and it was actually just doing the weird voices, and I didn't do a single normal voice, and that was my bad. So you didn't even hear me read all of that, you just heard voices. You heard the ghostly apparitions of myself coming back to life, effectively. As he was speaking, he put the lamp on a bracket on the wall, and stepping out, took my luggage. He had carried it in before I could forestall him. I protested, but he insisted. Nay, sir, you are my guest. It is late, and my people are not available. Let me see to your comfort myself. He insisted on carrying my traps along the passage and then up a great winding stair and along another great passage on whose stone floor our steps rang heavily. By the way, this character talks about his traps very often, right? What the fuck are his traps? Like, what does he mean? What did he hire him for? I think Harker is pest control. I think Dracula I think Dracula called Orkin. But he meant to call Count Orlov, but then he called Orkin by accident. And so now Orkin sent me out to go and deal with the pest in his home. And Dracula's like, ah, yes. Oh, guys, look at... We're inside Mr. Bones' wild ride! We made it! We're inside okay, we're now inside the cave. Oh shit, this is exciting. Chat, look. We have entered the entrance. We are now inside Mr. Bones' wild ride. Okay. Now there's another we have another 5 or 6 hours until this is done. We're so close. Oh man, I can't wait to see the very bottom. You know what? Let's just sit here for a bit. I want to see what's beyond these walls. What lies before us? Deep in the mountains, under Mr. Bones' wild ride. I also like how it kind of glows green, you know what I mean? It's like a nice color. It's a very nice effect too. Oh my god, look. Do you see it? Look at the glimpse. Welcome to hell. Hell is another 7 hours of roller coaster. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at it, chat. Jesus Christ, look at how many fucking roller coasters there are. Oh my god. It is miles. It's miles and miles of tracks. Oh, Jesus. We stuck here for so long. Oh, we are not going to make it out. This is going to take forever. How about this? The stream ends as soon as the ride's over. When the ride is over, then the stream ends, okay? Oh. It is miles and miles of track. You're locked in. You can't leave unless you chew your own leg off, okay?
There's no way out. And even if you chew your own leg off, you have to walk up the yeah, you have to walk on the track to make it back. And you have to walk all the way because it's so high up that you can't even jump on here. Like, look at this. You hope the stream lasts forever now. No, this is torture for me. This is hell. I should have never done this. You know, like I woke up last night. I was like, what can I do for tomorrow's stream? Because I was running out of ideas. And I was thinking to myself, sure, let me just do this because it's funny to punish you. But I didn't think it'd be so painful for me. But chat, I'm gonna be stuck here for the next 7 hours. Oh my god. This is hell. You know? When you're an engineer and you work on a roller coaster that is designed to kill someone, and you go to the pearly gates, and they say for your sin of killing one person, you will now go on a ride that is Mr. Bones' wild ride in real time. This is your punishment. Your entire day is spent on the ride. You then go home to sleep, you wake up, you have another shift on Mr. Bones' why is there a giant penis wild ride. The music really adds to this too. Like if you play the music, you know what? Play the music, and then we also do with this here. Color correction, yes. There we go. Then we do. Perfect. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I mean? Welcome to hell. What the fuck? There's an ant on my computer. I need a second. Yo, dog. I successfully beheaded the ant. Before it climbed into my PC, I successfully beheaded it. But give me a second, I need to pick up the body. Uh-oh. Oh. How beautiful was that? That I killed an ant in next full ant versus streamer. So I am kind of worried because the ant is it's one of those ants that establishes new colonies. It's not a queen, but it's one of those like scout ants that finds new places. So it could be a battle against ants soon. BRB. I'm back. Honestly, the stream has ended up amazing. If we do the poll, the ant poll though, A, it means I'll be gone for even longer because ants are way harder to get rid of. B, we'll need to figure out what punishment to do, right? Because we can't do this again. You enjoy this, all of you enjoy this segment too much. I meant for this to be painful. Like I meant for this to be you begging me to stop, and yet here we are having real riveting conversations about writing and language and English and books. You know what I mean? Like we have discussions about history, about cultures, about hell and heaven. You know what I mean? This is just heaven for you, and this is my hell. Oh my god! Look, there's other people. Chat. What the fuck? None of them are alive. Here in this hell, I am the only one. My own purgatory.
You see, I'm touring Los Angeles now. Next up on CNN News, Los Angeles up in flames. Then, wildfires in Colorado. And finally, Sponge Daddy. Or Sponge Mommy. How about Sponge Granddaddy? New lawsuit against Sponge Daddy Company for stealing original idea from Sponge Grandpa. More at 5. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Did you know that we were typing out Dracula? I actually kind of forgot that we were playing the... I forgot that... Is it playing a game? Are we playing a game? I don't think so. Is there really a game to be had? There kind of is. But either way, I forgot that there was a book in my hands. At the end of this, he threw open a heavy door, and I rejoiced to see it within a well-lit room in which a table was spread for supper, and on whose mighty hearth a great fire of logs, freshly replenished, flamed and flared. Does this count as playing, pun intended? The Count halted, putting down my bags, closed the door, and crossing the room, opened another door, which led into a small octagonal room lit by a single lamp, and seemingly without a window of any sort. Passing through this, he opened another door and motioned me to enter. It was a welcome sight, for here was a great bedroom, well lighted and warmed with another log fire. Also added to, but lately, for the top logs were fresh, which sent a hollow roar up the wide chimney. There's something fascinating about this writing style, in particular with the use of the double dashes. I do find it interesting the way that they use the double dashes almost as a pair of parentheses. I've seen this in a couple places. It's a much older style, and I wonder why we ever use this style, because it never really reads well, or it never really feels like it fits. But intentionally, like within context, it's very easy to see that it's meant as like the same role as a semicolon or parentheses in a way, which is interesting because it sort of leads me to wonder again these rules of language, right? Maybe we don't need these rules, and maybe these rules don't matter. It's more about the context, and so it makes you sort of wonder why use parentheses. Well lighted. I thought this was a good book. True, so true. I thought this was a classic. Bram Stoker didn't know anything. The Count himself left my luggage inside and withdrew, saying, before he closed the door, maybe I can do a Dracula voice. You will need, after your journey, to refresh yourself by making your toilet. What? Making your toilet? It's like that phrase, being sick, or like sick down my leg or something, or like I was being sick inside the washroom. That phrasing has always struck me as funny because it's both an abstraction and almost a simplification of what it is to go pee and poo. It's like a baby saying. It's like a kid saying, "Oh, mommy, I have to go wee wee," right? But with much more adult words, and so it sounds a lot cooler than saying, "I have to go wee wee." You know what I mean? By making your toilet. It's basically the adult way of saying, "I have to go wee wee. I have to go poo poo. I have to go shit my pants." I trust you will find all you wish. When you're ready, come into the other room, where you will find your supper prepared. The light and warmth and the Count's courteous welcome seemed to have dissipated all my doubts and fears. Again, interesting, because why is Dracula so warm to this person? Having then reached my normal state, I discovered that I was half famished with hunger. So, making a hasty toilet, I went into the other room. I can see why we don't use that phrasing anymore. So, making a hasty toilet. Next time, every time I go pee now, I'm going to say that I'm going to go make the toilet, okay? Why make the bed when you can make the toilet? But I found supper already laid out. My host, who stood on one side of the great fireplace, leaning against the stonework, made a graceful wave of his hand to the table and said, I pray you, be seated and sup how you please. Sup how? Oh, that's such a... I wish that verb would come back. And I wish there was a variation of it for dinner. Like, you know how people say to the kids, do you want din din? Does my baby want din din? Or like people say to the dogs, does the little puppy want some din din? Right? I wish that comes back, but in normal parlance for adults. Because I'm getting close to 30 now, and so me saying din and sup feels a little childish, right? But I wish it came back as a very, very respectable form of language, right? For me to say, yes, would you like to sup, my dear? How about some din din? Had you had some brekkie today? Dogs need baby talk. You want some din din? Yeah, you want some baby here? You want some baby talk, huh? Yeah, you want some baby talk? Huh? You want that shit? Yeah, you want that shit? Yeah, you want that shit? Yeah. Hello. Oh wait, no.
Oh, hello. You want some din din? Oh yeah, you want some din din? You little puppy baby. Oh, you want some little din din, my little baby puppy? My little baby puppy? You will, I trust, excuse me that I do not join you. But I have dined already, and I do not sup. Does little Jonathan Harker want some suppy wuppy, huh? Do you want some suppy wuppy, Jonathan Harker? You want some din din? You fuck!
You remember from a Vine Sauce video, the colon dash dash was used to indicate a pause, and it was called dog balls. It was called dog balls or something. I feel like you just gave me a D's nuts joke. What do you mean dog balls? What? There's no way. There's no way. Dog balls writing. Okay, the first result for dog balls writing is Yuan 9.5-inch dog toys, a birthday present, dog balls. Dogs and tennis balls, an essay. Dog balls at Canadian Tire. Foam dog balls for the win. Dog balls writing colon dash dash. It's called the compound point. The compound point is an obsolete typographical construction. Keith Houston reported that this form of punctuation doubling, which involved the comma dash dash, semicolon dash, and the colon dash, or dog's bollocks. It actually is called the dog's balls. Wow. And less often the stop dash arose in the 17th century, citing examples from as early as 1622 in an edition of Othello. Wow. Why the chipmunk voice? I was trying to go for like a more like ooh voice. Can I do an ooh voice? How hard is it to get an ooh voice? Because everyone says that, you know, VTubers on Twitch are just dudes, right?
So why don't I just make it so that I'm just a dude? Hey baby girl. Hey.
Hey. Kawaii desu. Wow, so kawaii
Desu. I fucking...
Fuck it. I couldn't do it, sorry. I couldn't. The more I listened to myself, the more I hated it. I handed to him the sealed letter, which Mr. Hawkins had entrusted to me. He opened it and read it gravely. Then, with a charming smile, he handed it to me to read. That's fascinating. I actually forgot about the Hawkins thing because I forgot that we were hired by somebody to bring something there. So good that it told us because I wouldn't have ever recalled that. But also interesting to think that somebody. So it seems like our character is either heavily involved with vampires as a whole, right? Considering that Hawkins, like, you probably wouldn't speak to Dracula if you weren't yourself a vampire, or that vampires have integrated into society so well that they're impossible to discern from a normal person, right? So away from the Castlevania style vampire where they're very much the enemy of the church and they're known to be evil. This is more of a vampires exist among us. It's like a Asterian who sucks your blood every now and then, has sex with you, and then just can't, like, he can't do groceries with you in the morning, but he'll suck your dick. You know what I mean? One passage of it, at least, gave me a thrill of pleasure. Also, it's interesting that he trusted him to then read the letter after, or maybe he wanted him to read it as a power play, right? It's like the bull letting the cuck read the texts that the hot wife is sending him. You know what I mean? I must regret that an attack of gout, from which malady I am a constant sufferer, forbids absolutely any traveling on my part for some time to come. But I am happy to say I can send a sufficient substitute. That's interesting that we are the substitute. But for what? We still don't know what purpose, really. One in whom I have every possible confidence. Well, if it isn't your best friend. Hello, chat. How are you? This is... I know her in real life. How are you? What are you doing? Get out of here. He is a young man, full of energy and talent in his own way, and of a very faithful disposition. And I wonder if the faith is necessary. Whoa, sad face. I was joking. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the chat. I wonder if faith here has any power, because you know how all the various people were doing the cross on themselves. Does the cross actually affect Dracula? Like, if Harker were to throw the cross at Dracula right now, would anything happen? Thank you. Whose blood am I sucking? No, we're not Dracula. We're his maid. He is discreet and silent, and has grown into manhood in my service. That is a sentence. He's sucking your blood. He is discreet and has grown into manhood in my... I've never heard the phrase manhood not in reference to cock and balls. Ever. Nobody says that I've now grown into manhood. People just say I'm old now. You know what I mean? No one ever says manhood without referring to cock and balls. He shall be ready. I think my assessment of this was correct. The way that Harker held the hand of the driver and was like his firm iron grip, and the way that he was so strong, just really reminiscing about his hands, and then this about his manhood. I think this is just yaoi. This just feels like a yaoi. If Bram Stoker was alive today and born in Japan, he would have made a light novel that turned into a yaoi manga and anime called That One Time I Went to Dracula's Castle and We Held Hands and Fell in Love with Each Other. I couldn't believe it. He shall be ready to attend on you when you will during his stay, and shall take your instructions in all matters. Oh my god. It's getting more and more yaoi. I was like, am I broken? You know what I mean? Like, am I broken for seeing this? There's a subjectivity to it. There's a subjectivity to the experience of reading, where it's like, you can derive any meaning and it's death of the author. And it's whatever that you can read and understand that it becomes true, because meaning is derived from the content. The problem is that all signs point to me being... Not me, sorry. I didn't mean to self-insert myself. No, that was not a slip-up. That was not a Freudian slip-up, okay? That was not a Freudian slip-up, alright? All signs point to Harker being bottomed, being topped by Dracula. I think this is secretly a love novel. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish. And I fell to at once on an excellent roast. chicken. No, there's no way, chat. Okay, Bram Stoker knew what he knew what he was doing. Bram Stoker knew what he was doing. I guarantee you, Bram Stoker knew what he was doing when he inserted these euphemisms about yaoi, about boy love, about, you know, man love, right? He is a young man full of energy and talent in his own way. He is discreet and silent and has grown into manhood in my service. He shall be ready to attend to you when you will during his stay and shall take your instructions in all matters. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. He wrote this section as a joke. He was like, I'm tired of writing my book, Dracula, haha. I'm going to write this with a bit more flair to it. I'm going to make it smutty here, and then I'll go right back into the normalcy of it. Bram Stoker is the Shakespeare of 1800s London. This stream is sucking out our blood. That time me and Dracula fell in love, I'd read it. Well, you're here right now. This, with some cheese and a salad and a bottle of old Tokay, which I had 2 glasses, was my supper. During the time I was eating it, the Count asked me many questions as to my journey, and I told him by degrees all I had experienced. Experienced. By this time I had finished my supper, and by my host's desire had drawn up a chair by the fire and begun to smoke a cigar which he offered me. A puff pass from Dracula, very nice. At the same time excusing himself that he did not smoke. That's... Why would you... I guess back then it probably was more common to have... I mean, this is all fantasy fiction, right? But I can imagine back then it was more common to entertain hosts and be much more on the ball with having hostly goods, if that makes sense. Like, nowadays hosting people isn't really a major deal unless it's for you personally, but nowadays it's much easier to do it online, and so there's a level of there's a buffer between where you don't have to, right? And it gets a lot easier to manage in that sense. However, here I can sort of see it being around this time, your only real entertainment was either to go, maybe was golfing. When was golfing invented? Was to play tennis, duel someone to the death, or otherwise host your friends. And mind you, there are no board games, right? So we haven't invented board games yet. You might have card games, you might have dice, you might have drugs, like maybe you have cocaine. I don't know, okay? I don't know. But actually no, you for sure had cocaine in the form of medicine. But you at least had company and time to hang out and talk. And so I guess it makes sense that they would have cigars even if they themselves don't smoke. I kind of do miss that time period of like having things to host your party, because in a way it is nice to have things that allow you the space to talk with one another, to spend time with one another, and to just soften out the hard edges of silence, if that makes sense. Because silence is deafening, and yet with a cigar in hand and a wine in the other, you can be as quiet as you want, because I'm smoking up a storm and I'm drinking like crazy, okay? Just leave me alone to my wine, alright? Nowadays, you don't do that. You go in a Discord call, people don't stop talking, everyone wants to be the comedian, and it's like, listen, buddy, I'm the one who streams here, okay? I had now had an opportunity of observing him, and found him of a very marked physiognomy. His face was a very strong, aquiline, with high bridge of the thin nose. Aquiline? What? Aquiline. Or Achillean, like Achilles? No, an aquiline nose is a human nose with a prominent bridge. An aquiline nasal profile, and then, okay, I'm not kidding you. The Wikipedia example of an aquiline nasal profile is the American bald eagle. Hmm? I don't know why Wikipedia chose the American bald eagle as the example. I guess Americans just with high bridge of the thin nose and peculiarly arched nostrils, with lofty domed forehead. Oh damn! Where'd that thing come? And hair growing scantily around the temples. Wow. But profusely elsewhere. So he has that like you know in Ratatouille the food review guy? He looks like that. Basically this entire description is the food review guy from Ratatouille. Forehead, hair, and nose and all. That's a very... I wonder if they took inspiration from this. Like, I wonder if the animator or like the person who made the character design read Dracula and was like, yes, this is what I want. His eyebrows were very massive, almost meeting over the nose. Damn, that's a lot of hair, jeez. And with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see it under the heavy mustache, was fixed and rather cruel looking. With peculiarly sharp white teeth, these protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale and at the tops extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks firm, though thin. The general effect was one of extraordinary pallor. What is going on in the roller coaster ride? Why are we spinning? We're surrounded by bodies. Hundreds and hundreds of other riders stuck in a procession. A choir but no noise. A theater but no actor, no play. A stage but no performer. A microphone but no singer. A company but no CEO. Signed, Luigi. Sorry. The game crashed. I need a break. I just need a 5-minute break, okay? Does everyone want a break from Dracula? I just need a break, okay? I need a moment to just rest my weary voice and my tired fingers. In the meantime, enjoy Mr. Bones' wild ride. I'll be back in just a moment. I just need a quick 5-minute break. BRB. I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to stall for time. I don't want to come back. I don't want to come back. I'm trying to stall for time as much as I can. Today was meant to punish you. Today was meant to punish you, chat, and I've been punished in your place. Because, chat, I'm going to look at you, okay? Chat, you were supposed to be punished today, chat. But it's me. I'm the one in the seat with you. I didn't think about this. I thought surely the driver would have more control. Surely it's more fun to drive the car, but I neglected to think that either way we're driving off of a cliff to our doom together, chat. Another 7 hours of this before the train finally crashes and we go up in smoke and flames. And I wouldn't be here with anybody else, chat. Just you and me, side by side, on this stupid little train ride, with the stupid, with the letter written by Jonathan Harker for Dracula, and all these other people stuck here as well, because we're all in purgatory together. We all did terrible things in life.
This is our punishment for the sins of our own. The sin of believing that we were above Dracula. 9 hours? What? How could I ever? The ego, the narcissism, to believe that I could read and type any better than a 5-year-old child. To believe that it only would have taken 7 hours. We're here together, chat. All the way. See you in another 2 minutes. Sorry, I have to go clean things up.
Hello, it's Satan here. It's my first time streaming, actually. Nice to meet you all. So, I've got some news for you. This place is under some new administration. Your streamer sold their soul to get out of reading Dracula. I know, it's crazy. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, all of us, we just couldn't believe it. I mean, here we are, in hell, building Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. Next thing you know, I see him riding in. He's on the train, and I'm like, dude, the ride isn't open yet. But he's like, please, you have to help me. Please, I don't want to be on stream. I don't want to read Dracula anymore. And I said, come on, it's not that bad. Come on, I mean, down here, I mean, would you rather read Dracula, or would you rather read Ayn Rand? So anyways, he's in the worst hell now. He'll be reading, Atlas Shrugged. We're gonna have fun reading Dracula. So, let me just see where he left off. He mentioned that he made a pretty cool keyboard tracker thing. Now, last time I programmed, it didn't go too well. I'm sure you've all heard about Y2K. My bad. I didn't really think that would happen. I just, you know, I just, they don't call me Satan for nothing, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, let's just continue some Dracula. So, I know the guy who wrote this, actually. I hang out with him every day. We like to go by walks by the fire. He's a nice firm hand, actually. What the fuck is this message on the side? In my restless dreams, I feel his touch. The great Count Dracula, Jonathan Harker. Man, is this your streamer? Like that? This is who you watch on a daily basis? Hi, Satan. Your voice is so hot, statement. Can you spank me, please? In a couple of years, maybe, yeah. It's been a while since I typed, right? We don't really have good internet down there. I asked Lucifer to contact the big guy up in heaven, but they're on speaking terms, so we gotta do what we gotta do, okay? How do you, what the fuck is this split keyboard? What the fuck? Yeah, no wonder he hated this. He barely even has a keyboard. Oh fuck. This is hell. This is real hell. Take me back to Ayn Rand. Oh fuck. Hitherto I had noticed the backs of his hands as they lay on his knees in the firelight, and they had seemed rather white and fine. But seeing them now close to me, I could not but notice that they were rather coarse, broad, with squat. You know what? Fuck this. Alright, I'm bringing it back to life, okay? Everyone, can you please type inside the chat, bring back the streamer? Yes, oh yes, bring back the streamer, okay? I'll type it first, okay? Bring back this, how does, well, you guys still have the pray emote on Twitch back? Back when I was on Twitch, I remember the Meat Boy emote, pray chat. Bring back the streamer. Yes, oh yes. Can you please type that to bring him back? Yeah, he also types with 3 fingers. Cringe. Cringe AF. No thanks. Nah, I like you more. We good. Well, I don't want to be here. I'm bringing him back. I don't want to deal with this. Just give me a second. It's been a while since I've done a resurrection.
Hey guys. I didn't try to sell you out there. I didn't try to sell you out. I didn't Wasn't trying to avoid my responsibilities. You guys know about Ayn Rand and Atlas Shrugged? Man, is that a shitty fucking book? Well, looks like I'm back in the thick of it. Do you guys miss me? You guys miss me around here? This is my personal hull. Broad with squat fingers. Strange to say, there were hairs in the center of the palm. Why the hell did Satan... I swear Satan only got through like 3 sentences. And I even told him, you know, I told him where the space bar button was on my split keyboard. Clearly, this guy wasn't even trying, alright? I'll show you guys how to really read around here, okay? You want a model student? I'm your man. Oh no, the streamer, Donk Sad, the streamer again. The nails were long and fine, and cut to a sharp point. As the Count leaned over me and his hands touched me, I could not repress a shudder. I really do think this is a boys' love thing, and I told Satan about that, and he's like, nice, pretty cool. But he didn't really agree with me, and Bram Stoker said, no, there's no such thing as boys' love, right? Back in this day, there was no such thing, so let's see how this goes. But and then I told Bram Stoker, I mean, I was down there for a bit, okay? I was telling him all about manga, and he was like, you know what? I should try my hand at this boys' love thing. So you may see a new hit next time I go down there and sacrifice myself again. You're going to see Dracula and I held hands, and I think I saw him blush, the light novel. It may have been that his breath was rank. That's hilarious to me that he's like, it's either his breath stinks or a horrible feeling of nausea came over me, which, do what I would, I could not conceal. They were just roommates. I always found that funny to me because it's like, well, not like funny. It's sad because it's like people can't feel free to be who they are, right? But at the same time, it's funny to me that like people couldn't connect the dots. Because to me, it's kind of obvious. Like if you're roommates for 30, 40 years, then you're just together. You know what I mean? Like you're just living together. Because also, when you're roommates with someone, there's no real difference, right? Like when I'm roommates, like with my wife, not that we're roommates, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like there's some romance to it, but a lot of the day-to-day and a lot of the efforts that you put in really do feel like roommate stuff. Like you gotta decide who cooks and cleans, you gotta decide who takes care of the place, you gotta decide who's gonna pay to fix this stuff, you gotta decide, you know what I mean? And like we have a shared account, right? But like there's still decisions that you make together as a team that feel a lot like when you have roommates and you have to figure out, okay, who's cleaning the washroom every month because everyone pisses on the floor. And I'm like, it feels fairly obvious when somebody is roommates for that long too, especially like, because I don't think, not that friends can't, but I don't know if I could live with my friend for over 30 years, right? And if I ever did, I would probably just be in love with them, because I couldn't stand them otherwise. I think I would go a little bit crazy being around my friend in close proximity for over 30 years, you know? Again, it's sad that did happen, because, you know, people didn't feel free to be themselves, right? But why are people pissing on the floor? Well, see, it all started when everyone forsook the art of sit and pissin'. And in fact, actually, somebody on my YouTube channel, where the VODs are posted, one of the commenters on the video was flaming me because he was like, dude, like it's such a masculine thing, it's such a normal thing to just stand while you pee. We've been doing it for years. What is wrong with you, you pussy, or something? And just know that those are the people who every time you go to the washroom and the wall is a little yellow and the floor is wet and there's like stains on the seat itself, and like the toilet seat lid is like covered in like dots of yellow piss, that's the person who's using the toilet. I just want you to know that. They're on YouTube. The Count, evidently noticing it, drew back, and with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done his protuberant teeth. Wait, what? The Count, evidently nosing it, drew back, and with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done his protuberant teeth. More than he had yet done. Oh, which showed more than he had yet done showed. I get it, right.
his protuberant teeth, sat himself down again on his own side of the fireplace. I will say that construction of the sentences like that are a bit harder to read because it's the natural progression of the sentence to refer to the next thing, but that sentence, it's a bit like a regex that does backtracking, that has to do like a backward search and figure out what's the previous term to figure out what's the next term, basically. We were both silent for a while, and as I looked towards the window, I saw the first dim streak of the coming dawn. There seemed a strange stillness over everything, but as I listened, I heard, as if from down below in the valley, the howling of many wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed, and he said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make!" Seeing, I suppose, some expression in my face strange to him, he added, dog's balls coming in, "Ah, sir, you dwellers. You dwellers in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter." Wow. Then he rose. Beautiful phrase, by the way. You cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter if you live in a city where all you have is provided by you by supermarkets and Walmarts, or whatever the progenitor is. Was it Tesco? Provided by the early 1800s Tesco, okay? There's also hints towards his powers and his relationship with the creatures of the night, similar to the, classic mythology of Dracula being the Lord of Night. This also explains why the driver was able to wave them away, so there is a bit of mysticism to it. It's not just as simple as Vlad the Impaler, where he, impales bodies and drinks their blood. It's much more than that. It's actually powers and his ability to effectively control things. Then he rose and said, "But you must be tired. Your bedroom is all ready, and tomorrow you shall sleep as late as you will. I have to be away till the afternoon. So sleep well and dream well." What a overly dramatic sentence. So sleep well and dream well. With a courteous bow, he opened for me himself the door to the octagonal room. What? To the octagon? What the fuck do you mean to the octagon? What is this? Wait a minute. This is how MMA started. And I entered my bedroom. 4 periods? There's no way. Bram Stoker is breaking all the rules, man. Bram Stoker uses ellipses like Gen Xers like text people. You know what I mean? Like, you ever see like a Gen Xer when they're texting you? It's like this. It's like, "Hey there. Was wondering if you're still selling that lawnmower?" You know what I mean? That's how they text you on like Facebook and stuff for your Facebook Marketplace selling of your lawnmower. And it's like, dude, I don't know why you don't like to use spaces. Why are you using so many ellipses in a set of spaces? Please reply back as soon as you can. I'm so lonely. Lol. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. That's exactly what it feels like. I am all in a sea of wonders. I doubt. I fear. I think strange things, which I dare not confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those dear to me. I wonder if he's now realizing the gravity of it, right? Because again, this still reads a bit like yaoi, almost. Because it still reads a bit like he now knows that Dracula loves him. You know what I mean? Because this could be like a yaoi manga still, where this is his moment of realization of, oh my god, he actually does like me, and then we're about to see the romance. But in the context of the story, this is when he's realizing, oh god, I'm in the employment in the service of a vampire. And I wonder why he doesn't just run. Is it a fear of the power that holds them, that binds him, the fear of what could be done? And also, I guess it makes sense given that he's high up in the mountain, and his only way here was with a driver guiding him through the through that terrifying night with the wolves howling all around him. But still, there's something fascinating about his reaction being so mellow almost. And, I didn't think Jonathan would be necessarily afraid of him. I thought the way that the story was written was Jonathan was going more for a confused angle, right? Kind of like a Shaggy in a Scooby-Doo episode. But no, we're seeing more of that human fear coming out of him, and the slow dawning realization of what he's truly signed up for. And I also, hopefully, I hope it does go into sort of who the original employer was, the person who recommended him, and how he even came to know Dracula. 7th of May. It is again early morning. But I have rested and enjoyed the last 24 hours. I slept till late in the day and awoke of my own accord. When I had dressed myself, I went into the room where we had supped, and found a cold breakfast laid out, with coffee kept hot by the pot being placed on the hearth. Okay, I will say, I do miss when homes had fireplaces. There's something interesting about keeping things hot by a constant running fire. And I like the aesthetic of it, and this idea of like keeping things around the fire like a pot of coffee. It seems almost absurd because you wouldn't just leave it running on the stove. But the only reason why we let coffee get cold in our modern day is because it's so easy to heat up. Whereas there, it's like the fire is always on. You might as well keep it warm because it gets a hell of a lot harder to heat things up. There's so much more effort to do so, right? There was a card on the table on which was written, "I have to be absent for a while." What? Wait, a while is two different words? I guess it makes sense. It's the same as today and tomorrow. Do not wait for me. D. Why does he sign it? He signs it like a One Piece character. I have to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. --D. I set to. That's a crazy command line. You know what? That's the kind of command line argument that you would see for like a sex toys API, right? Like you would run the terminal program vibrate.exe --D to start make it go crazy. I set to and enjoyed a hearty meal. When I had done, I looked for a bell so that I might let the servants know I had finished. But I could not find one. There are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are around me. Now that's a bit fascinating because even now, depending on where you live, helpers and like home helpers aren't difficult to find. And let me explain once I sip some coffee. In many places of the world, you can find home help for a fraction of the price that you normally would. Because standards of living and that gap between the wealthy and the poor are so massive, and the middle class so rare and so far apart, that what you find are people willing to do anything in order to get ahead in life, right? And that's what you see here and around this time period, I imagine. What's interesting about that is that it also points to a bit of a moral quandary that we've been dancing around this entire time, that we're starting to see more and more of, right? Count Dracula seems like a pretty decent dude. Sure, there's terrifying things about him, and there's, terrifying stories about him, and everyone crosses themselves in order to keep safe from the forces of darkness, right? But, I mean, Dracula wants to take care of people, sends out a personal driver to take care of them, commands the wolves not to eat him, which, I mean, to be fair, if you pay somebody, it's kind of like, it's like buying a steak from Walmart and then being like, okay, don't eat this, my little dog, right? But then here as well, he doesn't have any hired help, and it's, at least there's no sense of them. And clearly he can afford it given his extraordinary wealth, as said here. But I wonder if he doesn't because that's not who he is. And I wonder, and this sort of makes me question, why is Dracula seen as such a bad dude? Because here, at least in this initial piece, he seems like a pretty upstanding fellow, right? Somebody who doesn't want to just use people for some service. Not to say that that's necessarily wrong or right. Like if you offer and then there's money involved and then you feel like you're getting a fair compensation, then sure. But you know what I mean? Like especially for the time period, there's a bit of a connotation with the time period and all those other nasty things that can come from this idea of the helping hands around the house, quote unquote. So it's fascinating to sort of see this angle and see Dracula almost placed into a superhuman sense, both in his powers and in his standing, in his wealth, and so these very human values, but also being superhuman even above what the humanity was at the time, the average person's moralities, being above having servants to lord over him, being above treating people like helpers and workers, and actually even prostrating himself, right? Even earlier, when he said, so sleep well and dream well, with a courteous bow to, effectively, Jonathan Harker, who is a helping hand hired. Seems to me like Dracula is quite a swell guy, and actually quite a good fellow, and maybe he's misunderstood. The table service is of gold, and so beautifully wrought that it must be of immense value. The curtains and upholstery of the chairs and sofas and the hangings of my bed are of the costliest and most beautiful fabrics. It must have been of fabulous value when they were made, for they are centuries old. So here, I think this is the hint of how old Dracula is, and that he is of a supernatural lifespan, though in excellent order, which means, and then also that he takes good care of his own stuff, considering that he has no help, at least insofar as we know. I saw something like them in Hampton Court. What the fuck is Hampton Court? Hampton Court? Hampton Court Palace. Hampton, home of Henry. This is the palace. Jonathan Harker went to the palace, but there they were worn and frayed and moth-eaten. But still, in none of the rooms is there a mirror. There is not even a toilet glass on my table. And I had to get the little shaving glass from my bag before I could either shave or brush my hair. What is a toilet mirror? What is a toilet glass? Toilet glass reminds me, because like shaving glass is not the same as toilet glass, okay? What do you use a mirror in the washroom for? To brush your teeth and to shave. But he already has something to help him brush his teeth and shave in the shaving glass. So what else do you do in the washroom that requires a mirror? Well, maybe back in the day they used to wipe their ass and look at the hole. I don't know. Maybe they used to look at the hole as they wipe their ass. I don't know. What are you doing with these? What are you doing with the toilet glass, man? Well, thank God I live in Canada. But this also plays into the idea of that old vampire myth of they can't look into mirrors, or rather they can't see themselves. But what's interesting is that if you can't see yourself, right? I wonder, it feels like it's going for this angle. Just because you can't see yourself doesn't mean that it hurts you, except maybe emotionally. Because if you can't see yourself, then you don't really know yourself. And if you can't see yourself in the mirror, it's like not having it there in the first place. Like, there's no real point in having a mirror there or not, because it doesn't really bother you, right? So I can see why he wouldn't buy a mirror. But if you look at the way that Dracula has so far carried himself, he even has cigars when he doesn't smoke. So we know Dracula sets up the house not just for himself, but for his guests as well, for the people who are staying there and helping him with things, just like the person before who hired us, right? And yet he has no mirror, something that he knows normal people would have, because he himself is interacting with a normal person, right? He's doing so and hiring them for the help. So why does he take away the mirror? Like, there's layers to this. There's layers to this where it feels like the reason why he doesn't have a mirror isn't because he himself finds no use for it, but because of something greater than that. Because he has no use for cigars, and yet he keeps them for his guests. So why wouldn't he keep the mirror as well? And so instead, I think really, given the nature of his character, I wonder if it's going towards more of an emotional impact, right? This idea of, oh God, I'm a vampire, an irreversible set of things. Yet at the same time, he doesn't seem very conflicted by it, right? It seems like he almost enjoys his powers of the night and intimately understands the will of the hunter, as he said before as well. I'm curious. This is a very fascinating story. These layers that we're seeing being built on top of each other and slowly building up into some characterization that feels interesting in the grand scheme of things, especially in this day and age when there's a slew of vampire media. I can see why this book is really considered one of the classic books that you should read. You bet Dracula pisses on the floor. You're right. See? Probably, because he has no mirror to guide his piss. See, every time I go to the washroom, I have a little hand mirror, okay? And I look inside the mirror to look at the tip of the hole. That way I know where the pee is going to go by looking at the shape of the hole, right? Otherwise, I have no clue, right? And your first 2 seconds of piss could be against the wall or in your face. Like, you don't really know, all right? That's why you have the toilet glass. How could they? How dare they? How could they? So awful. I have not yet seen a servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle except the howling of wolves. Some time after I had finished my meal, I do not know whether to call it breakfast or dinner. It was between 5 and 6 o'clock when I had it. I looked about for something to read, for I did not like to go about the castle until it asked the count's permission. There was absolutely nothing in the room, book, newspaper, or even writing materials. So I opened another door in the room and found a sort of library. Brinner. Lunch, dinner, what was it? Breakfast, dinner, luncheon, dinner, Brinner. The door opposite mine. I tried, but found it locked. In the library I found, and this place must be magical, right? There is something to be said about libraries that are built up over time, right? There's a fantasy that people have with books in libraries that they'll build a beautiful library full of hundreds of thousands of books, just shelves upon shelves, and they can peruse it at any time, and they can pass it down in their family. And then they have a child, and the child says, "I don't give a fuck about books, Dad. I want to be an esports gamer. I want to be a streamer on Twitch.tv like you are." I go, "Shut the fuck up, son. I'm not a streamer." And then you know it's too late. They've already burned all the books to feel for some stream bit, and then now your library is up in flames and they're recording the thing live on their iPhone 27 going, "Oh bro, guys, look at my massive fire." You felt that slap. In the library I found, to my great delight, a vast number of English books, whole shelves full of them, and honestly full of himself too. All the I love how the Englishman is like, "Ah, yes, English books, for the love of God, finally, some English media." I was beginning to think I was over in China, and bound volumes of magazines and newspapers. The table in the center was littered with English magazines and newspapers, though none of them were of very recent date. The books were of the most varied kind. History, geography, politics, political economy, botany, geology, law, all relating to England and English life and customs and manners. The absurd, the ego, the narcissism. History, geography, politics, political economy, botany, geology, law and order? Why, only England and English life can have that. For that is an English custom and manner to have law and order. For that is English life and England custom and manner to have rocks on the floor and plants that you eat and an economy that works and a history and geography and politics that is an English thing. The ego! Sorry, my sorry, my Canadian the Canadian for Canada. There were even such books of reference as the London Directory, the Red and Blue books, Whitaker's Almanac, the Army and Navy list, and it somehow gladdened my heart to see it, the law list. God, Vive la Canada! Vive la France! Sorry, wrong place. Anyways, yeah, that's just a funny phrase to me. It's just such a funny little section where it's like the love of England and only England, law, customs, all pertaining to English life. But what in God's name is the London Directory? Books of reference such as the London Directory. You love that emote far more than you should. Did someone say Canada? What is this? The London Directory book. The London Directory for the year 1789, containing an alphabetical arrangement of the names and residences of the merchants, manufacturers, and principal traders of the cities of London and Westminster. What? Dude, English people have such an ego. It's Yellow Pages. It's the Yellow Pages book where you open it up and you look up, Martha, and then you look for Stuart, and then you get a phone number. Excuse me, it doesn't seem that complicated. And then you might have an ad for like, used sex toys for sale now. You know what I mean? Like it's not that serious, guys. The Red and Blue books. What is the Red and Blue books? What? Oh, good. Okay. First result: wordreference.com language forums. Okay. Hello. There were even such books. What are Red and Blue books? Humphrey Wretton. Certain red books are mentioned here as the red books. See if this. Okay. The Blue book. There are two long-running UK official publications which you would have found in the Victorian Reference Library. The Blue book provides detailed estimates of national products, income, and expenditure for the UK. The Red book, named after the traditional color of its cover, is the financial statements and budget report. And people get excited about this shit? Can you say order, otter, odor? Order, otter, odor. Order, otter, odor. Well, looks like that's English, everyone. It is funny to me that again, I'm just memeing, but it is sort of funny that there's such an insistence on this character's love of, again, bureaucracy, right? Again, what did I mention at the start? Jonathan struck me as a very work-oriented person. Very little time for passion in life. Sometimes you would talk about Mina, but rarely at that. Otherwise, it'd be work, and just sort of going by the book, bureaucracy, getting things done. Very matter of fact. And so to see his excitement towards geology, law, botany, history, geography, politics, political economy, the London, basically the Yellow Pages book, the London Directory, the Red and Blue books of financial numbers, Whitaker's Almanac. I don't even know what the fuck that is. It's another reference book published in the United Kingdom annually. It was originally published by J. Whittaker & Sons from 1868 to 1997. What is this? What content? Whitaker's Almanac consists of articles, lists, and tables on a wide range of subjects, including education, the peerage, government departments, health and social issues, and the environment. It also includes a section on the country's directory, which includes recent history, politics, economic information, and culture's overviews. It was prized enough that Winston Churchill took a personal interest in the continued publication of the book after its headquarters were destroyed in the Blitz. Okay, let's stop reading there. Well, that's what the almanac is. What is the Army and Navy list? What? Army and Navy list. Canadian Armed Forces bases and support. Wait, what the fuck? You just see the bases? Wait, chat. It gives you the addresses of our military bases. Is this normal? What? Okay, so the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Canadian Division Support Base Valcartier up in Quebec, his name is
the commandant is named Colonel JLS Menard, and then the sergeant major is Adjutant Chief Normand. You can call them at 41884. What the fuck? Why is this? This is all public. What? I just want to. Okay, I'm assuming the U.S. Sorry, I'm assuming the UK Army and Navy list is similar to that, where it's just a list of all of where the army is. Okay, around this time, let's just say they were everywhere. Okay, it was a little. It's a bit of a wild time in English history. Whilst I was looking at the books, the door opened. What is that emote? Pepe Neal. Pepe kneel. Everyone kneel to the English Empire. Pepe kneel. Now, everyone kneel. Whilst I was looking at the books, the door opened, and the Count entered. Pepe kneel. He saluted me in a hearty way, and hoped that I had had a good night's rest. Then he went on. The chain of Pepe kneels. I am glad you found your way in here, for I am sure there's much that will interest you. These companions, and he laid his hand on some of the books, have been good friends to me, and for some years past, ever since I had the idea of going to London, have given me many hours of pleasure. Through them, I have come to know your great England. And to know her is to love her. I long to go through the crowded streets of your mighty London. To be in the midst of the whirl and rush of humanity, to share its life, its change, its death, and all that makes it what it is. But alas, as yet I only know your tongue through books. To you, my friend, I look that I know it to speak. 1. Remember how the Beatles got really popular in the States, and there was like a Beatlemania? Now, there was also a period of time where being British was really cool. Like, it was like everybody wanted to be British. Everyone wanted to be English in some way, right? American was seen as sort of like the plain Jane. Canada was seen as sort of like the funny haha, we're inside the igloo kind of thing, okay? And like the moose and the meese, stuff like that. But England, it was like, yo, the Beatles, sick. Rock, sick. Pop, cool. You know what I mean? Like, it was nice. And constables and whatever the horse guys are, you know, like the ones guarding the palace, neat. Long live the queen, right? Dracula would have fit right in during that era of the online world when being British was really cool. Like, I could see him right now being a UK-aboo. Is it a UK-aboo? What's the phrase? It's not UK-aboo, is it? UK-aboo? A British-aboo? A B-aboo. A B-aboo. A B-aboo. Spoiler, the queen is dead. It's just sorry. It's just the phrasing of that. It's just something about the phrasing. Starting out by saying spoiler. Spoiler: the queen is dead. Spoilers. Spoiler alert: queen's dead, guys. Oh god. Let's just move on. It's just such a good point to move on. But Count, I said, you know and speak English thoroughly. He bowed gravely. You know, for such a powerful being that has control and command over the night, presumably, he really does prostrate himself very often to us. He really does seem to respect us and who we are, and even just respect his guests in general. I thank you, my friend, for your all too flattering estimate.
But yet I fear that I am but a little way on the road I would travel. How about a UK file? We're not gonna use UK file. We're not gonna use we're not gonna use UK file. Okay. I know I flip flopped a couple times. I'm gonna stay firmly on the side of English was a mistake. Language was a mistake. We need to return to Monkey, and we need to. I say we go on an expedition to find the Tower of Babel and finish the job. Who's with me? Who's with me? Who's with me? We're gonna form an expedition, find the Tower of Babel, and finish the job. We bring some dynamite, one shot. Okay, that's over. All right. Then we go. Then we all go. We all go back to. Then we all go back to Monkey. True. True. I know the grammar and the words, but yet I know not how to speak them. Crash. Monkey emoji. Crash the tower. Crash. Crash the tower. God's angels descending from heaven on top of the Tower of Babel. Crash the tower! Indeed, I said. Ye speak excellently. You know what? My stream is very reminiscent of like a Sufjan Stevens kind of deal, where it's like, I say that I'm not really religious, and then this entire time we keep making jokes about the Tower of Babel and God and angels and stuff, and it's like, you sure these aren't religious, underpinning lyrics and stuff? And it's like, no, it's about my personal life, you know what I mean? Not so, he answered. What is that emo thing called again? Bredge. Well, oh, there's also Treege. You guys should use Treege. Well, I know that. Did I move and speak in your London? None there are who would not know me for a stranger. That is not enough for me. Here, I am noble. I am boyar. The common people know me. And I am master. But a stranger in a strange land, he is no one. Is that where the phrase came from? A stranger in a strange land? What? Treege? Less than Allige. What the fuck is Allige? What do you mean? There's no way there's an emote for an alley. Oh, I was really hoping that there was an emote for like an alleyway, and then it's just Allige. Can somebody do like a brick wall emotes? Hey, I know some of you make emotes here, okay? Get an image of like a brick wall, add the eyes of bread and trees on it, and just call it Allige. So it's like an alleyway, but like Joe. You know what I mean? Like a Treege, or Sag, or Allige. Thank you. But a stranger in a strange land is no one. Men know him not, and to know not is to care not for. I am content if I am like the rest, so that no man stops if he sees me, or pause in his speaking if he hear my words. Ha ha! The stranger! I have been so long master that I would be master still. Or at least that none other should be master of me. You come to me not alone as agents of my friend Peter Hawkins of Exeter. It's always Exeter. To tell me all about my new estate in London. You shall, I trust, rest here with me a while, so that by our talking I may learn the English intonation, and I would that you tell me when I make error, even of the smallest in my speaking. I am sorry that I had to be away so long today. But you will, I know, forgive one who has so many important affairs in hand. That is an amazingly long phrase. Any G designers in chat? No, didn't think so. Who? You know the band award graphic? Like Guro? You're right. I can't commission emotes anymore. Because I banned 1984'd all graphic designers in my chat.
Hey, chat, try to copy paste this. Chat, can you copy paste my message and try to send it? I'm just curious. It feels like there's like a bug in my chat. I don't know why. You guys try copy pasting my holiday message for using private block terms expired and not posted to chat. Private graphic designer. Graphic designer. Oh man, there's just something funny about that. This is a long paragraph. This entire paragraph is fascinating because it's you see even more of what the fuck. How'd you do that fancy font? What the fuck? I know what to do for people like you who break the rules. I know what to do. Nightbot.tv. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. And I think it's like this, right? Alright. Try your fancy font now. Let's see how you like your fancy font when it backfires on you. Oh fuck. They gone even fancier. I need to keep on going. I can't keep up. POV, no joke. This is what red team, blue team stuff in security is like, okay? No joke. This is red team, blue team stuff, live security stuff, okay? This is how you fight against people breaking your systems. I'm not even kidding you. You can't cut all the Hydra's heads. Why did you say that in such a... You said that so beautifully. You said that so mellifluously. You said that like you just wrote like a classic novel that will be passed down in time until we read it again in 2025. You can't cut all the Hydra's heads. Graphic designers, fight back. Alright, don't worry. This will trip someone up, okay? Somebody's gonna try to type graphic designer multiple ways, and they will just immediately get banned, alright? Okay, but that one's funny, though. I like that font. Alright, good. Anyways, my security company is dead. My moderator quit. They cited aggressive and uncaring chat. They cited combative chat members who made their day terrible. I just want you to know that's all your fault. Anyways, back to this paragraph, right? This paragraph is interesting because it belies a certain sense of understanding of who Dracula is, but I can't tell with certainty because there's a lot of vagueness around it. In a way, we know for sure at least one thing. He enjoys being in the role of the master, right? That one is very much certain. He enjoys being, in other words, at the top of the food chain and not prey. And he's never been prey for so long. And I imagine there's sort of a symbolism there with the idea of him being a vampire and how utterly foreign that is to him to be a creature of the night and also be hunted like just an animal, right? To then swap roles and be that. And so what's fascinating to me is his reason for that doesn't line up with what I just said. Because that's my assumption, is that he wouldn't want to be there because, you know, because he was so used to being master. But it's actually the latter portion of what I said, where he doesn't want to be hunted. He doesn't want to feel subservient to someone and feel lesser than somebody. And it's interesting because it feels like a commentary on the state of people in general within larger cities compared to wherever they are, right? Presumably wherever they are, right? In Transylvania. It's much more remote, it's much more removed from society, and specifically his domain, his demesne, is his own to control. I was like, where's that noise coming from? And then I realized what was happening, but it's unlocked me. Sorry, it felt like moaning. It's okay, it's unlocked me. You know what? You can't be sorry, right? Because I'm the one who gave you the ability, and I put it on there. I allowed you to do it because I thought it was funny. So don't be sorry. Be thankful. But yeah, it's fascinating to see that he doesn't want to be somebody who's treated like a foreigner in foreign lands. And again, what was that phrase that immediately it stuck out to me as a phrase that I see very often? But a stranger in a strange land, he is no one. I swear I've heard this particular sentence before elsewhere in other bits of writing, and I didn't realize that it was one of those sentences that is so overused so as to lose its meaning, if that makes sense, right? Like there's a lot of sayings and metaphors and stuff where they reach a certain point where they're so overused that they're no longer useful. And it's like a metaphor is only really useful once, if it makes sense. And again, it's that commentary on society that's, you know, in a much busier place, in a much greater place, right? London, I mean, at the time was probably near the height of its power. And I mean, you know, like in terms of like the world domination thing, and had all this prestige and sort of value to it. And he doesn't want to be there because he doesn't feel like that society is actually conducive to living. Which is interesting, right? Because our character knows, I think almost certainly by this point, that this is a vampire that he's talking to. It's very much implied, right? So to see this level of vulnerability from him, from Dracula, and for him to almost criticize the society for being so, in a way xenophobic, but not to any particular group, but to strangers as a whole, and to say, I don't want to be there because the treatment that I would get is less than what I would even enjoy, and at least here I am master, right? That he doesn't want to be subservient to people in London. That to me is fascinating. It shows a moment of vulnerability and lends more credence to my idea of the mirror being absent from his room, at least my theory, at least. But not because of any practical reason or because of any sort of money-saving reason or any reason like that, but because of an emotional aspect, right? Like it feels like it's leading more into Dracula as a person and as a character that isn't just meant to be used to push a character forward, but actually is a full character in and of themselves, and is effectively, really, I feel like Dracula is not the protagonist. What is it? It's like the main character of the story, but we're seeing it through the eyes. We're seeing him through the eyes of a secondary character. We have the perspective of somebody who, in third person, in first person, is observing the main character. If that makes sense. That's what this feels like. Yep. However, this could also be one of those interesting misreads, right? Because there's another understanding of this where Dracula says specifically that he's master here. He doesn't even say that he's respected here. He says that he's master here. And effectively that he says that he lords over all others here. Because if he was much more about feeling, let's say, good about who he was and feeling like he wasn't being disrespected, I don't think he would have reiterated the master point so heavily, and I think he would have talked more about how he feels at home here instead. So it could still be a power play for him, and not necessarily respect as in like human decency, but more in the sense of respect because you should, and so you will serve under the boot of my foot, if that makes sense. This paragraph is so heavy and so deep with different meanings. Again, every paragraph so far in this book has been so heavy and so deep, and I really enjoy this, right? Games have a bit of a problem with this, where books you can sort of take at your own pace and go back and forth. Games, and it's sort of, you know, a larger discussion that I'm still writing the script for like a mouth-watering review of sorts, where it's hard to be able to do something like a book where you can just go back and forth and sit there for a little and think about this and theorize as you go and build these pathways from just textual analysis, because games will often push you forward and you can't go back very easily, right? And seeing it and doing it really is fun, and I kind of wish more games sort of had this. And I know it's funny to call this a game. It really is kind of sort of not really a game, it's more of a game light, but in a way it's sort of the best story game there is just a book. Because you get all the benefits of a book, being able to jump back and forth and actually do deep textual analysis within the moment with all the context around you and with perfect recall, while also being able to go at your own pace and even push forward through things as quickly as you want as it gets more and more intense. It's a visual novel, says chat. It's a visual novel.
It's a visual novel. Sure emote. Sorry, I forgot to say the sure emote. It's a visual novel. Sure emote. Okay, well, you're not wrong. I hate that you're not wrong though. I hate that you said that, but what I hate the most is that you're right. You're so right, and I hate it. Of course, I said all I could about being willing, and asked if I might come into that room when I chose. He answered, "Yes, certainly," and added, "You may go anywhere you wish in the castle, except where the doors are locked, where of course you will not wish to go. There is reason that all things are as they are. And did you see with my eyes and know with my knowledge, you would perhaps better understand." I said I was sure of this. And then he went on. God, I hate typing. "We are in Transylvania. And Transylvania is not England. Well, not yet. Our ways are not your ways. And there shall be to you many strange things. Nay, from what you have told me of your experiences already, you know something of what strange things there may be." Yeah, I'm not enjoying the dog balls. The dog balls are really hard to type. It's surprisingly difficult, and it really does look like a penis. This is interesting. This line in particular, I find such a beautiful way of saying this, because this is something that I struggle with, okay? I act as a pseudo-parent to many a child, and soon many more, because of circumstances. I will have to raise some children very soon. Not my own children, but my wife and I, we have some responsibilities to our nieces and nephews, and circumstances are changing. And this is the hardest thing to ever actually try and talk about. And this response is exactly what the children give you. And it's specifically that belief, that confidence, that of course you know. You've been through it all. What other mysteries can there be? It is it is so ingrained in human nature to be unaware of our own limitations of sorts. And to be almost so hot about how much we know, and to place overconfidence and overimportance on what little we do know, never realizing that it's but a fraction of the world around us, right? And so to say there is a reason that all things are as they are, and did you see with my eyes, and know with my knowledge, would perhaps better understand, that is a beautiful way of him trying to explain as best as he can the unique perspective that Dracula has, over Jonathan Harker. And yet again, it is one of the hardest things. No matter if you're an adult or a child, I've had to do this multiple times, no matter who they are. We always believe more in ourselves than we do in other people, because the only thing we can be sure of is our own subjective experience, which is our own objective truth. It's one of those hardest things, is that empathy is not just understanding a feeling, it's also the belief and the acceptance of another person's thoughts and ideas, and the belief that they truly do mean what they mean, and that their experiences are just as, though subjective as ours, are also just as objective as ours as well. And so for Jonathan to then go, "I know what I'm talking about, I'm sure of this," and for Dracula to reiterate very clearly, "This is not England, you're in a land unknown to you, but though I will give you credit, though there may be many strange things, based on your experiences you will have seen many thus far, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will know and understand and even be accustomed to, and perhaps even accepting of, the things that will befall upon you in these lands." And that to me is such a powerful sort of like back and forth, because it's a tale as old as time, trying to pass on knowledge to another. And what's funny is that Dracula, in a way, is elder of all. If the mythology stays true and he is a vampire so old, then it is absolutely certain that he is so far above anybody, any living human, that of course we should listen to him, just as we would listen to our elders, just as we listen to our mother when she says, "Don't touch the stove and shit in the toilet and not on the floor, please," right? And he doesn't, because we don't see that. And even if it was some other older lady, we wouldn't even listen, because elderly and sort of that idea of subservience and mentorship and guidance, it takes more than just time and age, and it takes more than just an assumption of such. It takes a position and a status that has to take hold in one's mind and a belief before it becomes reality. It's a very, very fascinating take. It also sort of shows a bit of his personality, too, where he really does, Count Dracula really does try to exert his master's status, right? He really does try to enforce and emphasize his role at the top of the food chain compared to all others in his land, and to remind those who step upon his land that, hey, listen, buddy, this is my land. We live a way of life here that is entirely foreign to you, and though you may be familiar with some of it, you don't even know the half of it, so listen to me. It's such a beautiful back and forth, and we're really starting to see this subservient relationship between Jonathan Harker and Count Dracula, but also this tension that I think is going to grow over time around them trying to listen and understand each other, right? And it's going to be interesting to see this played into, because it feels a bit like X-Men in that sense, where there's no real life analogy to understanding the struggles of a vampire, just as there's no real life analogy to understand the struggles of the X-Men, right? They're very dangerous and they do things, and it's very terrifying. And so it's unique challenges that the book has to now sort of go through and figure out how to actually portray, presumably, but within at least as far as we can tell, a very dynamic social context that's very human at the heart of it all, with a Count Dracula that isn't sort of the Castlevania style, wanting to kill all humanity, or a classic vampire wanting to drink blood, but seemingly one that wishes to understand and integrate into human society more as an appreciation and as a fascination of it, given by the way he talks about London, England. It's crazy how much context you can get from just a couple of paragraphs, and it's so dense in meaning, but so rich, like a beautiful coffee. All those different notes, the bitterness that sort of rises up, and then all those other floral notes just peeking through as well, like a nice tea. So good. You know what else is gonna have a lot of notes to it? My shit. I'm not kidding you. I have to go take a shit. It's bad. I'll be back. 5-10 minutes. I don't know. Okay, I didn't take a massive shit. I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen. I tried to take a shit before stream, but clearly I failed. Yeah. There has got to be like a secret, like a prostate gland, but for your asshole to force a shit. Because dear God, if I could have gotten that out before I started streaming, that would have gone a hell of a lot better. Sorry about that, chat. That took a long, long time. I don't even know when I left. Jesus, I was just in a daze, just pushing out just pounds of poop. Jesus Louises. That was a burrito last night. That was noodles yesterday. It was like a 2 days worth of it. That was like a snake. I looked down in the toilet and I'm like, wait a minute, did this come from my asshole or did this climb up from the sewer? There's no way this came from me. That was awful. Sorry about that, chat. That took a while. That added a lot more runtime to this. However, we have about 2 hours left before everything's fully done. So let's see if we can get this done in 2 hours, at least chapter 2, okay? I think I fully just explained all of this. And then, sorry about that. Jeez Louise. Like, is there no secret shortcut to taking a shit before stream? This is the problem, right? I think I've Pavloved my body. And I take the shit during stream every time I stream, and so it's like every single time at the 6 hour mark of like consistent 6-7 hour mark, I go and I take a shit, and it's so frustrating. What's funny is that none of you moaned or anything in between either, which is typically very, very calm of all of you. Now, where were we? Right, okay, we're talking about how, he goes anywhere you wish in the castle, trying to explain to Jonathan exactly his perspective, trying to pass on his knowledge. Jonathan saying, oh, I know all this, and then Jonathan really does strike me as an egotistical person, especially after the whole botany, geology, law portion. This was just funny to me. And I wonder how this conversation goes, because again, I'm curious to see how much of a
human perspective this is taking with this character here, or if there even is such a thing as a human perspective with a Dracula type of character. It's led to much conversation, and as it was evident that he wanted to talk, if only for talking's sake, I asked him many questions regarding things that had already happened to me or come within my notice. Sometimes he sheered off the subject or turned the conversation by pretending not to understand, which is funny because he can do this, right? The best benefit to being somebody who doesn't look traditionally sort of the majority culture of a place is that you can just say, oh, me no speak English, and then you just kind of move on, right? I've done it a couple times to avoid conversations, and boy oh boy does it help, right? And it's funny that Dracula does this though, because Dracula has so far demonstrated a perfect knowledge of English, and so therefore, at least a very excellent one. And so it's hard to believe that he would turn his eyes away and then say, oh, I don't know anything about this. And I'm sure Jonathan on some level must know this and understand that fascinating sort of dichotomy between what he's demonstrating, telling him these very complex statements about I know something and you don't, and going, I don't know anything about that. I know nothing. But generally, he answered all I asked most frankly. Then, as time went on and I had got somewhat bolder, I asked him of some of the strange things of the preceding night. Okay, that's a very bold question. As, for instance, why the coachman went to the places where he had seen the blue flames, of which could be copper, lead, stuff like that. Yeah, very curious about this too, actually. He then explained to me that it was commonly believed that on a certain night of the year, last night in fact, when all evil spirits are supposed to have unchecked sway, which is also back in chapter 1 when the old lady told him about that holiday, something George's night, something Saint something's night. So it was that night, because it only took him one night to get up to the mansion, to the castle. So it's all sort of the same thing. Welcome back. Thank you, Chad. And again, honestly, there's something funny about coming back from a shit and trying to pretend like everything's normal. I've always, every time I work, when I poop, it breaks me out of the flow state for the rest of the day, because I feel so disgusting and dirty, right? Because when I'm working, it's like I'm supposed to be working, but then I just go and I take a shit and I come back and I have to pretend like my asshole didn't just gape, right? I have to pretend like I didn't just have a gaping asshole. And it's like, I don't know if I can pretend it anymore that I didn't have a gaping asshole the entire time. It just doesn't feel right to then go into a meeting, talk to my boss, and shake people's hands. It's like, do you know where these hands have been? Up my gaping asshole, trying to wipe that shit out. Like, it just doesn't, I don't know. For you, it's the opposite. You feel very clean since you have a shower right after. Well, look at you having the luxury to wash it off after. I need to get a bidet, because unfortunately, I have to wipe it only. And but however, I do use like the wet, well, not like wet wipes. I do like like the water to clean it, but I wish I could do like a full shower to wash it off too. It's clean. It's very clean. I do super clean. I basically bidet it, but it is kind of hard to without a real proper bidet and without having the time to go shower, because it would add another 10 minutes and you'd all be sitting here waiting. So alas, I must suffer through swamp ass. I'm just kidding. I do wipe my ass. I'm not like one of those people who don't wipe their ass because of a belief that it's nasty or something. Like, it's nastier not to wipe your ass. Anyways, we're talking about the blue flame, right? Yeah, a blue flame on that night, last night during that holiday, is seen over any place where treasure has been concealed. What? That treasure has been hidden. He went on. In the region through which you came last night, there can be but little doubt. For it was the ground fought over for centuries by the Wallachian, the Saxon, and the Turk. And the only reason that I know Wallachia is because of Castlevania. I won't even lie to you, that's the only time I've ever heard
I've heard the term Wallachia, and so I didn't know that it was a real place. Why, there's hardly a foot of soil in all this region that has not been enriched by the blood of men, patriots, or invaders. In old days, there were stirring times when the Austrian and the Hungarian came up in hordes, and the patriots went out to meet them. Men and women, the aged and the children too, and waited their coming on the rocks above the passes, that they might sweep destruction, oh my god, on them with their artificial avalanches. Huh. This is interesting. When the invader was triumphant, he found but little, for whatever there was had been sheltered in the friendly soil. That whole exchange reminds me a lot of, again, Castlevania. Specifically how that initial exchange in Symphony of the Night was like, you steal men's souls, and what is a man? You know what I mean? And then expounding upon the sins of humanity. And even really within the whole Castlevania lore of Dracula is the misunderstood one. And he's simply pointing out the hypocrisy and the sinful nature of humanity. That's what this feels like. And I can sort of see why it feels, now I see where all the media that I enjoy takes so much of its themes from. And even this, it feels a lot like, the religious text of the time, especially within Christian, I don't want to say lore. I don't want to say Christian lore, but if you read the stories in the Bible, there's a lot about how we are effectively the ones who created this mess, and sort of like we are sinful by nature and stuff, and like we are, there's like it's in our nature to want this war and destruction. But how, said I, can it have remained so long undiscovered? Oh yeah, and then the addition of a treasure being hidden there is interesting to me. So long undiscovered, when there is a sure index to it, if men will but take the trouble to look. That is a good question. The index of it being the blue light, how is it hidden for so long? The Count smiled, and as his lips ran back over his gums, the long, sharp, canine teeth showed out strangely. He answered, because your peasant is at heart a coward and a fool. Those flames only appear on one night, and on that night, no man of this land will, if he can help it, stir without his doors. And, dear sir, even if he did, he would not know what to do. Why, even the peasant that you tell me of, who marked the place of the flame, would not know where to look in daylight, even for his own work. So true. This applies today in a modern context. If you ever open up your own code base on like GitHub and you say who wrote this shit, and you look at the history and it's like it's you, it's like, ooh, didn't recognize that. Even you would not, I dare be sworn, be able to find these places again. And also, yeah, it is wild land. The way that he described his entire journey up the mountains, right? Winding paths, mountains that frown over them, the darkness that is creeping in. It must be difficult to even know where to begin. There, you're right, I said. I know no more than the dead, where even to look for them. Then we drifted into other matters, like law and order in London, England. Come, he said at last. Finally, we're getting to the yaoi part. Tell me of London, and of the house which you have procured for... What? Oh, I thought he was joking about being a solicitor. I thought the whole line about solicitors was, in a way, Bram Stoker's rant against people coming to his door to try to scam him. But no, he's actually... Jonathan hates his job. Fight Club, Office Space. What other ones? What other movies do this? Like that whole Gen X series of movies, Fight Club, Office Space, stuff like that. About hating the office life despite having a good job. I think Dracula was the first. Dracula by Bram Stoker was the first of those types of stories about not wanting to do your job. And really, this is actually this is more of a reddit.com/r/anti-work rant than anything. I think Bram Stoker would do well on Reddit. I think, and it's interesting too because why? Sure, he wants to visit London, and why? But then why? But still, it's strange because he doesn't want to visit it because he's a stranger, but he still buys property there. It's a bit odd the way that this is playing out. But now at least we have some context as to what we're doing there, and that we actually are not just a solicitor. We're working specifically for real estate. With an apology for my remissness, I went into my own room to get the papers from my bag. While as I was placing them in order, I heard a rattling of china and silver in the next room, and as I passed through, noticed that the table had been cleared and the lamp lit, for it was by this time deep into the dark. The lamps were also lit in the study or library. And I found the Count lying on the sofa, reading, of all things in the world, an English Bradshaw's Guide. What is our English Bradshaw? English Bradshaw's Guide. Bradshaw's Guide. This isn't real. Like, there's no way that this is real. There's no way. Like, you're telling me this is the height of English book? Bradshaw's was a series of railway timetables and travel guidebooks published by W.J. Adams and Henry Blacklock, both of London. It is a subway map. Amazing. It is a subway map with times for your bus. Like, you know how you go in your subway stop on your train, like you try to go to your bus stop, you download your app to see your bus times. That's what that is, but in book form. When I came in, he cleared the books and papers from the table, and with him I went into plans and deeds and figures of all sorts. He was interested. He was interested in everything, and asked me a myriad questions about the place and its surroundings. He clearly had studied beforehand. All he could get on the subject of the neighborhood, for he evidently at the end knew very much more than I did. When I remarked this, he answered, Well, but, my friend, is it not needful that I should? That phrase is actually, you don't hear this anymore, right? Kindly do the needful. Is it not needful that I should? The word needful just isn't used anymore in like modern English, but it used to be a big thing within UK English, British English, which is why people over in like former British colonies say it a lot, because their English came from that time period, right? I'm sure there must have been Canadians back then when they first moved here who also said the same thing. Well, actually, maybe not. It's probably not around the same time period when that phrase came into the parlance. When I go there, I shall be all alone, and my friend Harker Jonathan. Nay, pardon me. I fall into my country's habit of putting your patronymic first. My friend Jonathan Harker will not be by my side to correct him. Aid me. He will be in Exeter. Always Exeter, it's always Exeter. Miles away. Probably working at papers of the law with my other friend, Peter Hawkins. So, he strikes me as a very, very lonely person, Mr. Dracula. Spends all his time reading these very factual books. In a way, he's almost like a mirror of Jonathan. Whereas Jonathan is a solicitor trying to do his job, Dracula is sort of the same thing, but wanting to sort of take his place where he is. He wants to be the person there. And what's interesting is that they share the same sort of love for the mundane and for the bureaucratic, and for information and facts as a whole, almost like a trivia game of sorts. It's odd to me the way that they look at information and say, ah, yes, this is my reading material. For him to sit so comfy on the sofa to dive into a timetable of train rides and bus stops seems to be a little bit excess at best. And it's interesting because, think too that he's a very old person. Let's assume vampires live for a very long time. Let's assume that that's true. And given his significant amounts of wealth, and presumably for how much the people around his place fear him, and thus how much he's well known, presumably he's been there for a while. And so you have to sort of wonder, in all that time, you've found no joy but to read this? You found no joy but to do these things? It feels a little odd. Very, very odd in a sense. And it makes you sort of wonder what is going on in Dracula's life that he has to do this stuff, and why he feels so businesslike, and what is, and how he procures these books, and why he chooses these bits of information. But at the same time, it's a great characterization because, again, it's a bit like moving anywhere. You spend a lot of your time just reading information. You wouldn't pick up like a for fun novel like Dracula when you're trying to figure out how's it like to live in London, England, right? So he's very much, about moving. He's very serious about becoming a Londoner through and through, which again is interesting. And then he also has, again, it's the way that he apologizes not for calling Jonathan a friend, but for calling him by his last name first. He specifically says friend, and he really, really cares about this relationship he has with these people. And specifically, he cares about not disrespecting them, and he cares about treating them as themselves, right? Putting their first name first, not necessarily into the... well, it is a habit of his country, but still, it's fascinating to sort of see that all combined into a very complex character. That isn't just, bog standard evil vampire. We're thoroughly into the business of the purchase of the estate at Privfleet. When I had told him the facts and got his signature to the necessary papers, and had written a letter with them ready to post to Mr. Hawkins, he began to ask me how I had come across so suitable a place. I read to him the notes which I had made at the time, and which I inscribe here. Right, because we're reading a journal. There's also another thing too. I guess we are reading a journal, which is written thereafter. And so I wonder how much of this plays into the idea of the unreliable narrator too, because from his perspective, this is what he sees. We don't really know anything. We just know based on his accounts of things, of what Jonathan sees. We don't know as a matter of fact. It is always an objective experience, but, biased and really sourced from a subjective experience. At Purfleet, on a by road, I came across just such a place as seemed to be required, and where was displayed a dilapidated notice that the place was for sale. It is surrounded by a high wall of ancient structure built of heavy stones, and has not been repaired for a large number of years. The closed gates are of heavy old oak and iron, all eaten with rust. The estate is called Carfax. Wait a minute! Carfax? No. No! Oh, I have to find the correct line. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I just want to pause the music for a second to let you all hear this iconic line from Keanu Reeves in Bram Stoker's Dracula when he acted as Jonathan. I can't believe this is Jonathan Harker. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's it's not, I mean, it's not really a meme, it's just the line. You know what's funny about that is that his reading of that line became such a meme, the way that he said, "I brought him there. I know where the bastard sleeps. To Carfax Abbey." The estate is called Carfax. No doubt a corruption of the old quarter face, as the house is four-sided, agreeing with the cardinal points of the compass. It contains in all some 20 acres, quite surrounded by the solid stone wall above mentioned. There are many trees on it, which make it in places gloomy, and there is a deep, dark-looking pond or small lake, evidently fed by some springs, as the water is clear and flows away in a fair-sized stream. The house is very large, and of all periods back, I should say to medieval times, medieval times, I can't believe you make me type that. For one part is of stone immensely thick, with only a few windows high up and heavily barred with iron. It looks like part of a keep, and is close to an old chapel or church. I could not enter it, as I had not the key of the door leading to it from the house, but I have taken with my Kodak. What the fuck, they had cameras by this time? There's no fucking way you had cameras in 1860. What? When were cameras invented? Holy fuck, they had cameras by 1832 because the camera was invented by 1816. When does Dracula take place? Holy shit, that's crazy. What? You're telling me people were taking selfies around this time? Of it from various points. The house has been added to, but in a very straggling way, and I can only guess at the amount of ground it covers, which must be very great. There are but few houses close at hand, one being a very large house, only recently added to and formed into a private lunatic asylum. It is not, however, visible from the ground. It's POV. You go into my chat, you see what's going on inside chat since the morning, and you go, wow, this is one lunatic asylum. This is a private lunatic asylum. You know, my chat, actually, this is where Twitch throws you when you're shadow banned, right? They throw you here into this hell. When you get shadow banned on Twitch for saying too many weird, crazy things in chat and donating not enough bits to your favorite streamer, this is where you go. You come to my stream. They force you here. They put me on your front page. I'm the only one there, right? This could be a good, almost small, short horror story. When you open Twitch and you're trying to find the next streamer to watch, and all you see in the front page is just this empty page. Every single square that would have someone is just a dark gray placeholder with no title, just a dash for a placeholder. And the only one you see is me. Not even at the top, but in the middle of the bottom section where they recommend a bunch of channels to you. And you click, and all you see is this. And here you are, stuck in this hell, watching the entire time as we go through. As we're almost done, Chapter 2 of Bram Stoker's Dracula. So close, yet so far. Okay, it crashed. I need to open it up. We're 75% of the way through. We're very close. We're very, very close. Even better, we're 76 now. All because I had pressed enter twice. When I had finished, he said, "I am glad that it is old and big. I myself am of an old family.
and to live in a new house would kill me. The house cannot be made habitable in a day, and after all, how few days go to make up a century. I rejoice also that there is a chapel of old times. We Transylvanian nobles love not to think that our bones may lie amongst the common dead. I seek not gaiety nor mirth, not the bright voluptuousness of much sunshine and sparkling waters which please the young and gay. I am no longer young, and my heart, through weary years of mourning over the dead, is not attuned to mirth. Moreover, the walls of my castle are broken, the shadows are many, and the wind breathes cold through the broken battlements and casements. I love the shade and the shadow, and would be alone with my thoughts when I may. Somehow, his words and his look did not seem to accord. Or else it was that his cast of face made his smile look malignant and saturnine. Oh my god, and saturnine. I do enjoy that word saturnine, and I do wish it came back. Because there's something interesting about the way that that word sounds, and the way that that word has a connotation with the planet as well. The planet Saturn, and using it as an adjective, and that whole astrological lore of the stars above, right? It's such a beautiful word that I wish was used more often, because of that steep, rich history within the realm of, you know, the discovery of science almost, right? It's nice. No longer young and gay, Sag. I know, no longer young and gay. Now old and, I guess, gay. I don't know. But there's something interesting about this, right? He's not really hiding the fact that he's a vampire. And it sort of makes me wonder how commonplace they are within this society, and specifically within Transylvania. Because he says, we Transylvanian nobles love not to think that the bones may lie amongst the common dead. As if there are more of him. But think about it, why would he see himself as equal to, say, a person, a normal, everyday person? It doesn't make any sense. Yet, he does. He does see himself equal to at least the Transylvanian nobles, and I wonder how many vampires there are and why we specifically follow Dracula here. Or maybe he thinks and believes that perhaps his illusion is true. It's sort of like that idea of you can't expect characters in a horror story to know that they're in a horror story. We know that he's a vampire. We know about the lore of Dracula, but presumably nobody else really knows, and there's no way that he would believe that somebody else would know as well, because during this time, I mean, this is the first time that anybody's reading about it. So how would you even begin to know the danger that awaits the people of London if he does go there, if he is evil? It's fascinating to sort of think about this. And it's also interesting to see how dilapidated the castle is and what he was looking for. He was really looking for an old place that was free from prying eyes. And it's interesting to see that he actually wants to be close to a chapel, which is typically, holiness is typically seen as the enemy of good, of evil, right? So it's fascinating to see him actually want that and want to have a place that is close to some place like that to spend his final days. It's odd to me, very odd. Let's see. Presently, with an excuse, he left me, asking me to put all of my papers together. He was some little time away, and I began to look at some of the books around me. One was an atlas, which I found opened naturally at England, as if that map had been much used. On looking at it, I found in certain places little rings marked, and on examining these, I noticed that one was near London on the east side, manifestly where his new estate was situated. The other two were in Exeter, that's scary, and Whitby, on the Yorkshire coast. Why in Exeter? What do these rings mean? And what is he really going there for? So now we start to see a bit of the misdirection and the veil being pulled back, that maybe this is all his masterful game. And again, because he's lived for so long, of course he must be really good at the social aspect of life, being able to hide in plain sight among people just by a single spoken word. It was the better part of an hour when the Count returned. Aha! He said. Still at your books? Good, but you must not work always. Come, I am informed that your supper is ready. Maybe he does have house servants then, but they're simply hidden away from him. He took my arm, and we went into the next room, where I found an excellent supper ready on the table. The Count again excused himself, as he had dined out on his being away from home. But he sat as on the previous night and chatted whilst I ate. After supper, I smoked, as on the last evening, and the Count stayed with me, chatting and asking questions on every conceivable subject, hour after hour. I can't wait to be done typing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt that it was getting very late indeed, but I did not say anything, for I felt under obligation to meet my host's wishes in every way. I was not sleepy, as the long sleep... Well, okay, that's an interesting phrase to use concerning the... You know how people say, I crow myself in Minecraft? I would say I had a long sleep yesterday, as the long sleep yesterday had fortified me. But I could not help experiencing that chill which comes over one at the coming of the dawn, which is like, in its way, the churn of the tide. Ooh, that is beautiful. They say that people who are near death die generally at the change to the dawn, or at the churn of the tide. Any one who has, when tired, and tied as it were to his post, experienced this change in the atmosphere, can well believe it. All at once we heard the crow of a cock coming up with preternatural shrillness through the clear morning air. Count Dracula, jumping to his feet, said, "Why, there's the morning again. How remiss I am to let you stay up so long. You must make your conversation regarding my dear new country of England less interesting, so that I may not forget. How time flies by us." And with a courtly bow, he quickly left me. What's funny is that the way I'm realizing it's not so much a mentor thing. I'm realizing it's almost an infantilization. And it's striking, because no matter how old you are, I think even for a fellow human, as you get older, you see them with the perspective of you who you were before, but you also see them with the perspective of they're an adult who's responsible for their choices. But the way that he sort of exclaimed there, not being sure to not keep Jonathan up for so long, reminds me of a parent coddling their child. And that's a worrying perspective to take, right? Imagine an old god seeing us as but mere playthings, pieces on a chessboard, devoid of all the humanity and all that effort and experience that took you getting to where you are today in your old age. It is that infantilization, it is that dehumanization of sorts, it is that de-adultification, and it's that simplification of the complexity of a full-grown person and their ability to choose for themselves and their ability to be their own person within the world that strikes me as callous more than it does forgetful and It's what's that term? Like it's a term meaning so natural because of the state of the circumstances, right? It's not because he's old that he views us this way. It's because I think it's because of something deeper. He doesn't see humanity the same way. I'm starting to realize this, that the words that he said before, particularly around how people would treat him, I'm starting to realize there's a more sinister meaning behind there when you take this feeling into account. I went to my own room and drew the curtains, but there was little to notice. My window opened into the courtyard. All I could see was the warm gray of quickening sky. So, I pulled the curtains again, and have written of this day. Star, 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 star. The 8th of May. I began to fear as I wrote in this book that I was getting too diffuse. But now I am glad that I went into detail from the first, for there is something so strange about this place, and all in it that I cannot but feel uneasy. You know, that is a very good point. At first I was sort of bothered by how verbose he was being, but really, I mean, you could never be too verbose in the face of the strange, because every little detail of it is so foreign so as to be a new mystery to solve, if that makes sense. Like it's just fascinatingly strange. I wish I were safe out of it, or that I had never come. It may be that this strange night, existence, is telling on me. But would that were all? If there were anyone to talk to, I could bear it. But there is no one. I have only the Count to speak with. And he... I fear I am myself the only living soul within the place. Let me be prosaic. So far as facts can be. It will help me to bear up, and imagination must not run riot with me. If it does, I am lost. Let me say at once how I stand, or seem to. I only slept a few hours when I went to bed, and feeling that I could not sleep any more, got up. I had hung my shaving glass by the window and was just beginning to shave. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard the Count's voice saying to me, "Good morning." I started, for it amazed me that I had not seen him, since the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. And so this is where he must know about the vampires, right? In starting, I had cut myself slightly, but did not notice it at the moment, and now there's blood. Blood in the presence of a vampire. Having answered the Count's salutation, I turned to the glass again to see how I had been mistaken. This time, there could be no error, for the man was close to me, and I could see him over my shoulder. But there was no reflection of him in the mirror. The whole room behind me was displayed, but there was no sign of a man in it, except myself. This was startling, and coming on the top of so many strange things, you can just say your cum jar, was beginning to increase that vague feeling of uneasiness which I always have when the Count is near. But at the instant I saw that the cut had bled a little, and the blood was trickling over my chin. I laid down the razor, turning as I did so half round to look for some sticking plaster. When the Count saw my face, his eyes blazed with a sort of demonic fury, and he suddenly made a grab at my throat. I drew away, and his hand touched the string of beads which held the crucifix. It made an instant change in him, for the fury passed so quickly that I could hardly believe it was ever there. "Take care," he said. "Take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country." Then, seizing the shaving glass, he went on. And this is the wretched thing that has done the mischief. It is a foul bauble of man's vanity. Away with it! And opening the heavy window with one wrench of his terrible hand, he flung out the glass, which was shattered into 1,000 pieces on the stones of the courtyard far below. Then he withdrew without a word. It is very annoying, for I do not see how I am to shave unless in my watch case or the bottom of the shaving pot, which is fortunately of metal. This character, Jonathan Harker, I hate him. I hate the character through whose eyes we see. You know what? I always thought Keanu Reeves' performance in that movie was like funny and bad, but I realize now Keanu Reeves was actually he's actually the best actor of our generation. Because if you think about it, right? Jonathan Harker is just what Keanu Reeves was when he acted within Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like he is just that character. Jonathan Harker is almost a walking tragedy. The way that he is so nonchalant about what just happened to him. And again, Dracula, in all these moments, revealing so much depth to his character, saying that in this country you should be careful because in this country it is a land of vampires. In his presence he should be careful, and his hatred for the mirror, his hatred for the bauble of vanity, and his hatred for what it made him do in a way, right? His hatred for what happened, his hatred for wanting to even be vain, to even look at himself. And the way that he admonished both Jonathan for not being careful with the knife and having to cut and lead to blood, and in a way, the way that Dracula almost admonished himself through admonishing Jonathan. He deeply cares about not hurting anyone. I think truly, deeply, this Dracula is this attempt at a good Dracula. Or rather, it's probably the first ever attempt at a Dracula that has more complexity to him than just blood-sucking vampire. And then Jonathan goes, "Well, how am I to shave now without my shaving glass, you asshole?" It's like, buddy, you almost got your throat ripped open. I don't know if this is the right time to be thinking about how you're gonna shave. You almost got your neck shaved open. When I went into the dining room, breakfast was prepared. But I could not find the Count anywhere. It's also interesting to see that he doesn't, like, the vampire-human coexistence sort of angle is taken very, very casually. I was expecting a lot more fanfare around it, a lot more explicitness and a lot more explanation around it. But it's really just, yeah, we have vampires in Transylvania. There's just vampires everywhere in Transylvania. So what? What are you gonna do about it, right? So less like Blade, a lot more like Twilight, and actually even less like Twilight. It's a lot less like Blade, a little bit less than Twilight. It's a lot like, what's that other vampire media book that's very much comedic in this sense? It's like Skyrim. No, it's not even like Skyrim. What other games have vampires? Well, I guess it's like Skyrim, kind of, yeah. So I breakfasted alone. Breakfasted. So I broke the fast alone. It is strange that as yet I have not seen the Count eat or drink. Oh my god, a character is an idiot. But again, this book was written in the 1800s. Maybe this is the first time anybody's ever heard of a vampire. Again, that whole idea of horror characters in a horror story should not be faulted for not knowing the genre that they're in. This might be the first time they've ever seen a vampire. And yet they have the word for it. They have the word for werewolf and vampire and witch and stuff like that. So clearly the lore is there. So how does he not see it? But then it's that belief, right? It's that belief that there's no way these vampires are real. It's just mythology. It's probably that friction that keeps him from believing and simply saying, I have no clue why this guy doesn't eat, why I can't see his reflection, why he grabbed my throat at the sight of blood, and why he's rich. I mean, he must be a very peculiar man. After breakfast, I did a little exploring. In the castle, I went out on the stairs and found a room looking south, looking towards the south. The view was magnificent. And from where I stood, there was every opportunity of seeing it. The castle is on the very edge of a terrible precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. Without touching anything. As far as the eye can reach is a sea of green treetops with occasionally a deep rift where there is a chasm. Here and there are silver threads where the rivers wind in deep gorges through the forests. But I am not in heart to describe beauty. That much we knew, Jonathan. Don't even have to tell me. I think I've only heard about your wife 3 times, and the rest of the time you had an orgasm over a legal textbook, basically. For when I had seen the view, I explored further. Doors everywhere, and all locked and bolted. With no place, save from the windows and the castle walls, is there an available exit. The castle is a veritable prison, and I am a prisoner. Chat. We are done chapter 2. At long last. The coveted 100%. And I am no prisoner. I am a prisoner no longer. For unlike Jonathan, I have choice and free will, and no vampire sort of breathing down my throat to try and kill me. Thank you for watching, everyone. We're never doing that ever again. I don't think I can finish that game because genuinely, it wasn't even bad. Like, it wasn't even a bad experience. I like reading, but playing that made me just want to read the book instead of typing it out. However, again, there's something interesting about the way that forcing you to read every word and understand the words and then write them out, and forcing you to slowly crawl through to see the next word, to then absorb the meaning of what you just read immediately before you can place it within the context of the rest of the sentence, is fascinating to me because it harkens back to this sort of flow states that you often find when you do get into a book and you can just read through it and you can't peel your eyes away, and it's almost like your vision blurs at the precipices, at the edges of it, right? In your peripheral, there is nothing but darkness, and in front of you, letter by letter, word by word, the story comes to life. In your head, the meaning of which, all of it, the memory of it all, builds piece by piece upon itself, your imagination filling in all those blanks. It's a fascinating way of reading, and I actually could see it being pretty damn good in the form of, you know, like an Amazon streaming protocol for Kindles and stuff. But yeah, that just made me want to read the book more. So I guess we'll just read that book on Halloween or something. I'm not really sure. Anyways, I thought this was going to be a punishment for you, but it ended up being a punishment for me, and I regret this. By the way, you see that over there? That's not the exit. there's a second underground portion to this ride. We're actually just, I think, 40% of the way through this ride. There's still another 6 hours of this. So, we're gonna call it here. I don't want to do this anymore. This was a mistake, but I'm glad that you all enjoyed it on some level, or you enjoyed seeing me in pain. I'm not really sure. Thanks everyone for showing up. I'll see you all tomorrow. And we'll never read a book ever again until Halloween, in which case we'll read a bunch of books. And maybe we'll finish the Dracula game by then, because I'm gonna learn how to type with 4 fingers and feet. I'm gonna get the entire thing, okay? The only thing that I will say is I'm very proud of my shitty keyboard, okay? I'm glad that I programmed this fairly quickly and it actually ended up working out fairly well. And I love that the fingers type the word come dumpster. And if you look very closely on the bottom of my right hand, there's a line because I forgot to crop that. But thank you all for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. And Happy New Year, everyone. It's 2025. Welcome to the new year. The first ever stream of this year. I hope I set the tone well with all of our wacky ideas today, all of our talks, all of our conversations back and forth, all of our understanding of each other. I hope you enjoyed the playlists that I've compiled as well. Not that I made, but I got songs from YouTube and I got them ready. All from a channel called Helder. I chose their most sad collection of songs. They really fit the mood of the book, and I think it worked out well. Tomorrow we'll be playing some games, okay? It will not, there will be no more punishments, but it will be an entire day of playing probably a single game, at best. I don't think we'll switch very often, but actually no, I lied, there is something, I forgot. I download this and I want to try it tomorrow with all of you. So, see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you for showing up. And I can't believe I went through all of this. Anyways, I'm gonna sell my soul now, because I don't want to be here anymore, so,
Oh, where the hell am I? Hey, everyone. So, I was on the toilet. Did he say anything before he left? He didn't really tell me anything. Anyway, Satan here. Thanks for showing up to the stream, everyone. See you all next time. See you on Halloween, actually. That's when the boundary between the real world and hell gets very, very weak. And, be sure to worship me. What did you just say, Chip? How you said hi, Daddy. Okay, you're not going to hell. I'm gonna talk to God. We're gonna put you in heaven. I don't want you anywhere near me. I don't want you within 5 miles of me, 100 miles. If you aren't separated by multiple layers of the afterlife, I'm going to sacrifice myself. No, you put this on yourself. Bye, everyone.